Ta, ta, ta. Ta, ta, ta. Ta. Rijk. Wat de Gringo mix ingaat. GGO. Die microfoon 1 die komt daar een beetje erg hard naar binnen. Kun je daar gewoon de master van die Gringo submix even daar wat minder doen? Ja, zoiets. Ja, dit is beter al. Kun je nog iets minder? En Belinda, dit is naar Julian. Heel klein tikje meer, als het kan. Dit is Belinda naar de Gringo. Ja, prima wat mij betreft. Dankjewel.
Oh, deze even een stukje hoor. Maak hem wat klein. Ik kan hem niet zo hoog zetten ook. Wacht maar, ik moet achter Dennis, wacht maar. Wil je er wel vast spannen of niet? Had je nog vast spannen? Ja, dat wel. Je moet even erop laten. auto even de...
hebben we helemaal niet gestaan.
We hebben een riem ombehaald, hè, dus...
Dan mochten we nog gewoon...
Ben je net naar boven gekomen met de sleutel?
Nee, ik heb gevraagd collega even naar boven voort.
Wel heel erg rond en we staan op de inzending bij boven.
You should hear me now?
Now.
No, okay, okay.
Do
Okay,
wanna
you
check?
can
Check.
bring it back.
Hey, we'll get you on later.
You're going to visit us?
Yep. If you do, all you need to
Perfect.
do just
Okay.
Thank you.
show it. You know, like I can see you through the window here, and then come around the other side. So we've got to spell it. Yeah. So you come in and you just sit here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. No. Well. Oh yeah. Actually. Yeah. We'll make sure we have time to put that up. Erwin, should we put another seat?
Okay,
So we can talk to each other, hopefully. So we just checked it out. I can, when you speak here, I can hear you here.
Okay, but I'm putting one of those in. Can I hear you? welcome to Challenge Almere-Amsterdam, the European Long Distance Championship, as well as the Dutch Long Distance Championship. This is the 11th edition of Challenge Almere-Amsterdam and the 43rd edition of the race being here in the Netherlands. It's also the 41st year of it being here in Almere. Today, the second longest triathlon in the world outside of Kona will host a full field of world-class athletes over 3.8 kilometre swim, 180 kilometre bike ride, and of course the 42.2 kilometre marathon. We have around 2,300 age group athletes here today, as well as 50 professional athletes towing the start line. Our professional women, they will hit the water first today at 10 past 7 a.m. and then 15 minutes later, our professional men will also start at 7:25. Our age group race, of course, starting soon after that. Now, it's incredible to think that this race has been going since 1983. The race hadn't had a Dutch champion since 2012. I believe it was Dirk Wijnala. However, last year, we were lucky enough to be treated to a double Dutch victory with Menno Koolhaas taking the win in the men's race and, of course, no other than Els Visser taking the win here for the women's race and earning themselves the crown of European long distance champion. This year, both of our champions from last year are not here, concentrating on other races, so we will be crowning a new Dutch champion and also a new European long distance champion. We have some really incredible athletes here today. In the women's race, Marleen de Boer, she leads the way for the Dutch women. In the men's race, of course, we have Milan Brons. He was third here last year. He really wants to get that top step, so they are our two Dutch champions, but they're not going to have it all their own way. We've got a great field of women. Lena Kristen Schenk running up here for her 9th time. Next year will be her 10th. We've also got Michelle Vesterby. It's going to be a very emotional day for Michelle from Denmark. This will actually be her last professional race over the long distance. She's here with her husband Klaus. Of course, she has two boys. She is a mother now. She has two boys, Marcus, who is 5, and Hector, who is 2. They are not here. They're home in Denmark with their nan and pop. But we do have Klaus here. And oh, I know when I was doing the interviews yesterday with Michelle, we've already got teary-eyed, so it's going to be a very emotional but a very wonderful day for Michelle. Now, she was third here back in 2021 when it was the World Long Distance Championship. I know she'd love nothing more to climb a little higher up that podium. So it'll be incredible to think what Michelle is able to do today. She's not going to have it all her own way. We've got Magda Nieuwoud from South Africa. Of course, Magda returning after pretty serious surgery and injury. This will be her first race for the year. So it's going to be interesting to see how Magda is going to do. She had a stellar year last year, winning the Challenge Family World Bonus. So look to see Magda up the pointy end of the field. The two athletes I'm most interested in seeing how they go in the women's race, of course, are our two youngsters, Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain at only 24 years of age, lining up here for the very first time, but also lining up over this distance for the very first time. And we've also got Alana Siffert. Now, she is a baby at only 22 years of age. She's from Switzerland, and again, lining up over this distance for the first time. But I really am quite excited to see how these two women go here today. In our men's race, as I said, Milan Brons is leading the way for the Dutch men, but we've also got Jesper Svensson from Sweden. Back in 2021, he had that incredible battle with Christian Hugenhaug from Denmark. Eventually, Jesper coming in second, and so I know he really wants to try and take that top spot here today. Florian Angert from Germany, another of our favourites. You know, he's had a really rough couple of years of it. We had a really honest and open interview yesterday with Florian, which we will show for you later on, but I really hope Florian can show exactly what he's made of. We know he's an incredible athlete. As you see, great view there over the swim start. So that's the Vierwater. So a huge man-made lake here in Almere. Of course, Almere used to be completely covered in water back in the day. They were able to fill it in and make it into the town that it is now. And the Vierwater means water again, if you translate that into English, which I found quite funny because originally it was water, they filled it, and then they made it a lake again. So therefore, the term water again. But you can see perfect conditions down there so far for our athletes. We know that there is a very, very small wind blowing, a westerly wind, and anyone that knows the Netherlands knows that the wind is what makes this race difficult or easy. Today, very little wind to start with. Currently sitting at around 12 degrees Celsius, so it is chilly out there. I know when we first got up this morning, we were in single digits. It has warmed up to around 11 to 12 degrees Celsius, but we're not expecting it to get any higher than about 18 degrees C. So, yeah, for this Aussie, it's a little chilly, but for most people down on ground, they are very, very happy with these conditions and certainly going to make for very, very fast run times today. Last year, we had completely opposite conditions where it was very, very warm, upwards of 28 degrees Celsius. Now, we do have Julian, my partner in crime today, Julian Meinhold, down on ground. He is going to try and get a few interviews with our professional women before they hit the water, as well as our professional men.
Hello, Belinda. Hello, triathlon fans out there. We are really happy to welcome you here from the Swim Start Live, and we are right about the start of the women. The temperatures, as you said, it's pretty chilly right now. Gonna go up to 12, a little more degrees later on. It's a little fresh still here. Water temperature 70.1 degrees. And as you can see here, the girls are ready to move to the start line here right in front of us. Belinda in the orange cap. She's, of course, a favorite. And the Dutch favorite here, the beloved ones. Following right away, we have Lina Christian Schink and among others in the other camp we have Michelle Westerby in the very last race, right about to call up here. She's really nervous, excited. She has a fan club with her, so the emotions are here. Pretty big, pretty huge. Belinda, I must say, we are ready for a fantastic race start.
So as you can see, introducing our professional women, that was Alana Siffert just before. Magda Niewald, she was the winner of the Challenge Family World Bonus last year. She had an incredible season last year. It will be her first race of the season, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see how Magda goes today. I know that she desperately wants a podium finish. Simona Krivenkova, long-time professional athlete. She's raced here many times before as well. And
world champion in Ibiza in 2019, Alexandra Tonder. Wearing number 16 for Italia, Fabia Maramotti.
So as you can see, it is a deep water start here today. So 7:10 a.m. will be go time for our professional women. Deep water start, anti-clockwise direction swim, 2 laps. So 2 lots of 1.9 kilometre loops before they then make their way towards transition. Water temperature sitting at 17.1 degrees Celsius. So it is a wetsuit legal swim for our professional athletes and age group athletes. So just to let you know, we do have a few of our swimmers wearing coloured caps today. Marlene de Boer, the favourite to take the win from the Netherlands, will be wearing an orange cap. Michelle Westerby lining up here for the very last time as a pro athlete in a pink cap. We've got Alana Siffert, the youngest in the field at only 22 years of age, in red cap, and Magda Niewald from South Africa in the blue cap. So quite a few athletes here on the start line, not only lining up here in Almere for the very first time, but lining up over this distance, the full distance, for the very first time. You can see just a slight ripple. We have got a very slight westerly breeze blowing, but nothing too significant. We will keep track of this throughout the day because with this flat and fast bike course, it is the wind that can make all the difference. And they are away. So Challenge Almere-Amsterdam 2024, the European Long Distance Championship, and our professional women are underway. Already you can see Alana Siffert in that red cap has taken an early lead. You can see the orange cap of Marlene de Boer also there as well. I dare say closest to screen in the white cap would be no other than Chloe Sparrow. She's a very, very accomplished swimmer. We do expect to see Alana Siffert and Chloe Sparrow taking the lead of this race fairly early. That's the pink cap there of Michelle Vesterby, but straight away, Alana Siffert, she had an incredible, I would dare say, a career best win last weekend in a Almere in France, where she swam with no other than Ash Gentle and then pulled away from Ash on the very hilly and technical bike ride that is Almere. She went on to take the win, the biggest win of her career so far. But this will be her very first time racing over this distance. And what I love about Alanis is she just doesn't care about what's ahead of her. You know, most people, they think, oh, a full distance race, am I going to be able to do it? Is the unknown, a little bit of fear involved, but you could see the excitement yesterday when I interviewed Alanis. You could see the excitement in her eyes because she was actually taking on something new, something wonderful, and she just has the best attitude. And the last thing I said to her about this distance, you know, Alanis, sometimes ignorance is bliss, and I think what we're going to see today from this young woman is going to be something extraordinary. But look at that spearhead already forming straight away. What a swim from the young woman from Switzerland. That is Marlene de Boer in the orange cap behind. You can see that elastic band is starting to break. But Marlene de Boer, favourite to take the win here today. She was second here last year to fellow countrywoman Els Visser. Beautiful shot as they make their way past my studio. So you can see on the left-hand side, that is my studio. I can literally look out it and watch them swim past. I absolutely love this venue here in Almere. Everything is just so close, so accessible. I get to see them during the swim, and then again, once they return and they're on the run, I get to see them come past my studio 4 times. So while it is a 2-lap swim here today, the 180-kilometre bike ride, 2 laps, and then of course finishing with a 4-lap marathon. So 4 lots of 10.1-kilometre loops, plus a little 1.8-kilometre loop that they will do right at the beginning. This course here in Almere, renowned for being deadpan flat, barely a rise throughout the bike and run. But what can make it extremely difficult are the conditions, the wind. But today, so far, conditions looking very fast, and we do expect to see fast times here at the end of the day. That would be Chloe Sparrow there in the white cap, trying desperately to get on the feet of Alanis, with Marlene de Boer right on her heels. Very smart racing from Marlene. She would know that these 2 women are by far the strongest swimmers in the field. So our swim here today brought to you by Zone 3. So Alana Siffert, based in St. Moritz, she trains with Brett Sutton. So she has some of the best training partners in the world, Els Visser, Julie Deron. Of course, Julie was in our inaugural Challenge Beijing only last weekend in China, where she finished 3rd. Silver medalist at the Olympics in Paris. So Alanis learning from the very, very best. She's had a great season so far. She was 2nd at Challenge Taiwan, 2nd at Challenge Valsy, and Switzerland 70.3. So 3 second-place finishes for our youngster. And then, of course, that incredible win only just last weekend in Almere. where she finished first to Ash Gentle. But look at this swim so far. And you can see, just as we predicted, that is Chloe Sparrow and Marlene de Boer just trying desperately to stay on the feet of Chloe. So other favourites here today, apart from Alana Siffert and Marlene de Boer, we've got Jana Uderstadt from Germany, Michelle Vesterby, one of the older athletes in the field, racing here for the very last time. She's had such an illustrious career. She is the triathlon queen of Denmark. She's the mother of two, both Marcus and Hector. She was third here back in 2021 when it was the long distance world long distance champs. And quite possibly that was one of the greatest performances of her career. We have Alexandra Tondeur from Germany, Magda Niewald from South Africa, Lena Kristen Schenk from Germany. Now Lena, she has been nicknamed Miss Almere. This is her 9th time here racing. She's raced here more than any other professional athlete racing today. She's pretty much finished on the podium nearly every time she's raced. Never on that top step though. Back in 2022, she was 2nd. And last year, she was 5th. So while our women are away, we will head back down to the start line with Julian, who I know is down there with some of our professional men.
Dat is cruciaal. Je moet proberen, als je kan, iets meer de binnenbocht. Nou, ik kan hier niet. Op een gegeven moment dat hij dus achter je zijn.
Ik kan in andere jaren heb ik altijd naar buiten.
All right, sorry about the audio then. Julian was down there with no other than Jesper Svensson from Sweden. He was 2nd here back in 2021, where he had that incredible battle with Christian Hugenhaug here on the marathon. Christian just getting the better of him in the end. But Jesper Svensson, he is one of our favourites here today. He was 2nd earlier this year at Challenge Gunsan in Korea, was also over the full distance, 3rd at Challenge Gdansk. I know he would love nothing better to be crowned European long distance champion at the end of the day. Long day of racing to go yet. Our professional men will be starting at 7:25, so 5 minutes till our professional men will be starting, while our women are making their way round the first of 2 laps here in the Via Vata. You can see on screen now that group of 3. It is Alana Siffert from Switzerland leading the way. Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain on her feet, and it's Marlene de Boer. What a great swim from Marlene. She's been able to bridge back up. But these 3 women pulling away from the rest of the field. We know Michelle Vesterby is not too far back. Michelle's always been a very strong swimmer.
Ja, het zit achter ons.
Naar buiten toe, naar buiten toe.
Great shot there of our lead three.
Ja, je staat wel dat je in de binnenkant gaat.
Die zwemmers die volgen mij, maar die moeten mij niet volgen.
Die kant op.
We know that Magda Newald is around 30 seconds in arrears to that lead group. And Michelle Vesterby's in a group of 4 at about 1 minute back. So our women, the group's starting to define themselves quite early on here in the swim, as we expected. So while we've spoken about this young woman on screen at 22 years of age, Alana Siffert, Chloe Sparrow on her feet, and Marlene de Boer. Now Marlene de Boer, she was second here last year to Els. She was also second earlier this year at Challenge Gunsan Korea. She recently had an amazing race in Ironman Sweden, finishing in first place. She's coached by no other than the Flying Dutchwoman herself, Yvonne van Vlerken. Yvonne coaching both Marlena and Magda and doing an incredible job with both of these women. Yvonne raced here 6 times herself. She knows this course inside out. She's won it 4 times. With her first win back in 2007. She then went on to win it again in 2017, 2018 and 2019. So entering the water now, our professional men, that is Onion Stojanovic from Serbia. He's one of the favourites. He's in the pink cap. Florian Angert from Germany will be wearing a red cap. Jesper Svensson from Sweden in the blue cap, and Milan Brons from the Netherlands. He is the big hope for the Netherlands here today in the orange cap. So our professional men making their way towards the start line. It is a deep water start. Absolutely stunning morning here in Almere. I arrived here on Tuesday straight from Beijing, and I was greeted with nothing but wind and rain. So very, very thankful to wake up this morning to pretty much picture perfect conditions. Less than a minute to start time. And there you have it, our professional men are now also underway here in Almere. We have some very strong men racing today. Onion Stojanovic from Serbia, Florian Angert from Germany, Jesper Svensson from Sweden, Milan Brons from the Netherlands. We also have Joshua Lewis from Great Britain. Lucas Voigt from Germany. We do expect to see Lucas take the swim lead very early on. He is an incredible swimmer, an Olympic swimmer. Pretty much every race he lines up for, he will be out of the water in first place. We also have Andrew Horsfall-Turner from Great Britain, another very strong swimmer. We do expect to see him right up the pointy end of the field early on here today. But look at that shot. Incredible conditions down there. You can see just a slight ripple on the water. There's a very slight breeze blowing. We do expect that to pick up just a little bit throughout the day, but right now for the swim, pretty much perfect conditions down there on the Vierwater. And right away you can see Lukas Voigt from Germany taking the lead very early on. He is an absolute powerhouse in the water. Beautiful swimmer. That is Onion Stojanovic there in the pink cap. He's also a very accomplished swimmer. We expect to see him in that chase group. You can see that men's swim field already starting to string out. That beautiful, long, slow stroke of Lukas Voigt. Blue cap down on ground that we can see Jesper Svensson of Sweden. So we are expecting Lukas Voigt to lead out. We know that Andrew Horsfall-Turner will be very, very close behind, and then we should have that chase group of Onion Stojanovic, Jesper Svensson, Josh Lewis, Florian Angert. Also in that group, Florian, a very strong swimmer. Milan Brons, the great Dutch hope, slightly off the back of that pace. But he will be trying desperately to try and keep that deficit down, because that lead group, not only great swimmers, but also very strong bike riders as well. So that is Florian Angert there in the red cap. In the pink cap, we've got Onion Stojanovic. So all the main players there right now. Exactly as we anticipated. Big shout out to Torsten Lorade, supplying me with the goods as usual. He always comes to my aid, gives me all the stats, all the numbers. Last week in Beijing, he nailed it. He was able to let me know exactly who was going to win the women's race. Paula Finlay, of course, taking that title last weekend in the inaugural Challenge Beijing, with Carl Smith taking the men's race by storm. It was a great event. So while our professional women are making their way around lap one, on screen right now, our professional women's leader, Alana Siffert from Switzerland. This is the way she likes to race. She likes to take the lead from the front. It's going to be unknown territory for this young Swiss woman today, having never raced over this distance before. She's had quite a lot of middle distance racing under her belt. And that would be Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain, right on her heels. It's going to be interesting to see just what sort of a lead these two women have when they exit the water. Both racing over this distance for the very first time. It's funny, her coach, Brett Sutton, nicknamed Alanis the Duck, because when she first turned up to squad, she was, of course, a very accomplished swimmer. She was strong on the bike, but apparently she ran like a duck. So typical Sutto style, giving you saying it as it is, giving you a nickname. I know I had a nickname when I was there back in the day, but I love Sutto's honesty. But what I also love is that Alana Siffert is starting to prove him wrong. So I think he's going to have to stop calling her the Duck and think of another name, because she is certainly swim, biking and running extremely well now. And at 22 years of age, we know that she has got a long and illustrious future ahead of her. So while that is a great shot there as the women are making their way towards the finish of lap 1. So our women have been swimming now for just over 20 minutes, so 20 minutes and 50 seconds. They are making their way back to the complete lap 1 of 2. We have been just given note that unfortunately race number 15, that would be Alexandra Tondur from Belgium, has pulled out. We're not exactly sure why, but she has pulled out of the race, so that's very unfortunate for Alexandra. Apparently she is just too cold. So we know that that water temperature is at about 17.1 degrees Celsius. However, it's that outside temperature. It is the air temperature, which is only around that 11 to 12 degrees. And I think someone in studio now that can tell me exactly what it feels like outside. Thanks for joining me, Julian. Now, you look cold, and that's saying something for a German.
It definitely, yeah, it was really fresh out there. I'm not sure if we have hit the 10-degree mark already, I must say. Yeah, still wearing my jacket to warm again. And that's the point, like you said, for the athletes. They were there out there pretty early without the sun. With the sun now, it's warming up a little, but beforehand, when it was cold, dark, it was still cold, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, I know all week it's been around that 10, 11, 12 degree mark in the morning, but I dare say we were single digits this morning.
Definitely, yeah, definitely below that. And yeah, for the athletes, that's not easy to handle. The water, as we said, 17.1 degrees, a lot warmer than the outside temperature. Gonna be interesting when they come out of the water, what temperatures we're gonna have then, because on the bike, it's obviously fresh with wind coming in.
No, exactly right. And it's one thing that I did speak to, obviously we were talking about Alana Siffert and Chloe Sparrow lining up here for the very first time over this distance. And one of the things I did say to Alana, even though I know she's from Switzerland, she trains in the mountains, so she's more than used to cold weather and the effects of cold weather. But I said, rug up, because you are better being a little warm and being able to take clothing off rather than being the other way around.
Absolutely right. And I heard we had some troubles with the sound when we were talking to Jesper Svensson, but I wasn't sure if you can still hear it. But he said, "Yeah, I'm from Sweden, so I like the cold weather."
It's not going to affect him at all.
Yeah, and he had a smile on his face.
Oh yeah.
While Florian Engert in the back, he was a little bit shy. He wasn't too comfortable, I guess. So that was really interesting to see how the
difference.
Yeah,
yep. And that's an interesting point that you bring up, because obviously each and every professional athlete deals with the start differently. I know David McNamee, for example, from Scotland, he said he's been racing forever and a day, but he always says that time between after you've warmed up to that gun goes off is the worst time of your life. And it really is. The anxiety levels are high, the unknown. And I think I love seeing the different ways. I mean, for me, I was more like a Michelle Vesterby, where I was smiling, having fun with the audience. I needed to keep myself occupied, whereas others, like Florian Engert, you said, likes to stay alone, keep with himself focused, stay with his own thoughts. And it is interesting to see the difference. But I sat next to Jesper Svensson yesterday in the pro briefing, and he had a little smile, because he knew that the conditions were going to suit his strengths. He's raced here before, back in 2021 when it was the World Champs. He had an incredible race that day against Christian Hülkenberg. And I've got good feelings for Jesper today.
Absolutely. And like you said, I like that about triathlon. It's such an honest sport. And in that moment, you can see how the athletes really react, how they are, and you're so close to them. And that's so interesting to get to know their personality. And for Jesper, I think, yeah, when he's got a good swim, we have to catch up on him and see how he's doing out there. But he said that too in the interview, get away on the bike, maybe together with Milan Brons, when they can put something together. And then he has the strength to win a race from the front.
Well, the great thing about Jesper, you know, even though he's one of the tallest athletes and biggest athletes on the field, which definitely suits this bike because he's flat and fast. It is a strong man's course here in Almere. But people forget, Jesper is actually an incredible runner as well. Even though he stands at, way over 6 foot tall, he's a very, very strong runner. And he proved that in 2021 when, honestly, that battle went right down to the wire against himself and Christian. Florian Angert, though, is a really interesting one to bring up here. I had a very honest interview conversation with him yesterday when we were doing the live interviews. And there's no doubt that the last 2 seasons for Florian have been horrific. They've been horrendous. And to the point where I'm sure he started second-guessing himself and started thinking, do I still have what it takes to be a professional athlete in the sport of triathlon? And, you know, it gets to a point, you can handle having 1 or 2 failures or disappointments in racing, but when you keep lining up at race after race and things just don't go your way for a variety of reasons, Julian. It may be that you just had an off day, you were sick one day, you had a mechanical the next, but at the end of the day, it's still either a bad race or a DNF next to your name, and it's a bad feeling.
Especially from where he came from in 2022. He won the championship. He was 5th in 2022 at St. George. He was 3rd at the Ironman Lanzarote, 2nd at the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships, 5th at the PTO US Open. So 2022 and 2021 looked amazing for him. It was like the rising star, and then all of a sudden it was a bam. And in 2023, the best seeding he had was like 11th place, 2 times 14th and 1 time 19th. So that was a total disaster, one must say, for him. And that's something, like you say, yeah, that's working inside of you. And well, he got a little better, I might say. 7th at the Ironman Austria this year and 9th at Ironman Zell am See. So that was pretty close. And I had the feeling he's getting it again, especially his post on Instagram after those 2 better results, the top 10 results, first top 10 results actually in over 1.5 years.
Yep.
There was a feeling like he was still not satisfied, but I think he's getting back to
moving in the right direction, and that's what it is. It's just moving in the right direction.
Just imagine seeing him maybe finishing 2nd today behind a strong Jasper Svensson. He has a good race. That can change a lot.
It can, and it's funny. You just need that one race, that mentally just puts you back in the game.
Right.
And that's what I think we're going to see today here with Florian Angert, as we can see on screen. The youngest in the field, Alana Siffert from Switzerland, leading the way. Chloe Sparrow on her feet. We know that Marlene de Boer, you can see, look at that though, Julian, that she's just off the back of the feet of Chloe Sparrow. So these 2 young women up front, both racing here for the first time, both racing over this distance for the first time. And they are just starting to open up that tiny bit of a gap over Marlene de Boer. You can see weather conditions, 12 degrees feels like 9. Very, very little wind. And we have got just a tiny bit of cloud cover, although I have to say this is the bluest sky I've seen since I arrived here on Tuesday afternoon.
And it's so different to last year. We had 35 degrees. And
we were very happy to be in our studio this time last year. It was so hot outside.
But I would say this is actually a perfect weather condition for the age groupers too. They have just started. We have around about 800 age groupers on the long distance this year. And I guess for them, it's pretty well, because the longer the days goes, the hotter it got last year. And we had so many people fighting those temperatures. And this year, it's a lot better. We're looking at like maybe 18 degrees at the highest in the later afternoon.
It's going to make for very, very fast run conditions. And it's interesting you said that. Obviously, we are concentrating today on the European Long Distance Championship, but we also have Challenge Almere long distance race that is also running, just an age group race. We have the middle distance race, age group race for our men and women, and we also have the aqua bike as well. So there's quite a lot of races going on. All up today, around 2,300 athletes will be racing, including our 50 professional men and women that we have on screen right now.
So it's going to get packed a little later on the track. We're going to see how that affects the race. So far in the last years, there was never a problem. And the pros handled that really well.
And what will be interesting, actually, is as our professional women are now, onto lap 2, they will start to pass some of our age group athletes who have just started. So it will get a little bit, there'll be a little bit of traffic in the water, so to speak, but the swim here is beautiful. There's so much room, so I don't see it being an issue for our professional men or women here. But this woman on screen, Julian, Alana Siffert, I first met her last year. She was in a race that I was at, Laguna Phuket Triathlon in Thailand, and she was very, very young, but obviously 21 when I first met Alanis. She's only just turned 22. But what a future this young woman's going to have. She's already mature well beyond her young years. When you speak to her, she speaks with such maturity. And what I love, and it is certainly not an arrogance, she's just got no fear. I think the way that she's been coached is that she turns up, and she just gives it her all. And she's not scared. She doesn't have any limitations that she puts on herself. And I'm really, really interested to see how she goes here today.
Like we said, first time long distance. We never know how that's going to end. For example, we had Tom Bishop last year, also his first long distance. He was, in the end, fighting a lot, saying, well, that was a longer race than thought. Also not completely healthy on that day. But yes, with Alanis, I'm really interested how she can handle, at that young age especially, how she can handle a long distance and maybe also work her way through the routine people, racers around her, like Michelle Westerby, completely different personality.
Well, it's interesting you bring Michelle up because obviously that's what I love about the sport of triathlon, Julian. We've got a professional women's race here. All these women vying for European long distance champion. You've got a 22-year-old right now leading the way. You've got Michelle Westerby at 41 years of age lining up for her very last pro race over this distance. And then you've got everything in between. I mean, sitting on Alana Siffert's feet is Chloe Sparrow at 24 years of age. And it's incredible. I don't think there's any other sport in the world where you could have such a vast difference in age, but all so accomplished and all with equal opportunity to take the win here.
Plus, I always want to mention that the age groupers too on that track. Where do you have that? Just imagine other sports where age groupers would also join. You don't have that, and that's the amazing thing about triathlon. All of them racing the same conditions on the same track. Just look at that wonderful condition. While now we're getting closer to the second lap where we see the others. Age groupers in the background swimming, but it looks like a good distance.
It is great. You can see that that's our professional women closest on screen and our age groupers in the background. We do have a course animation here that we're going to show you on the swim, just so you can get a better idea of exactly what this swim is. So we look down on the town of Almere. That is the Vierwater, a man-made lake. Swimmers, 2 lots of 1.9 kilometre loops. They make their way round for a second time. Absolutely perfect place here in Almere for a triathlon. And once they complete that second lap, they then veer off and into transition. So that is the zone 3, 3.8 kilometre swim course here in Almere. Our women are already onto the second lap. Our men are making their way round that first lap. They should almost be finished. But what a beautiful morning it is here in Almere. I know when that alarm went off at 5 a.m. for me this morning, first thing I did was jump up out of bed and look out that window, and I remember saying, please be blue sky. And it was beautiful conditions. We're so lucky. It's been pretty rotten here all week, I have to admit. But it is looking perfect right now. As we can see, Lukas Voigt from Germany leading the way in the men's race, exactly as we expected. I dare say that would be Andrew Horsfall-Turner from Great Britain on his feet. We know that these two men are the strongest in the field. But Lukas Voigt, Julian, ex-Olympian. We know he comes from a swim background, very accomplished swimmer.
Maybe we're looking for a new swim record too. We don't want to jinx it right now. Last year he was really fast. However, it didn't count because he had to quit the race because he was not healthy. He was struggling with a cold, so maybe this year he can bring it to the end. It's also a thing, by the way, I like here at the Vierwater. We always have the city tours boats right behind the sponsors and VIPs. Perfect view for them.
So talking about swim records, do you happen to know who holds that swim record here in Almere? It is no other than Dylan McNeice. He set it back in 2013. So Dylan McNeice from the PTO, 46:10. So that is the time we are looking for our men. So that is our Challenge Almere record. And for our women, it was Sarissa de Vries back in 2019, 51:29. So it will be interesting to see just what that gap is. Oh, there is there. Just as I said it, there is no gap. So that is Onion Stojanovic. What a great swim he is having here today. Florian Angert in the red cap. So we are expecting to have that group. And it looks like for now, Julian, that it is all together. So that's really interesting. I really thought that Lucas Voigt would try and create just a small gap between himself and that chase group.
Well, you never know. Maybe he was trying, but they are really on his heels. All of them. I guess that something, of course, for Lucas is not really well because he normally wants to have some minutes alone on the bike.
So Lucas Voigt is leading here today. We've got Onion Stojanovic, Florian Angert, Jesper Svensson, Joshua Lewis, Andrew Horsfall-Turner are all in this lead group. But look at the speed that they are swimming so far. I'm going to be very interested to see what this swim is at the end of the second lap. And this is also an incredibly powerful bike group. Joshua Lewis from Great Britain here for the very first time, also very strong on the bike. Florian Angert, we know, is one of the best bikers in the group, along with Jesper Svensson as well. But look at that long, slow stroke of Lucas Voigt when you compare him to, say, Onion Stojanovic. And, you know, that really short, choppy, typical triathlon stroke as compared to an ex-swimmer's stroke. It's quite incredible, the difference. But you can just see the speed in which Lucas is making his way through the water here.
And like you said, it's going to be interesting. Did the others say, come on, let's try to stay with Lucas? Maybe is he that fast and can the others just try to stay on his heels? Are they overpowering maybe to not let him get away? Or is it just something that makes them move faster, staying behind him?
Look, I think, you know, we've got a really strong caliber field here with swimmers. I mean, okay, they're not the caliber swimmer of Lucas, but when you've got so many strong swimmers, it's very easy then for them to hold the feet. And obviously a lot harder for Lucas to go away. As I said, I'm pretty sure that would be Andrew Horsfall-Turner on Lucas's feet. And then you can see Onion Stojanovic. And look at the difference in the stroke rate there between Onion and Lucas. Oh, it's incredible. But I am keen to see how Lucas goes. He was very disappointed last year, having to pull out with injury. I know this is redemption for him this year. He definitely wants to get himself all the way to the finish line. He's come in fit and healthy. There are no issues to speak of, so expecting big things from Lucas here today.
I think that's a good point that you've just mentioned also with Andrew Horsfall-Turner on his feet. Like you say, when you have not that big of a gap between the best swimmer and the next best swimmer, so you can create that lineup. While when there's a swimmer who for sure has 3 minutes in behind, that pack will get lost. And I think, yeah, because we have so many equal strong swimmers, it works out pretty well. But they're all lining up in front together.
Of course, Alana Siffert, our female leader, she led from the gun, starting to overtake some of our age group athletes who are on their first lap. Alana's on her second lap. But what I love about this race, Julian, is the setup. It is one of the coolest setups of a triathlon that I've ever been to. Of course, we're set up here in the perfect spot. I love our studio here in Almere. We've got ceiling to floor windows. We get to see, it's like being in a fishbowl, literally, isn't it? We get such a great view of the swim start. Also, once they hit the marathon later today, we get to see them come straight past the front of our studio here 4 times. We get to see the crowds. We know that it's going to be absolutely packed solid right outside our studio door here. If it's one thing I know, because this race has been here for so many years now, 41 years in Almere, the people of Almere absolutely love it and they really support it.
Absolutely, and it's going until the very end, until the very last finisher. We're going to have a big, big party with all the crazy Dutch people, and it's always so much fun. I'm allowed to be on the carpet too, celebrating with those, I must say. They're so nice people and so just easygoing, and that's really a nice atmosphere here. And like you said, Almere is such a nice, I don't want to say a neat little town, because it's not, and it's actually not that old. It's pretty modern, but it's so nice to walk through the alleys and see the people. They're really open-minded, talking to you. So all the venue all together is such a place where you really like going to.
No, and very, very accessible, very easy train ride from Amsterdam. Literally takes around 35 minutes.
Actually easy from the airport, I must say. I got in yesterday, and yeah, you just to jump out of your gate, you're right there.
Straight on the train, straight to Almere. Exactly what I did on Tuesday. Very, very easy race. Great spot to come to, and of course our hotel here that all the athletes get put up in right across the road. Literally takes you 2 minutes to get to the venue. But our professional women, won't be long now before we see them exit the water and make their way towards transition and their bikes. And you can see Alana Siffert and Chloe Sparrow have managed to break away from Marlene de Boer. Hats off to Marlene, though. That was a great swim from her. I thought that she would be dropped immediately, to be honest. So very strong swimming from Marlene. It'll be interesting to see what that deficit is when they hit transition. A lot of pressure on Marlene today. We know last year Els Visser taking the win, and the Dutch want to keep that title inside the Netherlands.
Like you said, also Els took the attention, I must say, a lot more than now. And today all eyes are on Marlene, and maybe that's something that on the one side can really push you, but on the other side puts pressure on you.
And you know, as we said, every athlete's different. Some athletes thrive on that pressure. Other athletes don't like it at all. But I think Marlene, she's a very experienced athlete. She's had a stellar season so far this year. She's racing very, very well. On paper right now, she's racing better than any other athlete on this start line in our women's race. So I think she's handling it perfectly. She's coached by the great Yvonne van Vlerken. Raced here 6 times, won this race 4 times, so knows this race like the back of her hand. So I'm sure Vonzie's had some pretty good stern words to Marlene to put her in the mindset or the mind space that she needs to take the win here today.
Speaking of Yvonne van Vlerken, can we confirm to see her later in the studio again?
Indeed, I'm pretty sure she is going to come in for a little chat with us later on today. So it's always great fun to hear from Vonzie. Talks as much as I do, if that's even possible. In fact, I dare say she talks even more than I do.
I'll be completely quiet next to you two girls.
You won't get a word in, let's be honest.
But I'm fine with that.
But right now, our women, 42 minutes and 50 seconds into the swim here. Our men, 15 minutes later, they've been going for 28 minutes and 39 seconds. It's one of those rare races where the women go first and the men second. 15-minute gap between our professional women and men today. So while we talk about the European title that is on the line, we know that this is also the Dutch long distance championship. So we will be crowning our Dutch male and female champions today, as well as our European long distance champions. All of our athletes today also vying for a spot to the championship in Šamarin, Slovakia next year. Our top 6 professional men and women will automatically qualify for the championship, another race that you join me on. Love it there at Expo Onyx Field. That's another race venue that's absolutely insane. Love it to death.
We are really blessed to do those races and to stay there. Also, the hotel is so close, a nice venue.
Fantastic.
View on the canal every year. It's just beautiful.
And our athletes today also vying for valuable points towards the Challenge Family End of Year World Bonus. Right now for our women, Aurelia Bollinger from France and Els Visser from the Netherlands leading the way in our World Bonus. And then for our men, it is Jack Moody from New Zealand who is leading the men's World Bonus. But big points on offer at the end of today. We know Jesper Svensson from Sweden also vying for that world bonus. If he's able to take the win here today, that will really catapult him right up.
Just look at that view with the sun in the back above via water.
So we were talking about what via water means. When you translate it into English, it actually means new water.
Oh.
Or water again, I should say, water again. It's because originally all of Almere was water. So this was just one enormous sea. And then they filled it in and they made the town of Almere. But then they decided they want to put a lake in, so they remade it into a lake. So yeah, that's what it's, that we're via water. So water again.
It's sweet water, right? It's not from the sea.
No, it's fresh water, exactly.
Fresh water. Yeah, that's the English word. Because the sea is not that far away, actually. Yeah.
So right now, our professional men, we've got that nice lead group with Lucas Voigt leading the way, Andrew Horsfeld-Turner. We know Josh Lewis will be in there somewhere. Florian Angert's in there. Onion Stojanovic is in there. Jesper Svensson also up there. But a great lead group here. And there is some firepower in this group for the bike. 180-kilometre bike ride, 2 laps. Slight changes in the bike course this year. The first 6 to 7 kilometres on quite a technical bike path. So that first 6 to 10 kilometres, very technical until they make their way up onto the dike. And then it is a nice 20-kilometre straight shoot, nice and flat on that dike. We know that the wind is blowing westerly, so they will have a side wind all the way out to Lelystad. And once they get out there and into the countryside, they will have a tailwind, so we are anticipating very fast times here today.
For what actually is Almere well known, we had like a 7:36 hours last year, I guess, from Menno Koolhaas. That's the course record.
And of course, the course record for the women set by Sarissa de Vries. Back in 2021, when it was the World Championship, brilliant race that she had that year, and she went 8:32.04. Sarissa now herself a mother, so only just come back to racing since giving birth. But she was so impressive back in 2021. I was here that year, and it was incredible race from the young Dutch woman. So last year's top 3 in our women's race, Els Visser taking the win, Marlene de Boer in second, and Katrin Grosborg Christensen from Denmark in third. For our men, it was Menno Koolhaas from the Netherlands in first. Kieran Linders with that incredible finish. I don't think I've not seen a finish like that in quite some time. There were moments there where we didn't think he was going to make it across the finish line. His body started to really shut down on him, but he was able to make his way, claw his way to that finish for second place. Unbelievable finish, and of course he's just had that incredible race in Frankfurt. So Kieran Linder's not here this year, but hats off to him. Wonderful athlete. And then in third place last year was Milan Brons from the Netherlands. Our professional men and women today, €40,000 prize purse. Paying top 10, the winner will take home €5,000. But more importantly, they will take home the crown of a European long distance champion.
We're talking about Elena Siffert. Now, we said it's her first long distance race. So it's going to be the first time she's going to exit the water after 3.8 kilometers. What do you think? How is that affecting her now going onto the bike, knowing I'm in that front or right about front position. You think she's gonna wait a little, like the young gun, or yeah, like a young gun going straight forward and giving it all?
She's going to take the bull by the horns. It's just the way that her coach would have coached her, would have told her to prepare and how to actually go ahead with this race, is that she's not waiting for anyone. It's just not the way that she races. It's not in her mindset. That being said, she's not going to do anything crazy either. That's what I think I love about Alana. She's a very thoughtful person. She's an intelligent young woman for 22, as I said earlier, 22 years of age, but maturity beyond her young years. And I think both of these women on screen right now, Chloe Sparrow and Alana Siffert, they're not waiting for anyone. They're both strong on the bike, very strong on the bike. It's going to be interesting because obviously Alana's last week where she won in Jaromir, completely different race course to what we're seeing here today. Very, very technical, lots of ascents, lots of descents, and that's where Alana's really excels. I asked her yesterday, you know, this is completely different. This is 180K where you barely have to get out of your aero bars. And so she said, no, I'm actually looking forward to that. A lot of the sessions that she would do with Soto is down in the aero bars, just grinding a big gear. I remember it was my bread and butter back when I used to train with him. So it really sets you up for this style of course. But you can see now, look at that, 50 minutes, 52 seconds as Alana Siffert from Switzerland and Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain make their way out of the water and into transition. Wonderful swim from these two women.
So it's faster than Sarissa de Vries, definitely.
So unofficial time so far. It does look like indeed that we will have a new swim record here. Sarissa de Vries had the swim record back from 2019 at 51:29.
Sliding in one more information, when we look at all the Almere races here without challenge, because it's challenged since 2013. So in beforehand, there, the swim record from Tracy Allingham in 1993 was 50 minutes 50. So that could be about the same time that we just had here.
So we do have the official time in now, 51:05. So 51:05 will be a new record, but you are correct. It is not an overall record. That's still held by Tracy. She was an incredible swimmer, but we do have a new challenge record now. So Alana Siffert coming in at 51:05, Chloe Sparrow 51:08. We know this is now Marlene de Boer from the Netherlands, making her way out of the swim in third place. Great swim from Marlene. She tried so desperately hard to stay on the feet of Chloe Sparrow, just getting bumped off the back towards the latter stages of this swim, but making her way into transition now as well. So wonderful swims from these three women so far.
Only around about 1 minute behind of Alana Siffert and Chloe Sparrow.
So Marlena coming in 52:24 is her swim time. Very fast time from Marlena. She'll be happy with that. We know that Michelle Vesterby was in a group on her own, at least another minute back from her, as well as Magda Niewalt was swimming on her own. But it is Chloe Sparrow on screen now, heading out to start the first of two laps, 180 kilometres. Quite a technical start to this bike course. Slight change from last year. They will be on bike paths all the way up to the dike. And this is what I like. So, you know, obviously swim leader, but she's doing exactly what I told her to do. I said, make sure that you have enough clothing on. She's only a very small athlete. And the last thing she wanted to do was be cold. 180 kilometres. Once you get cold on the bike, it is very, very difficult to turn it around. And even though it looks warm, we've got the sun shining down there, we know that it is quite cool, still sitting at around 10. Great transition from Marlena. She's made up quite a bit of time. We know that she was just over that minute down. Definitely not a minute down on Alanis as she leaves transition. So those three women, I think we'll find that they will be together on the bike for quite some time. It won't be long till the three of them join each other.
Maybe I can understand also Chloe to head out first, because especially on that first part, which is technical, you want to get away from the others. You don't want them right behind you. As we can see, T1, all the bikes lining up here of the long distance race. As we said, around about 800 athletes, and the middle distance too. roughly 1,500 athletes, and we can now see the technical passage heading out to the dike, where we can see it's not that much space out there in the beginning.
Now the course record here for the women on the bike was set in 2023, so last year, by Renee Kiley, 4:23:07. I was here for that race. Incredible ride from Renee. Renee recently retired, so big shout out to Renee. I'm sure she's secretly hoping that her bike record does not get taken. But she really did have a stellar bike ride here last year. And what a great career she had.
I learned last week that people who retired are still looking at those records. Speaking of you.
Absolutely. I think I had one record remaining on the bike in Canada, and it got taken down. Oh, it got taken down a couple of weeks ago.
Officially now? It's official that it was taken down, yeah.
Well, it's a tough one, Julian, because there was no swim. They cancelled the swim, so I think there's still got to be a little bit of an asterisk next to that one. So I'm hoping that they let me keep my title. We just have the two of us there.
That would be nice.
But you can see right now on the bike paths, this first 5 to 6 kilometres. On the right-hand side of this course, that is actually the run course, so the blue pathway. That is part of the marathon course here. They will be running, of course, in the opposite direction to what they're riding in now. Now they are making their way towards the dike. Once they get up onto that dike, they will make their way towards Lelystad. You can see our professional men now making their way towards the swim exit. So our top 3 professional women are out. We know that first-time pro Tina Kreisman from Germany. So newbie pro, first time racing an international race outside of Germany, first time lining up over this distance. So we've got quite a few newbies here racing today, which makes it really exciting. Magda Niewald also in that group. So Tina Kreisman also now onto the bike, as well as Magda. Michelle Vesterby making her way towards her bike.
And our spotters are telling us that she's really enjoying her day. She was smiling when she was exiting the water, and the crowd was heavily cheering on her. And I saw that at the swim start. I'm not sure if you could see that too. She had her own fan community with her, and yeah, they were really cheering hard on her, and she was really smiling, having fun down there. So nothing about crying or so because of the emotions, but just having fun.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see. But just to give you an update right now on screen, this is Marlena de Boer, Chloe Sparrow and Alana Siffert, our lead 3 females. We then got a small group behind Tina Kreisman and Magda Niewald. We're out next on the water. And a little further behind, Michelle Vesterby, Jana Uderstad and Catherine Verstoft from Belgium. So all of these women are now out of the swim and onto the bike. 12-metre rule here today being employed for our professional men and women, as well as our age groupers. So back with our professional men as they make their way towards this swim exit. They are almost there. Couple more strokes and they will make their way. That is Onion Stojanovic and Lucas Voigt. So Lucas Voigt's first out of the water as expected. Onion Stojanovic. We then have Florian Angert out in 3rd. Andrew Horsfeld-Turner will be there. Josh Lewis is there. Jesper Svensson also there. So Lucas Voigt coming out in 44.45. So great swim from Lucas. Onion Stojanovic in second. Florian Angert in third. Jesper Svensson was out in fourth. Josh Lewis in fifth. Andrew Horsfall-Turner in sixth. And also a great swim from Matteo Montanari from Italy. Also out with our lead men. So all the main players that we anticipated would be out in that lead group are there. Very powerful group heading onto the bike. There he goes, Joshua Lewis. I'm going to be really keen to see how Josh goes today. Josh was at Challenge Rot back in July, finishing in the top 10 there. There's Jesper Svensson on screen. The great Swede, also making his way now onto the bike. Whoop, a little bit of a slip there. So we have a lead group of 7. That's our Italian, Matteo Montanari, now making his way out. So our top 7 men now out onto the bike. Now we talked about that swim record held by Dylan McNeese back in 2013 of 46.10. We need to see if that was officially taken. I think it might have been. But we will get an exact split on that shortly. But I think Lucas Voigt could be lucky here this year. We still need him to make his way to the finish line, so early days yet. But there he is on screen right now, our swim leader. Now sitting just behind Jesper Svensson from Sweden. But you can see right now on screen, look at these roads, beautiful smooth roads, as our women now make their way out and up onto the dike. That was Alana Siffert. You can see little technical here as they make their way up onto the dike right now. So our lead professional women now onto the dike. It's around a 20-kilometre straight shoot now towards Lillestad. We know that they've got a slight crosswind here. Nothing too crazy. Once they make their way towards the end of the dike and they turn right, they will have a beautiful tailwind. So that's when we're going to really see some high speeds on the bike for our women, upward of 40 kilometres an hour. But Marlena de Boer on screen, second here last year. I know she wants that top spot this year. Definitely the most experienced of the 3 riding out front.
De Boer, 3 times podium this year, in the 4th place at the Ironman South Africa, 2nd at Challenge Gunsan, winner of long distance Ironman Sweden and of the 70.3 Poznan. 8 hours 39:31, that was her time in Sweden.
She's had a great year so far. Definitely on paper, she's had the most successful year of all of the women racing. She knows this course very, very well. But you can see here just a little technical, little tricky here. They need to get up out of their error bars. They were told about this section of the course in the race briefing. Most of these athletes have had a chance to go over this course, so they know what they're in for. As we are back with our professional men as they make their way towards the dike. So 2-lap bike course here. As I said, once they get up onto that dike, it's about a 20-kilometre straight shoot towards the town of Lelystad. They will then turn right, make their way throughout the countryside. They'll have a nice tailwind once they hit that section of the bike, so it'll be very, very fast. They then make their way back here into Almere, and they'll do it all over again. So while our men are now making their way towards the dike, we do have course animation to show you on exactly what this bike course looks like here in Almere. So looking down on the town, the city of Almere, you can see that they make their way these first 5 to 6 kilometres of the bike course. Very, very technical. Make their way towards the dike, up onto the dike, and then it is a nice long straight shoot along the dike. A little bit of a technical section there, back along the dike, all the way to the town of Lelystad. So, making their way around, very flat, probably the flattest course that you will ever find. And then we go towards Lelystad. You can see this section, flat, fast and furious. It's this section here where they will have a tailwind. But biggest thing about this bike course is you rarely need to get out of your aero bars. And then making their way back towards the city of Almere. And they will do it all again. So you can see in that animation, so much long, straight sections of the course.
And as you said, it's something where you need the power to stay in that aero position, which, for example, fits perfectly well Jesper Svensson. And then, as you can see, we come back to T2 and then start onto the run while we're back here at the women's race.
Interesting point you said there, because obviously we know once they get up onto the dikes and onto those long, flat sections of the course, rarely any need to get out of the aero bars. Now, while that's nice, it's also potential for problems later on because cramping can occur. A lot of people, I see them, a lot of athletes get off the bike here, their lower backs have seized up on them, their hamstrings have seized up on them, their glutes have seized up on them. And you really need to make a conscious effort throughout the bike ride to get up out of the saddle, to get up out of the aero bars, just to give, you know, those hamstrings, those glutes, that lower back, just a little bit of reprieve. Because if you don't do that, that marathon could be awfully painful.
It's going to be interesting to see then, because as somebody like Belinda who is routined enough to know that, and we'll see if Elena Stifford, after her first 180k, how she will do, and if she will do some stretching too. As you said, she's intelligent racing, she is well taught what to do, so it's going to be interesting to see how she, all those three, going to start the marathon later.
No, absolutely. And you look at someone like Chloe Sparrow too, very, very aero position on her bike. She's only a very small athlete, but she has got quite an extreme position when you look at her in her aero position. So, and again, Chloe Sparrow leading the way right now. She's going to be first. She's in first place right now with Alana Siffert in second and Marlene de Boer on screen now in third. But both of our first and second females lining up here for the first time, having never raced over this distance before.
Is this Elena Stifford overtaking Chloe Sparrow?
That is indeed. So Alanis, that's exactly what she did last weekend in Almere, and doing exactly the same right now, taking control of this race. It's where she likes to race. She likes to race on the front. It's where she feels more comfortable. And I dare say Chloe Sparrow will be happy for the help. But you can see on screen, Alana Siffert was just that little bit slower out of transition because she took the time to put on a vest, to put on some arm warmers, whereas Chloe Sparrow was the first out, happy to just be in her race kit, in that GB race kit.
Also something that has to be mentioned, maybe because it's the European Championship. They are not racing with the normal sponsors, but with their flags of their home country on it.
And that's right, because it is a European Championship, we are running by European triathlon rules, World Triathlon rules, and because it is a championship event, uniform checks were made. So all of the athletes had to bring their uniforms to the pro briefing. They had to be checked and ticked off there. And then again, they were checked this morning before they got into their wetsuits. So when they got to transition to set up their bikes, they had another quick uniform check. Created a few complications yesterday. I know Florian Angert, his suit was not approved. So there was a little bit of a mad dash race to find a suit that was approved. He was able to do that, which is great because we didn't want Florian missing out on today. But very strict uniform rules when it comes to championship events here with World Triathlon.
So we're now getting closer to the dike. Very soon they're going to take a turn to the right. And then there will be a lot of water on the left shoulder. As we said, not too much wind out there. As you can see also now the ground changes a bit here in the beginning. That's why we call that a technical course. A lot of, like here, really strong curves. Not back to our position. So as we can still see, this is Belinda de Boer from the Netherlands in chasing position. In front of her, that's Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain, and in first position, young gun Alana Siffert. As we're back in the men's race, Lucas Voigt here leading from Germany. We awaited him to be first man out of the water, and that was him. But what was different to what we expected was that he was not on his own.
And we do know what he officially swam today, so we have been sent through his official swim time, which was 44:45. So he indeed now does hold the swim record since it became a challenge event. The record was Dylan McNeice at 46:10, so 44:45, absolutely flying. Lucas Voigt, our swim leader here today.
Say 44:45. So the one that's from the Almere races in beforehand.
From way back in the day.
Way back, also 1993, Arthur de Roo with 44:31. That was close.
So close. So the overall record here today in both our men's and women's race for the swim, safe and sound.
But of course, Lucas has to finish the race. He wasn't able to do so last year because of injury, but as you said, he's here in full strength. So far, it's looking really well. Leading position, he's used to that position because like most or all of his races, he's first man out of the water. But we also have to see it in a realistic way. That will change sooner or later with, among others, Jasper Svensson, Florian Angert on his heels. We don't know how far Milan Brons is behind.
We do, Milan Brons. Yeah, he's right now around 3 minutes down. So that's what he predicted. He did predict that he would be around that 3-minute mark down on this lead group. So just to this lead group, quite a big lead group. We've got Onyan Stojanovic in first place, Josh Lewis, Florian Angert, Andrew Horsfall Turner, Jasper Svensson and Lucas Voigt. Matteo Montanari is there just off the back, so that lead group. So we've got that lead group of 6 with Matteo sort of a little bit in no man's land. We've then got Pim van Diemen, another of our top Dutch athletes here today, along with Milan Brons, riding together. So those two men from the Netherlands riding together. but they are around that 3-minute mark back on our lead group of 6. So Marlene de Boer playing a very smart game right here now. She knows the 2 women up in front are very inexperienced when it comes to this distance. She's quite content to just sit back that 12 metres and let them set the pace up front, particularly for this first lap of 2. I'm sure she would have sat down with her coach Yvonne van Vleck and they would have spoken about this scenario. They would have known that these 2 women in front were very, very strong swimmers.
When we take a look at what's happening behind those 3 leading women, we have Tina Kreisman from Germany, 4th position, round about 2.5 minutes behind. Magda Niewood, South Africa, racing again after injury, and Michelle Westby, we were talking about her, last race as professional. She's also another minute behind, in right now 6th position, and Jana Uderstadt from Germany. Bit of a dark horse too, because she can do really well on the bike. Maybe she can get closer to the leading group.
She's definitely one of our favourites here today. It hasn't done too much this year so far. Our Torsten Rade has her down in 3rd place at the end of the day. We'll see about that. But Michelle Vesterby, like you said, it's going to be a very emotional day for Michelle. 41 years of age, she's had such an illustrious career in the sport. It's going to be great to watch her out there. She's here with her husband Klaus, her 2 boys, Marcus and Hector, back home. But I'm sure they are watching right now on the big screen at home, watching their mum do what she does best. And that was one of the most important things for Michelle when she became a mother, was just being an incredible role model for her 2 boys. And she really is teaching them that age is but a number, and to always put your best foot forward. She's one of the most liked athletes in the sport of triathlon, always has been, always smiling, always bubbly. But I have a sneaky suspicion, Julian, that at the end of the day there are going to be lots of tears on this finish line. Happy tears, of course, but nonetheless.
When you compare it to your end of career, how was that?
It's too long ago for me to remember, to be honest.
No. Those 5 years, come on.
Look, I didn't have one last race. I decided that because this sport had been such a huge part of my life, it still is, that I would take a nice year-long retirement. So I think Sebi Kinley did very similar to what I did, in that I decided to go to all of the races that I loved and adored, and also chose a couple that I wanted to do before I decided to hang my shoes up. And so I took a long year. So I remember going to each race saying, this will be my last race in this country, this will be my last race in Australia, this will be my last long distance race, this is my last middle distance race. But you know, by the time we got to the very last race, which I think was Laguna Phuket Triathlon in Thailand, I was ready. You know, I'd had a long year of partying and celebrating, so I was definitely more than ready. But it's tough, and every athlete needs to do it a little differently. Of course, we had the great Daniela Riff recently announce her retirement. I think I shed a little bit of a tear, because she truly is one of, if not the greatest long distance female or male, I have to say, that we've ever seen. You know, we had Jan Frodeno also retire last year. And between Jan Frodeno and Daniela Riff, 2 of the greatest athletes that we've ever seen and ever will see in the sport of triathlon. Absolutely brilliant in every sense of the word.
The goats, yes.
Absolute goats.
And it's a pity, like you said, with Daniela, that she had to end her career in the way she did now.
Sometimes you don't get a choice, Julian. It's just the way sport's fickle, and it can be incredibly cruel.
But when you follow her, she seems so happy, so relaxed about it now.
She's got nothing left to prove. I mean, okay, yes, in a perfect case scenario, going out with one last race would have been fantastic. But we saw last year with Jan Frodeno lining up for the World Championships, which wasn't one of his greatest races. it's just about signing off. And with, I think Danielle, okay, she didn't get to have that one last fairy tale event, but if she goes back and looks at her career, oh my gosh.
She's satisfied with herself, absolutely.
There's been no athlete in the world that's been able to do what she's done. It's truly a remarkable career.
Set up her statue.
But I think now, with it being an Olympic year, we know that so many of the Olympians that were in Paris have started to move across to what we say the dark side, to the longer distance triathlons. And we'll see yet again, we'll start to find some new superstars. So while we've got the greats of the sport retiring, we've got some new incredible superstars making their way through. Julie Deron pops to mind straight away. I think she's going to be a force to be reckoned with over the middle distance racing. Absolutely incredible. Martin Van Riel, for example, in the men's race, he already is fantastic over this middle distance. So we're going to see a brand new era now of middle distance athletes and long distance athletes. It's always the way after an Olympic cycle. You'll get these Olympic distance athletes that decide now it's the time to move up to the middle distance and long distance. And you just see the bar continue to being raised, and that's what I love about the sport.
Absolutely. And you never know how it's going to evolve in the end. There's so many athletes in before, and we said they are so talented, or maybe they are not on our screen right now, and then they pop up and going to be really, really strong and dominate the field. So we can see Lucas Voigt has been overtaken. And he's at the back of the lead group. Right in front of him, that's Jesper Svensson.
And we do know that Josh Lewis now has just an ever so slight lead off the front. So this is our lead group. But our spotters out on course. Big shout out to our spotters down on course. But we do know that Joshua Lewis has just had a quick look over his shoulders. He has a little gap. And then Florian Angert also up there. Svensson, Horsfeld Turner, Stojanovic and Lucas Voigt. Absolutely no wind out there right now. Almost unheard of here in Almere, almost unheard of here in the Netherlands, but so far they're saying very, very little wind out on course. And you can see right now just how flat and fast this course can be. And look at the gear that Alana Siffert is pushing. This is so typical Sutto. Did you see the difference in cadence between Alana as she went past Chloe Sparrow? But this is exactly up front. And you've got Marlene de Boer, of course, also pushing that big gear, even bigger than Alana. So Alana's pushing a big gear, but de Boer pushing an even bigger gear. So our women really stomping the pedals here today as she makes her way to the front. So interesting to see that right now. So Marlene de Boer was quite content during the technical sections of this bike to just sit back, let Chloe Sparrow and Alana Siffert lead the way. But now we are right up on the really fast section. We know this section of the course, they have a tailwind. But Marlene de Boer, second here last year, looking very, very comfortable on the bike here.
It's going to be interesting to see if they can maybe build up some chemistry together. I will say, especially Marlene de Boer and Alice, if they can maybe work together, see how long Chloe Sparrow can stay with that group. Because I think the longer we are on the dike, the more Marlene will power hard, push hard.
Well, I know that Marlene, I spoke to her yesterday, and she really wants to keep this title in the country. We've had so many great Dutch champions here in the past. Yvonne van Vleck, and of course leading the way. We've had Sarissa de Vries. Last year, Els Visser. And now this year, the baton has been handed on to this young woman on screen, Marlene de Boer. Great close-up shot there. We know that behind these three lead women, we've got Michelle Vesterby, as well as Magda Nieuwald. Tina Kreisman, another one of our newbie pros, has only been pro for a very short amount of time. First time racing over this distance, first time racing in Almere. Jana Uderstad, and then Katrin Verstoft a little further back. De Wertje Baks from the Netherlands, also in our top 10, another one of our Dutch athletes. So a really strong contingent of Dutch athletes here today. I think we've got 9 professional men and women racing here from the Netherlands. But our lead 3 on screen now, with a lead of around 2.5 minutes, close to 3 minutes. So very similar situation to our men's race, where we have our lead group and then our chasers behind it at around that 3-minute mark. So around 2 minutes 40 to be precise, we have Tina Kreisman and Magda Nieuwald. A little further behind, Michelle Vesterby and Jana Uderstad. They're riding together. We then move a little further back to Katrin Verstoft and then De Wertje Baks. Great shot there of Jesper Svensson. He is an absolute monster. One of the tallest athletes in the group, along with Lucas Voigt. Very powerful on the bike. And actually runs very, very well for such a tall athlete. He was second earlier this year at Challenge Gunsand to Jack Moody. Jack Moody, of course, leading our world bonus right now. Jesper Svensson, a good result here today, will move him up further. He will need to win the race today, because the way that our world bonus works, it is the best of 6 races, of which only 1 can be full distance. So he is already counting his race from Korea, which was full distance, and he got second place points for that. If he wants to use the race today, he will need to win this race, take the Korean race out of the equation, but really good points on offer here today. You can see right now our lead men on screen.
Ojen Stojanovic, the Serb.
So Ojen was here last year for the very first time, and it was his first time over the distance as well. So lining up, debuting over the distance. He wasn't able to finish last year. I know he's got some unfinished business, is what he said to me. He was 7th last weekend in Gerardmer, and he's had some great races. 2nd at Challenge Gallipoli this year and 4th at Challenge Gdansk. But he really wants to do well here today. after not being able to make it to the finish line last year.
Yeah, not so satisfying race, I guess, in Frankfurt too for him. 19th place there. 7 hours 49, and then we can see Florian Engert on screen, as we said before. 1.5 or 2 tough years are behind him. He hopes to come back on this big stage, on the big screen.
I barely recognise him. I'm so used to seeing him in the blue kit of Erdinger. I know he's still got his Erdinger helmet on, but I'm so used to his race kit being blue. Of course, today he has to wear the German colours, the official German race suit. But yeah, talking of Florian, of course, his partner, Katharina Wolf, won the race here back in 2022. I asked Florian if she's been able to give him some pointers, because Florian racing here for the very first time. Andrew Horsfall-Turner on screen right now. He was second out of the water, very strong swimmer. Great to see 2 of the British men up in this lead group with Joshua Lewis and Andrew Horsfall-Turner.
He was third at the 70.3 Swansea this year. And had 2 long distances in Texas and in Cairns, where he finished 19th and 32nd. So we'll have to see how long he can stay with that group, or when the other guys will pull down the hammer, especially Svensson.
Yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion that this league group will not stay together. We could possibly see them keeping in contact with each other for the first lap, but I think it's only a matter of time before we see it start to split apart.
And our spotters told us now that in the women's race, Malin de Boer has been pulling away from the other 2 and has a 15 seconds lead over Sifford and Sparrow.
It's interesting, you know, you look at the strategy that this young woman on screen now, she's so clever. She didn't do anything dramatic or anything too crazy at the beginning. She decided, you know what, for the first part, for this technical section of the course, I'm just going to make sure I get my heart rate to where I need it to be. I'm not going to go crazy. And she let the other 2 women take the lead, let them set the pace. And now she's feeling good. She's warmed up. She's in her element. And she's just slowly but surely going to try and pull away from the likes of Chloe Sparrow and Alana Siffert. So really smart racing from de Boer early on in this bike ride. As we come to the first of the many aid stations out there today. Big shout out to our volunteers. I know for a fact I've been here 5 times now, 5 years in a row that I've been working at this event. And the volunteers here are brilliant. Take their jobs very, very seriously. Look at these conditions, Julian. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I mean, as I said, I arrived here on Tuesday to nothing but rain. I was having lunch in one of the cafes in Almere on Wednesday. It started hailing. And today, there is barely a cloud in the sky. And we know it is still quite cold. It's around 12, 13 degrees Celsius. There's a great shot there of Joshua Lewis. A little bit of a deep breath there from Josh. One of the nicest guys you'll find on the circuit. He's here with his girlfriend. Last night we were heading for dinner and we bumped into the 2 of them in the hotel, and both of them were having a beer. I said, Josh, you're my type of guy. So 1 beer before race day, getting that last little bit of carb loading in.
He's now in that leading position that he wanted to be at. He was 8th in Roth this year. Great race,
great race in Roth. Very competitive field. He was 10th at the championship in summer in Slovakia as well back in May, and also 3rd at Challenge Wales. He's from Jersey, so flying the flag today for Great Britain, but actually from Jersey. Having a quick look behind just to see what's going on behind him.
In Roth, he had a 7:52. Going to be interesting to see if he can beat that. To win, he has to beat that 7:52, and that quick course here, as we said, course record lies at 7 hours 36. So yeah, maybe PB for him too when he can keep it up.
Look at that slow cadence. She is really pushing a big gear up here on the flats. But you know, this is exactly the sort of way you need to ride this particular course. It is a strong woman's, a strong person's course. It's one of those courses you just get down in the error bars and you just continue to grind all day long. Second here last year to Els Visser.
Our spotters are telling us that 3.5 minutes behind our leaders, we have Magda Niewood, Michelle Westerby, Jana Uderstadt, and from Germany, Tina Kreisman.
Magda Niewold, she's an interesting one. We know that this is the first race of the year for Magda after having a brilliant year of racing last year. She was carrying an injury. She'd been carrying it for quite some time, even though last year was brilliant in terms of racing. She did have a pretty nasty injury that once they realised exactly what was going on in her foot, it required surgery, and quite dramatic surgery, foot surgery. It's taken a long, long time for her to recover from the surgery. But she is feeling good and ready, coached by Yvonne van Vlekken as well. So Yvonne coaching both this lady on screen, Marlene de Boer, and and Magda Niewold. But I'm going to be really interested to see how Magda does go here today.
And with her, as we said, is Jana Uderstadt from Germany. She's in a total different position, not being injured in beforehand, of course, but she comes in with 2 5th places at the 70.3 Kraichgau and 70.3 Poznan, and the 7th place at Vitoria Gasteiz. So she is, I don't want to say on a roll, but
she's in good form. Good form.
Yeah.
And, you know, went 8:49 in Spain as well, so really solid time there.
Definitely. And in the men's race, so Joshua Lewis is in the lead. We have the same 5 men chasing him, but they lost some time. So Joshua is trying to get away from these guys here, as we said, among others, Lukas Voigt, Florian Angert, Jesper Svensson, Andrew Horsford-Turner, and tell me, who did I forget?
You've got Josh.
Oh, Jens Stojanovic.
Oh, yes, Stojanovic, exactly. That was on screen then. Of course, Lukas Voigt leading out of the swim, but quite happy to stay at the back of this group. There he is, Wojciech Stojanovic. Unfinished business here after failing to finish last year. Putting himself in the perfect position right now.
The spotters said that Jesper Svensson looks pretty in control of what he's doing. However, Florian Angert looks a bit uncomfortable at this point, but I think that doesn't have to mean anything for him in that moment. It's just the point of view of our spotters out there, which we are really thankful for.
Of course, Andrew Horsfeld-Turner, second out of the swim this morning. But Josh Lewis, great to see him. He wasn't content to just stay there. He knows he wants to put a little bit of time between himself. He knows that there are some very good runners in this group. So, playing a sensible game, trying to get a little bit of gap on himself and these pursuers. Josh, he didn't have an easy time of it getting here. For most of our races, you just have to contact me to be able to enter. But when it's a championship event like this, you must firstly be nominated by your federation. So every athlete that's racing here today, whether it be age group or professional athlete, you need to be nominated by your federation. Once you have received that nomination, you are then able to register. But there is a medical check that you have to go by. So all of these athletes have had medical checks as part of their nomination, which must be done. So for Josh Lewis, it took a little bit longer than it was anticipated to get his entry in, but we got there in the end. As I said, Florian Angert yesterday having a little bit of an issue with his kit, so he's in one of his older race kits. But there are very strict rules and regulations when it comes to racing championship events. But the great thing is, we've got both Florian Angert and Josh Lewis on the race course, and both putting themselves in very good positions right now out on course. But look at this, honestly, these are such long, straight sections. And of course, first lap, the mind's still ready and willing. Everything's going well, but that second lap, sometimes these long straight sections where it just doesn't even look like you're making up any ground can start really having an effect mentally on you. But this group now, much easier when you've got the company of others. And you can see up front, you can see that Josh Lewis has that little bit of a lead. You look pan right up the road. He has managed to separate himself.
So exciting race so far at Challenge Almere here. Joshua Lewis in the lead, chased by a pack of 5. As we head to a short commercial break, we are right back with you at Challenge Almere 2024.
And we are back here, Challenge Almere-Amsterdam 2024. It is also the European Long Distance Championship and the Dutch Long Distance Championship. On screen right now, Florian Angert. Absolutely picture-perfect conditions here in Almere for this year's race. Very little wind out on course. Still a little on the chilly side, currently sitting at around 13 degrees Celsius. We are expecting highs of only 18 degrees today. That's going to make for some very fast marathon times. Last year, complete opposite situation where we had around 28 degrees Celsius for the marathon. We were seeing athletes dropping like flies. I don't think we will be seeing the same this year. Right now on screen, our leader, Marlene de Boer from the Netherlands. She was second here last year. We got to have an interview with Marlene yesterday. Let's take a listen to what she had to say. All right, Marlene de Boer, you were second here last year to fellow Dutch woman Els Visser. What would it mean to you to go one place higher tomorrow?
Yeah, it would mean a lot, to be honest. This is a race we've been focusing on the entire year, and although my recent results were pretty good as well, so happy about that. But yeah, the A race for this year is Challenge Almere, so I'm very excited to be here, and I think the organization did a great job again. It looks perfect on the course, the weather forecast is good, so I'm really excited.
Now, I think you were being a little bit modest there when you said that you've had a good season. You've had a great season. You've had some really strong races, including a win in Sweden. So we know you're in great shape, great form physically and mentally coming into this race. Are you feeling confident to get on that top step? We've got a good field. It's a solid field racing.
Yeah, I'm not focused on the result actually tomorrow. Like, I'm focusing on my own race, and I know in what shape I am. At the moment, I know what I can do, and I think I did everything to be as good as I can be and can race tomorrow. Of course, there are always some factors that you can't control, so yeah, I'm ready to embrace that as well tomorrow, and then focus on myself, focus on my outcome. I feel super relaxed and excited, so I know for sure that there are a lot of other strong ladies that also really would love to win here tomorrow. So yeah, we'll see and find out tomorrow.
Now, you are coached by no other than the great Yvonne van Vleuten, Vonzie. She's won here before. Yeah. Have you used that to your advantage? Has she been able to give you some little secrets to this race? I know you were second here last year, so obviously you know this course. But has she been important in the build-up to this race here in Almere?
She's been very important in the build-up in terms of my training plan, but we haven't talked a lot. We never do talk a lot about races in general. So of course she does give me some tips, but yeah, I know the course. I've raced here last year. I know what to expect, and I'm confident about that. Like, I don't need to talk it over and over again. That's what we did last couple of races, and that's what we're doing now. And yeah, I'm happy, I'm excited, I'm healthy, and I'm really happy to be here tomorrow together with my coach, with my family, with my friends. My team, Triathlon Insights, will be along the course. Yeah, I'm looking forward to your kind words as well. Like, you've been very kind to me last year on the live stream. I enjoyed to look that back, so I'm excited.
Well, I have a feeling I'll be talking about you quite a bit tomorrow, so best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
And of course, that was Marlene de Boer, and I am talking about her a lot because she is leading this race out of the water this morning in third place. But it did not take her long to move away to the front. And she is now comfortably in first position. Behind her, Chloe Sparrow also looking very strong. And then a little further back, we've got Alana Siffert, our early swim leader. So the three women still leading the way here in the early stages of the bike. 2-lap bike course. They are on lap 1 right now.
Back with Joshua Lewis. Our spotters told us then when he was told how far he is ahead.
I think there was the big thumbs up.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I think he's quite happy with his position right now on course. He has managed to put a gap between himself and that chase group. And that would have been no easy feat because there are some very strong riders in that chase group. Florian Angert, Jesper Svensson. But Josh Lewis looking really comfortable right now. I'd love to see a great result from Josh. We know that he's definitely improving over this distance every time he hits the race course. 8th place in Roth this year. Fellow countryman Tommy Bishop taking second that day. He's catching some of our professional women. So Josh Lewis overtaking our professional women. 15 minutes was the deficit this morning between our professional women and our professional men.
We heard they're riding about 55 k an hour out there. That is really fast.
It certainly is. We know that there's very little wind. In fact, the wind position right now, which is slightly westerly, is actually one of the fastest wind positions on this particular section of the course. As you can see now, Joshua Lewis is about to overtake Marlene de Boer, our lead female. So now Josh Lewis straight past, as you'd expect. And he is now at the front of this race. But both of these athletes on screen doing everything right. I have to admit, Josh, he's been here since Monday, and he just looked so relaxed. Every time I bumped into him and his partner, they were just enjoying Almere. You know, it was almost like they were here, not for a holiday, but he wasn't getting wound up or anxious about anything. You could see that he was just happy to be here. It was a bit of a process getting him here, so I think he's just thankful that he's here, he's able to race, and right now he is putting on a show for us all.
And I think Almere, the town itself, helps a lot there. Just gets you being relaxed and organized, because it's not a hectic place.
It's a nice cruisy town, that's correct. And Josh, of course, staying in the Athletes Hotel, the Leonardo, right opposite the finish line here. Literally a 30-second walk to the hotel room from the event premises. It's really, really convenient.
Yes, we are about to leave the dike now, anytime soon. Our spotter said it's not that far anymore. And then the race, I don't want to say it becomes a different part of it, but again, we have those long passages, but a lot of more, I don't want to say technical, because that's too hard of a word for that, but not only going straight in the arrow position when we leave the dike.
And of course, we're going to change in wind direction as well. We do know that the hardest part of the course will be when they start to make their way back into the city of Almere. That will probably be the only section where the wind will not be to their advantage. Great shot there of Alana Siffert, currently in third position. We know that chase group of men have now passed Alanis. She's been training up in the mountains in St. Moritz with her team. She's here with her brother in Almere. He's here supporting her.
And so interesting to see, like you said, like the advice you gave, she looks so well clothed.
Yeah, now, you know, and it's funny because, I mean, she's from Switzerland, so she's used to the colder weathers, particularly where you train up in St. Moritz. It gets very, very cold up there, but I think she just didn't want to take any risks. It's her first time over this distance. At the end of the day, if she gets too warm, she can always remove clothing, but you do not want to get in a situation where you are cold from the start, because it's very, very difficult to turn that around. I've had a couple of instances in the past where I was too quick out of transition, that I didn't dress appropriately, and I paid the price, and it is very difficult to come back from it. Once that body temperature goes down, you cannot get it back up again. But you can see that gap now between herself and Chloe Sparrow. So that women's group of three, very spread out right now, with Marlene de Boer leading, in second place Chloe Sparrow, in third Alana Siffert. And those gaps are starting to really open up now in our women's race. So Alana Siffert, 22 years of age, our youngest competitor in the field. We got to chat to her yesterday to ask her how her preparations have been going for her very first time over this distance. Alanis, you are not only lining up for your very first time over the full distance, but you are also the youngest racing at only 22 years of age. How are the nerves holding up as you take on this brand new adventure?
Yeah, as it's my first race, I'm really excited and I'm taking it as a challenge, and I will just enjoy the day and the race and embrace it and make the most out of it.
Now, you've had a stellar season so far. I think you've got at least a handful of second places in some pretty big races. But only last week, I believe, a career best race for you where you finished in first place at Almere Extra XL, beating the likes of Ash Gentle in the process. I mean, truly incredible race. Where do you think you've seen your biggest improvements this season?
Yeah, I think my biggest improvement has been on the bike and the run, but the bike, it's there where last week I could really win the race and putting a big advantage. So it's really where I'm like now really strong and building up more and more.
Now, it's interesting you say that because obviously last week in Almere, very, very hilly bike, lots of ascents and descents. A little bit different this weekend in Almere, where it's probably about the flattest course you can get in the world. But is this still something that you're excited about?
Yes, exactly, because I rode yesterday here and it's just super flat, so totally the opposite. But I'm looking forward, and it's also my first full distance, so it doesn't change anything. And the place is just so beautiful, so I'm gonna soak up all the energy and take it for my race.
Now, you're coached by Brett Sutton. He's nicknamed you the Duck. Tell us a little bit about that, why the Duck, because I think that this year you are starting to prove him wrong in that department.
Yeah, well, when I started, so in summer 2021, I could not run at all. Like, I just started running, and I was literally running like a duck, and not coming forward, and my elbow going to the right and left side, and my legs too. So we could really see it, and now I'm getting a bit of running, so that's good, yeah.
You certainly have. I mean, you have really got no weakness anymore. A swim, bike, run is just, it's brilliant. And at 22 years of age, it's scary to think what we're going to see from you in the years to come. Now, when you sat down with your coach and you talked about doing your first full distance race at 22, were there any expectations? Did you come in here talking to him thinking about coming top 3 or placing, or is it just, you know what, Alanis, just go out there and just do what you do best, don't think about it?
Yeah, well, I would say it's like every race I go, I just give my best effort, and then whatever comes out, if I do my best, give my best, leave it all out there, then it's a great race, and that's what I'm going to do tomorrow.
I have absolutely no doubt. I've seen you race many times this year, and that's what you do each and every time you start. So best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Alanis Siffert from Switzerland, 22 years of age. At the moment in 3rd position as we're heading back to the men's race, where still Josh Lewis is in 1st position. He has
It's just over 2 minutes now, so it's an incredible lead. You're just over 2 minutes over Andrew Horsfeld-Turner and Florian Angert. So great riding from Joshua Lewis early on in this bike race.
right. As we said, Lucas Voigt, Jesper Svensson and Arjen Stojanovic in that group. They are still working well together. Not losing or haven't left any time. They haven't lost any more time. And in 7th and 8th position, we have the Dutch train following the chase group. This is Milan Bros and Pim van Diemen, who are another 2 minutes behind the chase group. As we can see, Andrew Horsfeld-Turner still in that group. Gotta be interesting to see how he can handle that. Of course, it's a big help for him that he has some guys around him, but the point is, how long can he keep up that pace?
Yeah, you're dead right. It's definitely a massive advantage, particularly on the way this course works and these long flat sections. It's definitely an advantage for Andrew to try and stay within contact of this chase group for as long as possible. But I'm just so impressed with Joshua Lewis. I mean, it's not easy to ride away from a group of this caliber. And right now, just over 2 minutes, so 2 minutes and about 16 seconds to be precise. So great riding from Josh. So speaking of Milan Brons, he is our favourite here as far as the Dutch athletes go. Great to see that he is riding with Pim van Diemen, another one of our Dutch athletes. around that 3-minute mark down, or not quite, just under. I think he's managed to push it. He's managed to close that deficit slightly now over this chase group, which is good to see. Milan, he's actually a local, so he was literally born. If we turn around outside our studio, the hospital that's just on the run course is where Milan Bronze was born. So he is a true local of Almere. Of course, we know now he resides in Girona, having made that move just over a year ago. He moved there with his girlfriend, the training mecca of triathlon. There are so many triathletes, top triathletes, that base themselves in Girona. I can understand why. I've been there several times now, and it really is a fabulous spot to train and to live. So he said it's been great. He's got some really good training partners there in Girona that he's been able to train with. But so far, putting himself in a pretty good position early on in this bike. I know he'll want to try and cut that deficit down even further. As we see Chloe Sparrow in second position. Oh, and look at this. That is Alana Siffert that's just gone past there in the bike lane. So I'm not sure.
I'm both sides. I'm not sure how it's going, because the men's race, they were on the right side. Actually, that's why I was wondering
why Chloe was on the actual road. That's right.
It was a bit bumpy too on that road. It looked like, as you can see at her bottle right now.
It is moving around. So that was Alana Siffert that went past like a freight train, I have to say. We knew that these two were quite close. We know that Marlene de Boer's got a decent lead, a decent gap over these two.
Look like she is flying away from Chloe. Because we were talking about it beforehand. She lost quite a lot of time now in the last K, throughout the last K. And
maybe it's just taken a little bit of time for Alanis to get her legs. She did just race only last weekend in Gerardmer.
And look, like that curve that we just took, Chloe has to go that way now, and Alanis can go straight through on the other side. So I guess Chloe had lost the perfect track on this side.
Yeah, I'm not sure. She's obviously taken a little bit of a slight wrong turn there, but still heading in the right direction. I'm sure we'll get her on the pathway as soon as she can get back onto it. But you can see there, yeah, there is a couple of opportunities where Chloe will be able to get back down onto that bike path.
That would be a good moment here. Yeah, we will see that she can now get back on it. Now it opens up again. Now also Alanis has left the bike lane again, back on the normal road. Interesting. Haven't seen that in the last years, I must say. I was always wondering, yes, we have the bike track on the right side, the official road on the left side. That tactical played really well by Alana Siffert here, our young gun. And with that, she got a little closer maybe to Belinda Boer and away from Chloe Sparrow.
So our professional women and men have passed through the 40-kilometre mark. We've got Marlene de Boer with around a 2-minute 20 lead over Alana Siffert and Chloe Sparrow. Magda Niewald and Michelle Vesterby riding together along with Jana Uderstadt and Tina Kreisman, so that's quite a good group. They are a further 2 minutes back. And then riding on her own, Katrin Verstoft from Belgium. Around another 2 minutes 10 back from that chase group. So our top 8 women through 40 kilometres. We know that our men are also through 40 kilometres. They have managed to catch and overtake our professional women after that 15-minute deficit at the start this morning. Jesper Svensson from Sweden, second here back in 2021. I spoke to him yesterday. I know he wants to go one better here today. He's currently sitting in second position on our world bonus, end of year challenge family world bonus. Let's hear what Jesper had to say. Jesper, you were second here back in 2021 when it was the World Long Distance Championships after what can only be described as an epic run battle with Christian Hugenhaug. What would it mean for you to go one better this year and be crowned European long distance champ?
Yeah, this is third time the charm. So I was fourth last year and I got a little bit cooked on the run there. So I think the weather is in my favor for tomorrow. So yeah, I'm feeling ready and ready to push tomorrow.
Now, you were second earlier this year at Challenge Gunsam, which was a full distance race in Korea. You were third at Challenge Gdansk, so we know that you're in really good physical form coming into this race. Mentally, how are you feeling about tomorrow?
No, I have a bit of eager to race again. I had 2 races there I could not finish the race, so yeah, I'm feeling ready, and I know the course here in Almere, so yeah, it's a course that suits me. It's for the aerodynamic and heavy pusher on the bike, and swim is just the lake swim is only flat, and then the run is all just flat also, so it can be fast time tomorrow. So
now, you mentioned the conditions of last year's race. We had really hot and humid conditions, particularly for here in Almere, and I think you weren't alone when you came to crumbling with the weather conditions. It's looking a lot better tomorrow. It's looking like it's going to be really fast conditions, so obviously this suits your strengths, being a little colder.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more heavy athlete, so I have a few muscles I need to cool down, so it's in my favor. So I have done some races in cooler condition, and I have never struggled with the hypothermia, so I'm feeling very confident for tomorrow.
Now, you're one of the strongest swimmers out there tomorrow. Is the plan to try and swim hard and get away on the bike?
I will swim hard. I think we will be a front group with maybe 6 people, I think, and yeah, we can create a big group there on the bike, and then I will try to push. I think we had tailwind on the dikes, and then we have some headwind when we are going into the country again. So.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. I'm sure you're going to be great out there, like you always are every time you come here, so best of luck.
Thank you so much.
And of that course, Jesper Svensson really wants to take the win here today. He's feeling very confident, quietly confident. He's not a man of many words, Jesper, but you can just see he's come to this race really relaxed but ready to put it all on the line here today. Look at the gear that Alana Siffert is pushing right now. That is typical Sutto style. But it really looks like Alana has found that next gear. She just didn't look 100% comfortable at the beginning stages of the bike, but right now looks so much better. But you can just see that gear that she's grinding. This is our chase group right now as they make their way through one of the 8 stations. Joshua Lewis up front and out of sight. Interesting to get the reports back from our spotters out on course just on who's looking comfortable up front. Jesper Svensson definitely looking very comfortable leading this chase group. as I mentioned earlier, this is the 11th edition of Challenge Almere-Amsterdam, the 43rd edition of the race being held here in the Netherlands, and the 41st year of being held here in Almere. We have around 2,300 age group athletes racing today, as well as 50 professional athletes. We have our European Long Distance Championship. We have the Challenge Almere-Amsterdam race. We have the middle distance age group race, and we have the aqua bike. Of course, race weekend, it wasn't just today. It's been going since Thursday. So on Thursday, the 12th of September, the Junior Challenge, we had 350 youngsters hit the water here. We had the Rabo Business Relay as well. Then on Friday, we had the Senior and No Limit Challenge and a free kids run that took place here at the race site. But of course, today, the main event, the European Long Distance Championships. This is what most of the athletes came here to see. They came here to race. See now the wind turbines, they are moving, but not that quickly. There's very little wind out on course. They are expecting it to pick up ever so slightly for the second lap, which is usual here in Almere. But right now, very little wind. It's going to be very interesting to see what sort of lap split we get here at the end of 90 kilometres. Bike course here today, pretty much unchanged since it started. A couple of small minor changes at the beginning of the bike course, but overall fairly similar to what we started with here in Almere. We've had a new run course since 2023. The run here used to be 6 laps total. It's now 4 loops. I absolutely love the run course here. I've run it 4 times I think already. I've made my way around the 10.1 kilometre loop. Beautiful run course. Completely flat apart from a slight rise over one of the bridges. They will make their way over one of the bridges where they will then do a U-turn and come back over the other side, but barely any elevation in it. So incredibly green here in the Netherlands. While DeBar leads the race here today for our elite women, it's going to be interesting to see what that deficit is back to Alana Siffert. We know that it did move out quite significantly, but I have a feeling that Alana Siffert is starting to reduce that gap again to our leader on screen right now. And look at that, now you've got Jesper Svensson making his way past our lead female. We know that Josh Lewis has already gone past Marlene de Boer quite some time ago. We now have Jesper Svensson and that chase group about to make their way through. So Jesper has already overtaken our lead female. And we will soon see the rest of that chase group make their way past Marlene as well. So while we have all of our professional men and women and our age group men and women taking part in the European Long Distance Championship onto the course. We have outside our door our middle distance race getting ready to go. And then, of course, after that, we have our aqua bike as well.
As said, in those two distances, we have more than 2,000 athletes.
2,300.
300 it is. It's lots of people, because Almere is well known for triathlon. They have a really, really old, or maybe one of the oldest triathlons.
Second oldest long distance triathlon outside of Kona.
Teams, I wanted to say too. Yeah, I mean the
relay teams. Yes, absolutely.
That's really a thing they have here for a really long time. And yeah, so many Dutch triathletes who won important races. They have started here in Almere.
And it was the three boys, Jort Flam, Richard Belderok and Jeffrey Visser, who took over running the race. They've been doing it for a long time now.
And they've all finished that race too.
They have all participated and finished that race at least once, several times for some of them, but they are now, of course, Richard Belderok and Jort Flam in charge of Challenge Family now as well. And my bosses, I should say.
And it looks like there has been opened a little gap between Jesper Svensson and Andrew Horsfeld-Turner and Florian Engert. So Horsfeld-Turner and Engert still together, but I think Jesper Svensson got ahead of those two. And I think he has to, because when he wants to close that gap to Joshua Lewis, he has to push harder now. And the closer we get to the second lap, I guess Jesper will place cards, because he is strong on the bike and he has to show up now, at least in the second lap.
Yeah, this is it's an interesting move by Jay. You can see Jesper. He has opened that gap up over Andrew Horsfeld-Turner and Florian Engert. And I'm assuming Onion Stojanovic will be back there as well. But great riding from Jesper Svensson right now. He's having a quick look back to see that he has actually created that gap. He'll only grow in confidence by seeing that that gap is now opening up. And looking that there's nothing that those men behind can actually do here. But you're correct. If he was able to now bridge up towards Josh Lewis, the two of them, then being able to work together on that second loop. Of the two, you would have to say that Jesper Svensson is the stronger over the marathon, or the more proven over the marathon. So our bike records here. Overall bike record held by no other than Starkey, Andrew Starkovitz, also recently retired from the sport of triathlon. He set that back last year, 2023, 4:02:12. And as I mentioned earlier, for our women, it is Renee Kiley at 4:23:07. Will we see these bike records taken down today? This woman on screen right now, looking the goods and looking likely to set a very fast time.
You remember last year we had Els Visser staying with the men's group for some time, using that.
I remember seeing there's great footage of both Els Visser and Renee Kiley swapping off turns together, legally of course, but yes, two very, very powerful bike riders, both Renee Kiley and Els Visser, and also training partners back at the time. So I think they had a little bit of fun out there on the race course last year. Look at that, Marlene de Boer. She looks so comfortable on the bike. Nice controlled breathing, not doing anything crazy, just continuing to lead the way here. We know behind we've got Chloe Sparrow and Alana Sifford still together in second and third. But Yvonne Van Vleck and her coach will be very happy with this situation, exactly where she wanted her to be. But look at that in the background. Those wind turbines are barely moving, Julian. It shows you we really have got a perfect day here in Almere.
And it can be windy. We had that one of the other years before. And there's a reason why we have those monsters in the back for the winds. But yes, today, perfect conditions. As you said before, on the way back to the transition area, there is, at the end of the first lap and the second lap, there is a part where the winds can come from front, but right now, tailwinds on the dike, and now almost no winds. Still pulling a huge gear here by de Boer. Her running times were not that bad, actually. In Sweden, she ran 3-hour marathon. Challenge Gunsan, it was 3 hours 15. I have to see if that would be enough for a win today.
Well, it's going to be difficult because the two women behind her do not have any marathons to speak of, so we've got nothing to go by. On paper, obviously, Marlene is the most accomplished, but both Chloe Sparrow and Alana Sifford unrated over the distance. So
Lenz can run fast, but on a half distance. We don't know how she will be after 180k.
But that's what makes this so exciting. And it's for me, the greatest thing about this run course is that it's 4 laps, and every time they complete lap 1, they come through this long straight section here at the race venue. Obviously, they get to see the finish line each time they go past. But the crowds and the spectators, it's something special. I mean, to be honest, this entire 10-kilometre loop here in the run is lined with people, with spectators. But it's this section here at the finish line where it's 3, 4, 5 deep by the middle of the marathon, and it's impossible not to run well. I know for a fact it's what got Kieran Linda's home last year after he started to really fall apart. We know that he started to fall apart at least a good kilometre, maybe 2 kilometres out, and he was able to just make his way in. And then you remember as well as I do, it was
hanging on the fence.
Oh my gosh, I get goosebumps just thinking about it. It was unbelievable. But I am sure it was that crowd that was just willing him on to that finish line.
Yeah, him and his mentality. Yeah, and with that many loops here too, you just have the chance that your supporters, your coaches can tell you how far you're away, what's the gaps, and can maybe give you some advice on the course too. So that's really helpful, I guess. So you can now see Joshua Lewis still in first position, approximately 2.5 kilometers away. That's the lead, what we're told, really relaxed, happy about the lead. Though the wind in his position is taking up a little bit. That's what our spotters tell us. And he's been followed by Jesper Svensson in second position, who was able to get away from Florian Angert or Jens Stojanovic. He's going on his own.
So Joshy Lewis leading the way here on screen. He's 31 years of age. He's done 2 full distance races. We mentioned earlier, he had a great race, a solid race in Roth in July where he finished in 8th place. Having a great race so far here in Almere. He had that incredible race at the 70.3 World Championships last year where he finished in 5th. He was 3rd this year in Challenge Wales as well. So he's had a solid year so far. He's come into this race very relaxed but very ready to have a great performance, and I'd love nothing more than to see this young man on the podium at the end of the day. Long way to go, of course. Marlene de Boer, she's led this race since the early stages of the bike. She's 35 years of age. She's got 7 finishes over this distance. Career highlights, 1 win over the full distance in Sweden this year, as well as 2 70.3 wins. She was also 4th at Ironman South Africa at the beginning of the year, 2nd at Challenge Gunsan in Korea. She comes into this race as the favourite to take the win today.
Had a 4 hours 36-minute bike last year here. Solid, but I would say she can do better today, maybe.
And, absolutely, and I mean she's a better athlete here today. I mean, last year she was great, but we're seeing a different athlete here today. Another year, obviously coached by Yvonne van Vlerken. Another year, she's stronger, she's faster, she's more experienced.
Right.
And you've seen that in the racing so far.
When did she come out of the water? 53 minutes, something like that. That's 5 minutes faster than last year, where she had 58 minutes. So.
Incredible. I mean, just that improvement alone is insane.
See, it gets a little more technical here on the bike road.
But you know, I guess you can see right now, Josh is taking that opportunity. This is smart racing, taking that opportunity to get up out of the saddle. As we said, it's very easy to forget and stay down in those aero bars the entire time. But Josh taking this opportunity as he comes up over the bridge to get out of the saddle, give his arms a bit of a shake, give that lower back a little bit of a break. Still hasn't gone back down into that aero position, so really smart racing from Josh. Back down he goes into that aero position. So you can see this is probably one of the only spots on this bike course that is quite protected from all the elements. It's a really pretty section of the course. So we know he's now in the area of Zeewolde. And pretty soon we're going to get to the one and only section of this course where the motos aren't able to go. So we will lose reception. You can see a little technical part of the course there. So there's approximately a 5-kilometre section of the course where our motos will not be able to follow. But maybe I'm incorrect. I've just been told that for once, for the first time ever, that our motos are allowed to go there. So that's happy days.
Cheers out to our motorbike drivers.
Yes.
There.
So we were told, I think our spotters are not going to be able to go through there, but our motos have been told that they will be allowed through. And the reason being, it's just a very, very thin section of the course. So not a lot of room for motos and bikes. But good to know that we will not be losing reception at any point on this 180-kilometre bike course here today. Great news for everyone at home. And while Marlene de Boer is leading, behind we are seeing a few changes. So we do know that Alana Siffert and Chloe Sparrow are still riding together. But we know that that group behind, so that group that contains Michelle Vesterby, Jana Uderstad, they are starting to close in. Magda Niewald, they are starting to close in on that group, that two of Alana Siffert and Chloe Sparrow.
Well, Uderstad is trying to pull away from that group. Maybe she feels strong enough. She is good on the bike. Maybe she feels like she has to make a move now to get closer to the others. You can't wait forever and stay with that group.
So while those women behind are chasing well, we know that Marlene de Boer has just gone through the 65-kilometre mark of this first loop. So 65 kilometres into the race. We then have Chloe Sparrow and Alana Siffert chasing. Magda Niewald, Michelle Vesterby, Jana Uderstad, Tina Kreisman riding together very, very well with, like you said, Jana Uderstad trying to create a small gap between herself and that group she is riding with. So Uderstad now managing to open up around a gap of 150 to 200 metres over Magda Niewald, Michelle Vesterby and Tina Kreisman. So great riding from Jana. As we are back with our lead male, doing a great job so far. He's come into this race nice and relaxed with the best attitude. We got to speak to Josh yesterday. Let's catch up with that interview now. Josh Lewis, first time here in Almere. First impressions?
Unbelievable. It's such a good setup and the course is fantastic.
Now, I saw you out running the other day when I was out there trying to do a sneaky run without anyone seeing me. And I'm sure you've also ridden your bike over parts of the course. Do you think this is a course that suits your strengths?
Yeah, 100%. I think the swim is nice, fast, just a couple of laps in a pretty smooth lake where it's been pretty rough a couple of times this week, but it's due to be pretty smooth tomorrow. And then, yeah, fast, flat, powerman or strongman's course on the bike, which is great. I've been practicing in that aero position quite a lot as well, so hopefully that comes to fruition because it's a long time down in that position without much movement. So hopefully, yeah, that works out well. And then, yeah, again, a flat run course, which suits me on a good day.
Now, obviously the one thing with Almere that I've learned over the past 5 years that I've been coming here, the conditions play such a humongous part. We're renowned for being very, very windy. Is this something that suits you? I know you've got a great swim bike combination on you, but the windier the better on the bike?
I think so, yeah. The more other people can struggle, the better in comparison to me, obviously. Like, I don't mind a tough bike course and tough conditions on the bike. I think, again, yeah, that suits me. Hopefully I can benefit from that aerodynamic setup and use my power to my benefit in some crosswinds to hopefully break up the pack if that opportunity arises.
Now, obviously, Challenge Almere, it's been going for many years now. It is the European Long Distance Championships. What would it mean to you to be able to take that title home?
Oh God, it's a long day out there. Just to get everything out of myself on the day and like just complete to my ability would be unbelievable, because I don't think I've done that quite yet in full distance. But to take home the title as well, yeah, I can't really comprehend it right now. It seems such a long way away, but yeah, it would mean so much.
Well, we had your fellow countryman Kieran Linders take the title 2 years ago, and of course he had that dramatic finish last year where he almost didn't make it, but got himself across the line in second. So, you know, it would be something nice for you to be able to take back home.
100%. I've been speaking to Kieran and he's been giving me some tips leading into the race, so I'm definitely going to be using some of his experience to my benefit.
Well, wish you all the luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
So that was a great interview from Josh Lewis. He's coming into this race nice and relaxed, ready to go. He looked cool, calm and collected all week. He's doing exactly what he set out to do right here, right now. He has made his way through the forest section of the bike. 13 degrees Celsius it is out there now. A little bit warmer now where he's in the section under the sun. It is a little bit cooler as they go through that Zeewald forest. But he is out the other side, back under the sun. But he continues to move away from the men behind him. We know that Jesper Svensson is the only one trying to bridge that gap across, but he is also not having it all his own way. Florian Angert, Andrew Horsfall-Turner, Lucas Voigt, Onion, Stojanovic, making sure that Jesper Svensson is still in sight. And then we have Milan Brons and Pim van Diemen, the two Dutch dynamites, hoping that they can try and bridge across. They're around 2 minutes, almost exactly 2 minutes down on our chasers. So they have managed to make up some time. It was around 3 minutes out of the swim. So they've managed to claw back that 1 minute on that chase group. But it is this man on screen right now that is in control of this race as he makes his way back towards Almere to complete a lap 1 of 2. I'm just still gobsmacked that we have woken up to a day like this. You always hope and dream that it's going to be a beautiful day, but with the weather the way it's just been so insanely unpredictable all week long. I was sitting in a cafe the other day, the sun was out, I had my sunglasses on, but it was raining. And it was crazy. And then the next minute it was hailing. And then the sun was out again. So it's just been a mixed bag all week.
Especially saying that like 1.5 weeks ago, we were like
28 degrees,
28
yes.
degrees.
That's what I was told.
Yeah, it was so hot in Europe, and then we had the huge drop here happening on Monday throughout Tuesday. Yeah, we were down on 12 degrees at the end. Now, this morning it was below 10, I guess. Definitely.
But I suppose, Julian, I mean, it's September, you know, change of seasons. It's a little bit unpredictable. I know in the mountains right now it's freezing. I think there's even been snow.
Right, yep.
So yeah, I think September, October, it's renowned for being a little bit unstable.
Next weekend it's going to be 22 again, they say. So up and downs as always. Yeah, but for that, Amsterdam is always an amazing place to be.
It is. I'm heading to Amsterdam tomorrow to spend a day and a night there. I love it there. It's always great fun. Before I move on to my next adventure. So moving a little bit further back, of course, we know Josh Lewis leading the way. Matteo Montanari from Italy, who was able to get out in that chase group. He's moved back, he's dropped back just a little bit more, riding on his own. And then we have in 10th place, all the way from Australia, Kieran Storch. He spends a good chunk of the year here in Europe. So while he is from Australia, spends a lot of time here in Europe. Great to have Kieran back here racing again. That is our top 10 men out on course. Josh Lewis, Jesper Svensson, Florian Angert, Andrew Horsfall-Turner, Lucas Voigt, Onion, Stojanovic, Milan Brons, Pim van Diemen, Matteo Montanari and Kieran Storch, our top 10 elite men.
Now we can say Joshua Lewis is 2 minutes 20 ahead of Jesper Svensson and 3 minutes 10 ahead of Florian Angert, Andrew Horsfall-Taylor, Lucas Voigt and Onion Stojanovic. And around about 5 minutes behind we have the two Dutchies. That is Pim van Diemen and Milan Brons. That's actually something I think Milan was hoping to be closer. I mean, he's still 2 minutes away from Angert and co. It's 3 minutes behind Svensson. That's actually not, I think, the gap he was hoping for, because he is strong on the bike. That's actually one of his best disciplines he has, and that's not, I think, working the way he was hoping.
Well, I think he'll be happy that he's got company. Pim's a very, very strong bike rider, so he's in some really good company there. And I think these two have just got to stay patient and just know that they just need to continue taking small chunks of time out of that chase group. Okay, Jesper Svensson's getting away, Josh Lewis is away, but they are bringing that time gap down between themselves and that chase group, and that's all they can expect to do. As long as they can see that moving in a forward direction, then they should be happy about it.
It's, as you said, still quite early in the race.
You know the fun doesn't begin until the second lap of this bike ride here, and it's towards the latter stages of the second half as well. So everyone looks the goods in the first 90. It's once you start getting to around that 120 kilometre mark of this 180 that we start to see what sort of shape they're in and what's going to happen down the track.
Well, yeah, happening down the track. Joshua Lewis is still enjoying no company in front, and that's the position he really likes. As we can now see the chase group in the women's race. Chloe Sparrow is back with Alanis Siffert. We've seen before that at that one road place, Alanis tried to get away.
But what we are seeing is not on camera right now, so obviously Alana Siffert and Chloe Sparrow, but we know that Jana Ullestad has really started to bring that gap down between herself and these two women on screen. And I think it's only a matter of time before we see Jana make that move. I think right now it's around 31 seconds. So 31 seconds down on these two women. So Jana really running very, very well right now. She's managed to create a gap between herself and Magda Newald, Michelle Vesterby and Tina Kreisman. But she is definitely looking to catch these two women on screen.
And even if you mention that, looking at that, one like Magda Newald, Michelle Vesterby and Tina Kreisman, they are also only 30 seconds, 25 seconds behind Jana Ullestad. So that means the chase group has only 1 minute to the next chase group, and then just imagine they all forming one huge chase group. That would be 6 athletes together, similar to the men's race then. Can create a really interesting dynamic within that race.
Actually, you've made a really solid, a really sound point there, because right now these women, you know, very small groups, and sometimes it can work to your advantage to have a bigger group. I mean, we've seen that in the men's race right now, but other times a larger group, athletes are less inclined to take the front and to actually drive the pace, and you can actually get situations where that group slows down and their average starts to drop, because it's like, oh, well, we've got safety in numbers now, so let's just sit back here in the caboose and just cruise. Whereas now when you've got very small numbers, like we're seeing on screen right now with Chloe Sparrow and Alana Siffert, there's only the two of them, so they both need to take equal amount of turns and keep that pace going. So it's an interesting dynamic, but I think sometimes the bigger groups can be to the detriment of the pace.
And of course, once you've caught that next chase group, the next one is further ahead, as now Belinda Boer is almost 5 minutes ahead of the others, while Jana Ullestad at least can almost see the group in front of her. Seeing this picture of Alanis, it looks like it's like 5 degrees out there, like the way she's dressed. But it makes total sense, as we said before. And it is cold. Our spotters also said on the bike, it's really fresh out there. So we're touching the 13-degree mark. But with that winds out there, I'm quite happy sitting here in the studio so far.
Well, I started the morning with a puffer jacket on, but I'm nice and toasty here just with a t-shirt right now. But I'm sure it's still a little cooler outside.
Next year we just switch and you do the swim start and I stay
here.
No,
I'm quite happy to stay in studio. Thanks very much. That's your job. But great to see these two youngsters, Chloe Sparrow at 24 years of age, Alanis Siffert at only 22 years of age. She only turned 22 at the end of last year. You can see Chloe Sparrow making sure that she gets that nutrition in. It is a new game for both of these ladies right now, having never raced over this distance before. I got to meet Chloe for the very first time earlier this year in St. Polten. She had a great race in St. Polten, finishing in 2nd position. It was a breakthrough pro race for her. Her partner, Will Draper, also an elite athlete. I'm sure he'll be very happy with where Chloe is placed right now. As we can see, Jesper Svensson, this is such a cool part of the course, isn't it? Just can't get over how green it is here in the Netherlands. I shouldn't be surprised with the amount of rain that they get, but
What to say, yeah.
it's beautiful, really beautiful.
And yeah, though it was quite warm within the last weeks too, it was not that dry actually, especially at the end of August. So yeah, that's also a reason why it's pretty green here around. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because, as we said, Svensson is such a strong athlete, and I remember 2 years ago there also, the longer the bike course went, the stronger and the faster the closer he got to the front. And though he's around about 2 minutes behind Joshua Lewis, I think he's in a position he likes, he's enjoying, and he can do so much from this position actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jasper, as we mentioned earlier, he is the fastest on paper. Josh, with his run, Jasper's a great runner. That race, I still have vivid memories of that race back in 2021, where they were going stride for stride, him and Christian Hugenhaug, two exceptional athletes, and Christian just managing to be able to pull away in the latter stages of the marathon to take that win and that World Championship title. But truly an epic day for both athletes, and I really enjoyed watching it. And I think if he can just make sure that that deficit between himself and Josh doesn't blow out too severely, he's got to back himself when it comes to the marathon. And you know, I love sitting in the days beforehand. Obviously I try to talk to the athletes. I do the interviews with the athletes yesterday. I sat in the press briefing with the athletes, and I get to mingle with them. They're all staying at the same hotel, and I love to get a feel. It's really, I think because I've been in this game for so bloody long now, it's quite easy for me to get a feel on just how that athlete is feeling. I mean, they could tell me one thing, but sometimes their body language tells another, and I think I've got pretty good at guessing or understanding just how an athlete's feeling, whether they're trying to pull the wool over my eyes or whether they really are coming into this race in a good frame of mind, both physically and mentally. Because you know as well as I do, Julian, you can be physically supreme, but if you haven't got the right mental aptitude coming into a race, a long distance race, then it's all over, Red Rover. Because as far as I'm concerned, the mental aspect of getting through, staying on task all day long for a full distance is more important in the end than the physical side. Of course you need both at this level, but Jasper just seemed to have this very quiet air of confidence about him. You knew he was in a good place, he knows this course, and he wants to take the win, and he wasn't afraid to say it.
And that mental strength was to be seen at the swim start actually, because while he was happy to do the interview, he was smiling, open, saying, yeah, oh, let's do this. He didn't stop talking actually to me. And
which is quite unusual for Jasper, because it's not like he's the biggest talker out there.
And at the same time, Florian angered because I quickly asked him in German if he wants to say something or if he doesn't feel comfortable. He was really shy and behind, like, if possible, not. And that, I mean,
just Florian.
He's
a shy guy anyway. Exactly.
But still, maybe in the mental phase too, saying that of course Jesper is a little stronger maybe than Florian in this moment. Yeah.
No, I totally agree. And you know, obviously there's, as we mentioned, Florian just trying so desperately to come back, trying to turn things around. We know he's an incredibly talented athlete. We've seen him when he's been at his absolute best, and just trying to get over this little bit of a hump that he's going through right now. But great shot, great close-up shot there. Chloe Sparrow just looks so comfortable.
We just saw the bike coming from Jana Uderstad, which is not that far away actually.
No, well, we knew that she was catching them. It's only a matter of time before Jana is in contact with this group of two. But Chloe Sparrow, such an aero position. She's only tiny, so really aero on her bike. So a great shot now. We know that Joshua Lewis is on the last dike. So this is the last dike on the final lap before he then makes his way back into Almere. So the last dike of lap 1. So he's got around 10 kilometres left before he makes his way in here to us, and we'll start lap 2. We've been told out on course that it is a bit of a crosswind now, so crosswind now turning into a headwind. So we were told that this final section of each lap, so the last 10 to 15 kilometres of each lap, they would be greeted with a headwind. So this will be the hardest section of the course for the athletes. But still, we know right now out on course, Joshua Lewis riding at speeds of above 45 kilometres an hour. Great aero position for Josh. You can see the importance on this course of being aero. Aero is everything in Almere.
Speaking of Almere, because we're on the dike again, every year we say that behind the dike there are parts that are below sea level. It's actually so crazy to see what is possible here from engineering.
Well, to think that, you know, years ago, where we're sitting right now was completely underwater.
Yes.
It's crazy. It's crazy for this Aussie. I mean, we don't have anything like it at home. So for me to try and grasp the concept that this was completely water all around us, yeah, it's crazy thought. But
hope that the sea level keeps as it is.
yeah, we don't need it to rise any further.
We have
That's
to
right.
put up the dike a little higher. Why not? The sheets are already there. It's going to be interesting to see how Joshua will handle the situation if Jesper Svensson catches him up. They're going to try to work together. And now we can see Jana Uderstad has made it to the chase group. She's now with Chloe Sparrow and Alanis Siffert. So in total in 4th position.
What a great ride from this young German. Really solid riding. We know that behind Jana, we've got Magda Newalt, Michelle Vesterby and Tina Kreisman. They are not too far behind. I love the fact that Michelle Vesterby is up in the mix. That's all she wanted here today. She said, Belinda, you know, I'm not here to make up numbers. This might be my last professional race over this distance, but I am absolutely not here to make up numbers. I'm here to be competitive. And I am here to try and take a podium. She was 3rd here back in 2021. And I know she would like to go one higher. She wants to beat, as she told me, she wants to beat her bib number. They've given a bib number 3 here today. Jana Uderstad not content to just stay on the back of Chloe Sparrow. She's made her way around. She's got 3 full distance finishes to her name. She was 7th earlier this year in Spain. So our women also now through 65 kilometres on this bike. Marlene de Boer leading the way, Alana Siffert, Chloe Sparrow and Jana Uderstad together now in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. As we were back with our elite male leader, Joshua Lewis, really having an impressive race so far. Continues to put time into that chase group. We know that Jesper Svensson trying desperately to bridge across. And behind him, Florian Engert, Andrew Horsfall Turner, Lucas Voigt, Onion Stojanovic.
So Joshua Lewis has around about 5 kilometers left in the first lap. Not sure if Jesper going to make the move right now, if you're going to wait for the dike again. Which could maybe be an interesting situation actually, if Jesper gonna, when we are back on the dike outside, if Jesper then says he's trying to get away because he has that long way in front of him. How would you see the running condition of Joshua later on? Well, I mean, looking at his last races, I mean, in Roth, he had a 2:54 marathon, which is not that bad, but
it's not going to cut the mustard here
that's
today.
That's the point, right?
Let's be honest. He's going to have to run a lot faster if he wants to remain in the lead, for one, and secondly, even to stay on that podium, because we know that this is a fast run course. We know we're going to get some fast run times. We know that Jesper Svensson in particular knows how to run fast here, and he's in great form, and he's certainly still within striking distance of Josh.
Definitely, and it was a lot warmer in Roth too, one must say, so conditions might be better for Josh too. As, oh, look at that in the women's race. Did Jana Uderstedt and Alena Siffert drop Chloe? Have to see how
I'd say Chloe is still there in the background, so we've still got Alanis as the first of our chasers, but Jana, really great riding from her. See, sitting really, look how far forward she is on that saddle. Pushing that big gear. Typical Soto style right there. I know back in the day when I used to train in that squad, we would do at least 2 to 3 sessions a week where we would just do hill repeats down in the aero bars, grinding the biggest gear possible. I think I used to do these sessions and I'd have a cadence of about 38. So it's crazy to think, but you know, at the end of the day, this course being flat like it is, it's a strong person's course. It's just a matter of being able to get down in those aero bars, stay aero for as long as you can, grind that gear for as long as you can. So our elite men have now been going for 2 hours 42. And our elite women for 2:57. Our elite women were first to hit the water this morning at 7:10. Our men at 7:25. Our top professional men have now caught and passed our women. We will be having the CEO of Challenge Family, Jort Flam, in studio with us shortly. It will be great to hear from Jort. Of course, before he became the CEO of Challenge Family, he was one of the main organisers of the race here, Challenge Almere-Amsterdam, still is, along with Richard Belderock and Jeffrey Vizzer, and haven't these boys done an incredible job over the years? I remember when I first met them all those years ago, I thought, you guys are too young to be doing this. It's crazy, but they have done such a spectacular job and have really made this race one of the greatest long-distance races on the circuit.
So now Jana Uderstedt is aiming for second position, overtaking Alena Siffert. It's going to be interesting now. Is she trying to get away on her own to close that huge gap on Malin de Boer, which was before around 5 minutes?
Oh, and look at this. Oh, my gosh. Now we're talking. Michelle Vesterby. We knew she was there in the background. We could see from the splits on the timing system that she was hovering, lurking there in the background. And, oh, my gosh, this has put a smile on my face. Absolutely love Michelle. 41 years of age. Look at her. She's absolutely giving it to herself. You know, there's one thing you can always say about Michelle. She gave always gave 100%, continues to give her 100% when she is racing. She knows how to hurt herself, probably more than any other athlete that's out there right now. And again, not content to just sit back. She's caught and she's gone straight past Alana Siffert. She is on the hunt for Jana right up the road there. This is now getting very exciting for this women's race, because I dare say we spoke about when this group came together, and I was a bit worried that some might become a little complacent. But after seeing the look on Michelle Vesterby's face, then we don't have to have a worry in the world. These women are going to mean business when they all get together.
I think it was a clever move of Michelle, because she knew that if Jana gets away in front, she has to stay on her heels, and that could be a thing where we can also see Magda Niewood now right away in behind. So that group has moved together, but is about maybe to get away from each other again.
No, honestly, this is a great group. Alana Siffert, Chloe Sparrow, Jana Uderstadt, Magda Niewold, Michelle Vesterby. And I am assuming very close behind, we haven't seen her on screen yet. Of course, that is Magda on screen now, but we've also got newbie pro from Germany, Tina Kreisman. So this is a great group of women. And look at that, spread themselves out, all of them abiding by the 12-metre rule. Great to see. It's been very honest racing so far here in Almere, as Magda is trying to make that pass now, also on Chloe Sparrow. So this is going to be a really important time for Chloe. She needs to make sure that she does not lose contact with this group. This is her ticket. She wants to make sure that she's not dropped. I don't think she will be. She just needs to stay out of trouble, make sure she keeps that 12 metres, which she is.
Magda Niewood is also passing Alana Siffert, and I'm going to see if that is a gap maybe opening up anytime soon between the Swiss and Jana Uderstadt and Michelle Vesterby, who are really aiming for getting away.
But you know, this is a pivotal moment in this race, because you can see right now, Magda, she's been riding with these women since the swim, so Michelle Vesterby and Jana Uderstadt. They need to make sure now this is crunch time for Alana Siffert. And you know, I know this young woman, she might only be 22 years of age, but she's insanely competitive, and I do not think that she'll let this group go. She will give it everything she can to stay there. And Chloe Sparrow, it'll be interesting to see. She will need to, this is where you have to play the game. I've been in situations like this in the past. You always try.
Yes.
So even though you might be redlining it, you look down at your heart rate and you're thinking, uh-oh, I'm probably in a bit of a danger zone here. You're always going to try. And you'll know fairly quickly whether you're overextending yourself and whether you need to say, you know what, this is too hot for me, I need to let it go. But you always try.
And it's more than 95k on the bike left, so if she let
Long
them go,
way to go.
she will not come back to them.
All right, so while we are here with our women's race with Michelle Vesterby racing here for the very last time, look at that, all smiles, typical Vesterby style. We have got with us in studio right now the CEO of Challenge Family, Jort Flam. Jort, thank you so much for joining us. It's an absolute honour to have you in here. Firstly, you must be so happy about this weather. I must admit, I've been here since Tuesday and it wasn't looking pretty. But right now, I mean, we could not have asked for better.
Exactly. In the beginning of the week, we were a bit anxious about the weather, but we also know that you cannot predict more than 2-3 days here in the Netherlands, and it turned out to be very good. The circumstances are nearly perfect. Look at the sunshine, the flat water. It has been an amazing morning, and it's promising for the rest of the day and also for the times.
And you know, it's interesting because I mean, these athletes are obviously elite athletes. They will race with whatever is presented to them, but there's just something about the sun shining that just puts everyone in a good frame of mind. The spectators out on course, the athletes themselves, us. I mean, I haven't stopped smiling since I got here. It just changes everyone's mood.
Yeah, and also for the volunteers. We have 800 volunteers on the course and at the finish line, the transition areas. And it's much more fun when the sun is out than when you are in the rain. And no matter the weather, they will do their job, but this makes it more special.
Now we can see right now on screen, Joshua Lewis, he has made his way into the finish line area here. He will now head out on the second lap, so 90 kilometres done and dusted for Joshua Lewis. It'll be interesting to see what his lead actually is as he comes in. A little bit technical there as he makes his way into town and then out the other side. But so far, honestly, beautiful conditions. We've got a great field. When was the very first year that you and the boys took this race over?
That was between 2012 and 2013, and that was the first Challenge Almere-Amsterdam edition. But my first experience with the race was already in 1988, when at this dike we saw the guys racing for the first time. That was a really special moment. 5 years old, and I still remember that day that I didn't want to leave the stadium until the very last athlete was finished.
It's incredible.
Speaking of special moments, we were out there to Swim Start 2 this morning. What makes this race so special? I mean, Swim Start already, goosebump moments, sun coming out. How do you experience that? How would you describe that?
Yeah, this was really a beautiful morning. The sun just came out and the water was flat. You see the athletes preparing at the shore, and I was with the mayor on the boat for the start signal. And it was so beautiful to see our city, the skyline, with all the athletes, and you feel the vibe of the triathlon, which is every year here. It's such a special moment, and I just came back from the start of the middle distance. 1,200 people out there, all smiling. They really enjoyed to go for their race, and was in between the start field. Was really a moment that you share with the athletes, that it is a special day where everyone has trained for so long.
The positive vibe is going on, not only when we have the finish of the pro athletes, of course, but we're going to have that party until the very end tonight.
Yeah, it's really a tradition in Almere that the spectators wait until the very end of the race, which will be close to 11:30 tonight. We celebrate every athlete. Everyone is a hero here, and sometimes people think like maybe it's even better to finish last than first here, because the stadium will go crazy. Volunteers will come over the finish. It's a really special moment.
It really is. It's one of the best finish line parties that you will get around the world, as we can see. Second place male now through, done and dusted 1 lap, Jesper Svensson. He's currently sitting at around 2.5 minutes down on our leader, Josh Lewis. So that is a nice, handy buffer for Josh Lewis heading out onto the second of 2 laps. But well done for Jasper.
Yeah, and he knows the course.
He knows the course, yep.
He raced head-to-head with Christian Hogenhaug a few years ago.
2021, that's correct. That was a great, I still remember it as one of the greatest run battles that I've seen over this distance. Now, you're obviously in charge of Challenge Almere-Amsterdam, but also now the CEO of Challenge Family. Firstly, how's that move been? Has it been, I mean, it's a huge move, but has it been great? I mean, obviously a much bigger role now.
Yeah, it has been quite a journey, and it all started with Almere, which is our hometown race, and we started to organize it and travel over the world to see what other races did and how could we improve the athletes' experience. And we are really athlete focused here in Almere. And yeah, afterwards there became a passion to share that knowledge and experience with other races, and yeah, that's what we are doing now. Going to total different destinations. Last weekend we had a race in Montreal, in Beijing, and Uzbekistan.
Crazy.
Different levels of racing, and in Uzbekistan it is really like the start of triathlon. The federation is not older than 4 years, so it's really grassrooting and trying to build a community that we have here for 43 years already. So different stages, but yeah, wherever you go in the world, you feel the same passion for the sports with the organizers, with the athletes, with the volunteers, and that makes it so beautiful. And there's always something to learn.
Well, you and I last week, Julian, were lucky enough to be able to go to the inaugural Challenge Beijing, and I think I speak for both of us. We were blown away at how incredible that race was.
Absolutely. They set up a beautiful venue. We were really handled well. We had the pros to the Great Wall of China. So they were really taking care of us, but they were always asking us, what can they do better? How can they improve? So there's really a connection there, a communication that's really nice.
Yeah, we also think that the way to do it is think global but act local. We rely very much on our local partners, the local race directors, to add the local flavor. They are much more aware of the circumstances, but also the community. It is always a dialogue with the local people. The city, the authorities, the volunteers, the clubs, the athletes that are there, and the organizers. We strive to have a certain level of quality all around the world, but also every race should be a unique experience to the athlete, and that is, I think, last weekend with the inaugural Beijing race very much successful. Yeah.
challenge is growing more and more. Talking about this year, but also maybe the upcoming year. So what has changed this year? There are tons of more races, for example, also in China, not only Beijing, but there are more races there. And what's to come next year?
Yeah, we went into some new territories, indeed in China, Beijing. In a few months, challenge Xiamen, also in China, is coming up. But also this year was really a counterpoint that we re-entered the North America continent with the Challenge Cup Quebec, with New Jersey State, and last weekend with Montreal. We will expand in the next years in North America, but also in Asia, and make sure that on every continent there is something on offer for our athletes.
Is there something you can also tell us about next year's plans, or maybe which region you might enter next?
Yeah, quite spectacular. There will be a race in Abu Dhabi, and that will be at the start of the year, in the beginning of April. A new destination on a wildlife island. A pretty spectacular journey to go there and have a race. And there are more plans on the shelf. I cannot tell too much about that, because sometimes it takes a year to close that deal, and sometimes it takes 8 years. And we only celebrate it when the announcement is there. And but you can be sure there will come some nice announcements of new races in the next year as well.
Always good. Well, listen, thank you for taking the time. We know you're a very, very busy man out there. I know you want to get back out there and you've got things to do and places to be, but we appreciate you coming in here and spending some time talking to us.
Yeah, pretend to be very busy, because I just like to be at the finish line and on the course and enjoy the race.
All the good parts. I don't blame you. Hey, you know what? You deserve it. You deserve it. You've worked the hard yards for many, many years, so you deserve this now. So, yeah, get back out there and have fun.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And of course, that was Jort Flam, the CEO of Challenge Family, and my boss, probably one of the greatest bosses you could ever wish to have. It often does not feel like a job for me. It's an absolute pleasure. But going back to the race, we can see right now
Kieran Storch.
Kieran Storch from Australia. Great to see, get eyes on him for the first time. And there's been some movement in the men's race. We know that Joshua Lewis still has around a 2.5-minute lead over Jesper Svensson. But it is Pim van Diemen and Milan Brons who are literally now only 45 seconds down on that chase group of Lucas Voigt, Florian Angert, Andrew Horsfeld-Turner and Onion Stojanovic. So great riding from both Pim van Diemen and Milan Brons. You can see Kieran Storch here now overtaking Alanis Siffert. So Kieran spends a lot of his time here, based in Europe.
Jana Uderstad still leading the chase group in the women's race. She has made her way to the front of the chase group. She's in around about 8th position after the swim. A little bit more than 2 minutes behind, but she managed to catch up. And together with Michelle Vesterby, she is now chasing Melinda Boer, who has passed kilometer 90.
So we do know that our lead female, Melinda Boer, has completed lap 1 of 2. And then we have this chase group on screen right now, including Jana Uderstad on screen, Chloe Sparrow, Alana Siffert, Magda Nieuwe, Michelle Vesterby, and rounding up that group, Tina Kreisman, just off the back of that group. So many first-timers here, Chloe Sparrow, Alana Siffert and Tina, all racing over this distance for the very first time here today.
We now got the timing from kilometer 90, Jana Uderstad and Alana Siffert. They are, attention, 7 minutes behind Melinda Boer. Wow.
We were just talking about that, weren't we? What is this gap? Because we could see that, obviously, on the timing. Oh, great shot there of the horse and dog deciding to try and keep up with our athletes. Look at that. Doing a pretty good job of it too right now, I have to say.
We're talking behind. But I mean, that gap is huge now.
That is big.
It had been 5 minutes beforehand, and I thought maybe they could keep it even closer because Jana is actually pushing really hard. But she had to close another gap, of course. So saying that, it looks more like her pace stayed the same while the others slowed down a little bit because it's still the same 7 minutes she had in beforehand.
Let me tell you, 7 minutes coming into T2 is a very, very nice position to be in. And we will be getting Yvonne van Vlerken in here very shortly. Of course, the coach of Marlene de Boer, who is having a brilliant race so far, as well as the coach of Magda Nieuwhout, who is also in a really good position right now in this chase group. Hasn't raced since last year, so a lot of the unknown for Magda after recovering from a pretty severe injury and consequent surgery. But you can see now, as they make their way, a little bit of the technical part of the course here. Cheering.
Well, Jana is supplying herself at the 8th station. We saw someone on the left side. Wasn't sure if that's like friends of her coach.
Giving her a cheer. She's running very, very well. She did so well to catch this group.
I think they won't tell her that it's 7 minutes to Melinda Boer. This is not really motivating. But it's interesting that to see her, nice to see that bike course. I always think so, going here through the town of Almere, as we see Alana Siffert now.
Making her way through to complete lap 1. So Alana, the lead chaser here. Jana not too far behind her. A few cobbles to contend with as they make their way through the end of the lap and out the other side. So Alana's leading the way, Jana straight behind her, but this is great riding from all of these women. But 7 minutes, oof. It just shows you, because I think these women right here on screen now are riding very, very well, but it just shows you how much better, how well Marlene is riding up front and doing it on her own as well.
That is the point, right? And as our spotter said, she looked really comfortable there in front, really relaxed. As there are now some age groupers, of course, also on the course that have to be overtaken, especially in those parts. It's not easy when going through the city here. I felt like I saw Florian Engert, chase group, also somewhere there.
So we do know now that our women, our top women, are all through lap 1. Tina Kreisman just falling back slightly. She's lost contact with that chase group that we're seeing on screen right now. So that chase group of Jana, Alana Siffert, Magda Nieuwhout and Chloe Sparrow. And then we've got about another 30 seconds back to Tina. Michelle Vesterby also waiting to see where she is. She was in that initial chase group. We saw her come through, but now need to just get an update. We're waiting for the timing to tick over. But we know that she has also lost contact with that chase group. you can see from the pictures on the water that the wind has definitely picked up. Definitely a lot choppier now than what it was when we were here for the first lap. But from our spotters out on course, still nothing too substantial. Nothing that is going to change the course of this second lap of the bike. Still, for Almere terms, very, very little wind.
Definitely.
And we will shortly be getting Yvonne van Vlerken, the super coach, the flying Dutchwoman herself. I always smile when I bump into Vonzie every year here in Almere. We raced together for many, many years back in the day. She was a brilliant athlete and now a brilliant coach. Look at that beautiful, smooth pedal stroke of Joshua Lewis. Just as our female leader, Marlene de Boer, rides away from the rest of her competition, Joshua Lewis is doing something very similar. Still at around that 2.5 minute mark over Jesper Svensson from Sweden. But the big movement here is Joshua has at least a 4.5 minute lead over Florian Angert, Lucas Voigt and Onion Stojanovic. So that's where the movement's taking. So Jesper Svensson, the only athlete on course that is keeping that deficit at bay at around that 2.5 minute mark. But Joshua Lewis really riding very, very well and continuing to put good amount of time over the likes of Florian Angert, Lucas Voigt, Onion Stojanovic, Andrew Horsfeld-Turner. Milan Brons and Pim van Diemen are riding really well in 7th and 8th. They are looking likely to catch that chase group. Currently now only around 27 to 30 seconds down. So the men's race really starting to take shape. And while we are looking at our elite race leader, Josh Lewis, we have got joining us in the studio right now. I've been waiting all morning for this, but she had a job to do. She is Yvonne van Vlerken. Welcome.
Thank you. Very nice to have our party here again, like every year.
Every year, the party. Yeah. I love it. I love it. Of course, we need to wait because it's not like you're here and you're only with the elite athletes that are out racing. You've got age group athletes over all distances.
Yes, and I really don't want to make a difference. So I want to be there for each of them, and that's sometimes hard, and especially with the different distances and just the time plan in your head. And you know, I'm like you. I'm very like I want to do everything perfect. So I just want to be on all the points and that they see me everywhere. And yeah, so it's hard.
You're like you're the Dutch version of the mother hen that I am.
Yes, yes.
Now, Yvonne, we have to speak because obviously what we're seeing on racecourse right now is the perfect situation, the perfect scenario for you right now. Marlene de Boer from the Netherlands, over 7 minutes lead right now going into the second lap of the bike. I mean, it's extraordinary. Did you really think that you would have that big a lead this early on?
Well, of course we hoped, and please don't forget that she lives like 50 minutes away from here, so she has done this loop like a million times. And to all the people and like the athletes that are racing now, these conditions today, they are spectacular, and this is very, very rare. So there's hardly any wind. It's just like such an easy ride today. And don't forget that Marlene is like, she's riding these dikes with like crazy winds and hail and rain and all the stuff that always comes down here. So for her, these conditions are just like a walk in the park. Yeah. It sounds stupid, and you know, as me, that a full distance race is never a walk in the park, but this kind of like feels like it's for her.
And to be honest, Yvonne, it's extraordinary because we've been talking about it quite a bit on the coverage so far. You know, I arrived here on Tuesday and the weather conditions were downright miserable, let's be honest. So to come out here and have this sort of day, I mean, it's spectacular, but I would never have guessed.
Yeah, very, very lucky. I think exactly on, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday when you arrived, I wrote Magda that was flying in late from South Africa, just like 4 hours before flight, please bring an extra jacket. Do you even have a rain jacket? Bring it. Bring a beanie, bring whatever you have from warm stuff. And she actually packed some extra things. So, but no, this is like a gift. And I told all our athletes this morning and all other people that I spoke to that see this as a gift, because this is really a gift from the Netherlands. Hey, this is just crazy. Well, we have been through this last week from the weather-wise. Yeah, you couldn't have like expected this. Hey, so it's the athletes are very lucky, and I do think a lot of them are like obviously like feel that or see it, and so I think that will give extra wings as well. And yeah, concerning back to Mylana, this like these conditions, I have seen her doing averages of like 34 kilometers in training rides with like very hard conditions, so that she would be flying with like the easy winds and things that are going on now that we definitely would have expected. I also think that we shouldn't like forget that this is like her main race for the year. So she qualified for Nice for next week, but we decided very early that she wouldn't do that race because she was very hungry and eager to do well in this event here in her hometown. And I also think like she has done so much good races lately that she came into this race with so much confidence.
You could see it, absolutely.
Yes, and that's new. I have never seen that with Mylana. She has been a very good athlete, but she's growing and growing, and I've never seen her this confident, and that makes her kind of like a different athlete. So I think she is more willing, or like she's able to take some risk, because she knows she's a really good runner as well. Like she can run below 3 hours if she needs to get the win here today.
Now that you say she has the confidence, how hard was it then? Actually, I know she loves Almere in that race because it's her hometown all around here, but still to skip Nice in that moment, to wait that out.
Well, it's still a European title on the line.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
that's
is, of
important,
course.
isn't
I don't want to make this play this down. Yes, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I think the decision was made like together, because we know like her strengths, and we know like, of course, don't forget that she's an adult athlete. So, like she's still young in the sport, but she's not like 20, so she doesn't have
not
like
22 like
no.
Alana Siffert right now.
No, exactly. That's a very good point you put out there. So I think she's just making really clever decisions, and
These are her decisions. You're maybe advising her, but
we make decisions definitely together, and I try to advise her, and I try to tell her what I would do when I would be her. And of course I know the athletes all very well, so I always like to like do races. I did races that were like good for like the strengths that I had. So I wouldn't have, when I would have had to make the decision between Almere and Nice, I would have also gone to Almere and not to Nice.
And we've spoken about Marlena, obviously she's leading the race, but let's talk about Magda, because Magda last year, what you were able to produce with Magda, the amount of races that she won last year, she was on an absolute roll. Stellar year. End of the year, of course, the injury that she'd been carrying for quite some time. Surgery was the only option. How hard has it been for Magda? This is the first race back in a long time since the surgery. How hard has it been for her mentally and physically to get back to where she was?
Well, it's been a couple of months, hey? So she was in the most amazing shape beginning of this year, actually, before her hometown Ironman in South Africa. And it was just like, we were all gutted. She broke her foot literally 1 week before that race, and she was in the best shape that I have ever seen her. So she had worked her ass off. Can I say that here? Yeah.
You can say whatever you want on our program. We don't have any rules.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm with you, and you are good with stuff like
You're
that.
fine.
Yeah. So she was just ready for like really good race, and then that happened, hey? And I remember that she didn't even want to go for a little run the day before because we didn't know what she had. She said, well, I'm just going to race. I said, no, you're going to do a little test race. And then that all happened, and she was just totally gutted, of course. And we just made a very clever plan, eh? And she was back into a good swim and bike shape pretty fast, but obviously we haven't been running a lot, so that she's really back in her Hoka running shoes, it's been like 2 months now. So that's not a lot. We've done a lot of, I always like to think out of the box. So I do like to do very different things than maybe other people do. So we did a lot of really fun stuff on the cross trainer and combinations with like aqua jogging and just like fun combinations with the cross trainer and then on the spinning bike and stuff like that. And I think she is in a pretty good run shape for just being able to run for 2 months again. But of course, you know how it is. You don't know. It will be, can go either way.
One of those things where only time will tell, and it's a 4-lap loop course here. She'll get lots of support from you, obviously, every time she comes through. She's putting herself right now where she needs to be. She's in a great position with that chase group. We have been given reports out on course because we were wondering what had happened to Michelle Vesterby, who was also in that group. I've just been informed by her husband Klaus that she did receive a penalty, so she would have had to have gone to the penalty box, and it was I believe, I'm not sure if it was a 5-minute penalty or 1-minute penalty, but she did have to go into that penalty box to serve some sort of a penalty. So Michelle Vesterby, having lost touch with that chase group, but
she's now 5 minutes behind, I guess. It is a
5-minute penalty would sound about right.
I'm so really gutted for her because like this is her like goodbye race, right? And that group was just perfect.
It was a great group for her to be in.
A great group to be in, and I do not think that Michelle. We haven't seen it, deserved it, because I know Michelle, you know Michelle, we've both raced her many times, and she's not a person that drops.
She's very honest.
So she's very, very honest, so that's weird how that happened. Must be like really a second that something happened like that, but
the lack of concentration for a second. And we can see that the course now with a lot of the pro men, not the front pro men, but the back marker pro men are starting now to catch up to our women. You can see right now there's another one of our professional men from Poland, Nowicki, also making his way past that chase group of women. So it does get a little congested in areas. You know, you've raced this race 6 times, you've won it 4 times, and you know how it can get a little bit congested there, particularly on the thin bike path section. Looking on screen now is case in point. You can see, and you know, one slip when you just push into that 12-meter mark, and before you know it, the officials are there and you've got a penalty. But look, I know Michelle too. She's the most experienced on course, and I don't think she'll let this get to her. She's served the penalty, she's back on a bike, and she'll just be back to business.
Yes, absolutely, and I don't think that anything can ruin her party, her last party here. So Michelle is so strong on the bike, so you never know what the others will do. So maybe she is even able to get closer to the group again. But yeah, it is sad to see because it was the perfect group. Hey, I've never had the luxury to be in a nice group, but you were always out in the front on your own, so you don't really have experience with being in such an amazing group either, eh? So. Yeah, so
now, as I just mentioned, you've raced here 6 times. You're renowned at these parts as the Flying Dutch Woman. I remember it was a nickname given to you very, very early in your career. You've won it here 4 times. Just talk us through quickly that last year here where you won the race. Emotional times, because I'm imagining that's exactly what it's going to be like for Michelle Vesterby once she gets to the finish line at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was actually interesting. I saw Michelle and I just spoke quickly to her just like 5 minutes before the start, and I could like so see in her eyes and feel how it is. And she said, "Don't start, don't say anything."
We did it yesterday in the interview. We both started crying. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're useless.
Yeah, but it's just such a massive thing that you really, that will be your like last race. And I remember that last time, and I was sitting over there and I was sitting on the day before the race, and I was just crying, and a German amateur athlete came to me, "Hey, Yvonne, is all okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just so emotional." And that's just our girls, right?
You think about it, Yvonne, you devote your entire life to this career of triathlon, to sport. You sacrifice so much, and at the time, you know, okay, it doesn't seem like a sacrifice because you're doing something you love. And I think it's not till you come full circle and you're in a position like yourself and I now, where you've been out of the sport for a while, and now you are helping professional athletes live the dream as you did, that you realize just what a significant part being a professional athlete played in your life, how it shaped you as a human being. I know that many of the things I do now moving forward are because of my life as a professional athlete. It was my family, it's where all my friends are from, and I couldn't imagine a life without it, without the sport.
Yeah, and I think it's lovely to still see you popping up everywhere around the world, and it's just so amazing that all that the sport has given you and also what the sport has given me. Like, I think we both feel really deep gratitude for what it has given me, or us, and still giving us, right? And to just stay in contact and involved in this sport, it's just, I think, the best thing ever. I couldn't imagine being out of it, and you just so belong to this sport that we would never ever want to miss you, so you should keep on doing
what we're doing
so amazingly, and each in its own direction. And yeah, for me, coaching those girls, and also the amateur girls that are really going well, because I have one amateur girl that's leading overall all the amateur girls here in the European Championships with a big lead, so she's doing crazy well, and they are also strong as well. It's amazing how fast the girls, also the amateur girls, are getting, and it's just so nice to just pass everything through to those girls and help them and just so understand them, and they don't even have to say it in many words. You just know. You just know, and I think that's a lot of times they don't even need the best coach out there. It's just being there for them 24/7 is what makes them fly and makes them happy. And when you look at Marlene and Magda, those are two such hardworking girls, and they know exactly what they need to do, and just taking them by hand and just pushing them in the right direction.
Just giving them that little bit of a pat on the back every now and again to say, you know what, girls, you're on the right track. You're doing exactly what you need to do.
Absolutely, and just giving them ideas from, oh, well, maybe that would be a better option, or hey, have you thought about that and doing it like that? And then just seeing that it's paying out or paying off and that it's working out, it's just amazing. It just gives you so much energy back.
Now, the last thing I wanted to talk to you about, because at the end of the day, you as an athlete have helped shape women's triathlon, elite triathlon. You helped raise the bar. And there's been a handful of athletes that have done that throughout their career. We had the announcement earlier of Daniela Riff, one of the greatest, if not the greatest, long-distance athlete we've ever seen. You would continue to see now that we've seen that bar rise. From when you and I first started, I was slightly before you. And to now see every year how that bar for women continually manages to get better and better. Chrissy Wellington. I mean, we can name all these women, starting with Paula Newby-Fraser, Natasha Badman, yourself, Chrissy Wellington, Daniela Riff, and now we've got this new brigade of athletes coming through with the World Champs next week. I cannot wait to see who's going to win. And then you've got these youngsters like Taylor Knibb, for example, who we know is going to raise the bar again. It's a really great time to be in the sport of triathlon. But are you amazed at how much this bar just continues to keep growing?
Actually, it's so excited to follow and to see, but amazed, I don't think so, because of...
Expected.
Yeah, and when you see how much we learn and how science is making steps forward, and when I all the things that I know now, if I would have known, probably the same with you, when you think 20 years back and you know all what you know now, wow, and if you would have had those running shoes that we have now.
That would have been a nice start.
You know?
My running was never great, to be honest. I really could have done with some carbon shoes back in my day.
But it is serious. It's not a joke. They really are free time. It's a massive difference. I still see it, and feeling it myself. So I think it's just the whole puzzle, all the little things together, that they are getting better and better. And also, I think the girls are making bigger steps because they were always a little bit in the shade. And you can just see in several sports, like also in cycling, how the women in sport are growing and getting more attention and more, of course, more financial support. And that so helps. It's just the same with Marlene now. She's the first year that she has a really good sponsor. She's in a great professional team, and there she is when we're talking about her.
Perfect cue.
Yeah, a perfect timing here. So it's just that all helps when you don't have the pressure that you need to live from your prize money. That gives so much more peace, that you can race more free, and I also think that gives a lot of extra benefits. I think it's just like you can write down a whole list of things why they're getting stronger and faster and better. And look at this girl, how relaxed she's riding.
She's looked like that ever since she got out of the water. She's just doing so incredibly well and has not changed. Just looks so comfortable. Breathing looks really nice and relaxed and even. Yeah, very impressive going into this second, being quite a ways through the second lap of this ride now.
With these new technologies you were talking about, to adopt all of these, of course, they are having new shoes, all of that. How are actually you as a coach adopting to all of these? Because some things are also for you new to learn maybe, or new measurements that you have that you can work with. How are you dealing
Well,
with
it's, for example, fantastic to see when an athlete gets a new bike and you see suddenly on their standard training loops or things that they normally do, and you see in training peaks that they are like 1 or 2 kilometers average faster just by changing their bike or their setup. And it's just, you can see it in the numbers. I'm not a big analyst, but of course I look at all those parameters, so you just see it straight away, hey? And of course, you want to have the best for the athletes. They give their heart and soul every single day, so everybody just wants to have the best stuff. And when it's there and you are able to get it, then you should go for it. Hey? Every little help is welcome. Hey? And you just the level is so big. So a couple of minutes is just, you can't like lose time on material. Hey? It's a no-go.
What's the coach's advice now for Belinda when she comes from, when she arrives in T2, probably with the lead of 7 minutes roundabout, going all in for it already? I don't want to say relaxing start of the run, of course, but how do you think, or have you told her to start the run?
Oh, well, she has now like several very good solid marathons. She knows exactly what to do. She knows exactly that she will be like shouted at if she would run out too fast. And the good thing is that they will have, from transition, they will have like around 900 meters until she will be where I will be standing. So I will remind her definitely of our plan and what she should be running. So, and I can see exactly how fast she's running when she's approaching me. So I will definitely tell her if she's doing well. I will definitely make sure that she doesn't run too fast. And don't forget, if she has a lead of that amount of minutes, which you just mentioned, then she just needs a normal solid marathon, because I don't see anybody run like a 250 here today. So then it's in the pocket, and then it's just, just pacing herself the whole thing. And she doesn't need to put a world record performance here. We want that win. She wants to be European champion and Dutch champion here in her home race, and I think she's capable of it. She's in a very, very good run shape. So that's bad news for the other girls.
Very bad news.
Yeah, so her last Ironman 4 weeks ago, she ran 3 hour flat, but it was actually a little long. So she did run her, where we were aiming for her below 3 hours. And on this course, and with the conditions that we have today, she will able to do that again. I'm absolutely sure. So yeah.
Brilliant. Well, listen, we absolutely love having you in here. Thank you so much for coming in, Yvonne. Every year, it's an absolute pleasure. You're an absolute institution here in the Netherlands. One of the greatest athletes ever out. No, come on. One of the greatest long-distance athletes that the Netherlands has ever seen, and certainly one of the greatest in the world in your time. So it's an absolute pleasure to have you on, so thank you.
Thank you for having me again. And actually, we have a little date again in November. I will see you at another favorite race of you.
You will?
Yes.
One of my favorite races too, the Laguna Phuket Triathlon. I am too. Much more relaxed than this race. And there's no big titles on the line for that race.
No. Okay. Hey, thank you. Have a great day, you guys, as well.
Wonderful. So far, so good.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And of course, that was the great Yvonne van Vleck. And Vonzie raced here on 6 occasions, won it on 4 occasions. Her athlete on screen right now, Marlene de Boer, going to follow suit, I think, here today, because right now, with upwards of 7 minutes over the rest of her competition, as Yvonne said, she's a very solid marathoner. We know that she'll go around that sub-3 marathon mark, and that is all she will need to do to take the win today. So, great racing from Marlene. We have been given reports out on course that Michelle Vesterby, we know that she had to serve a 5-minute drafting penalty, but she is starting to make her way up towards that group again. So Alana Siffert, Jana Uderstadt, Magda Niewald, Chloe Sparrow and Tina Kreisman are in that chase group.
So a lot to happen there in the men's and women's race, leading Belinda Boer and Joshua Lewis at Challenge Almere 2024, while we head into a short commercial break.
And we are back. The 2024 Challenge Almere-Amsterdam European Long Distance Championship. We've got Joshua Lewis leading the way, as he has done so since the very beginning of this ride. Fantastic racing from the Brit. He holds almost 3-minute lead over Jesper Svensson, who is still riding very, very well. So it's around 2 minutes and 40 seconds that he has over Jesper Svensson. He's now just gone through that 124.5 kilometre mark of the bike ride here. We know that Milan Brons and Pim van Diemen have now managed to bridge up. They are riding with that chase group of Florian Angert, Lucas Voigt, Onion Stojanovic, Andrew Horsfeld-Turner. So Milan Brons and Pim van Diemen are now riding with that chase group.
While Pim van Diemen had just tried to get away from the chase group, actually, he's now solo in 3rd position and he's trying to get away. We'll see if Milan Brons can follow, but yes, new 3rd place is right now Pim van Diemen from the Netherlands. So yeah, it's still a solo show in the 1st position with Joshua Lewis. He's mostly used to that, enjoying the course. The sporters say he's still looking pretty relaxed. It's interesting to see. I might have thought Jesper Svensson catching up on Joshua Lewis, but Joshua Lewis was able to keep that gap actually on those 3 minutes, and he has now passed kilometer 125. We'll then pretty soon see how the gaps have evolved.
But this is where he really needs to pay attention and keep his wits about him, because there will be more traffic on the road now. We have the middle distance race that's also out there. So not only the full distance race, but we've got the middle distance athletes also out on course, as well as our aqua bike. So that's 2,300 athletes out there on the bike course right now, around about.
That's a lot.
So it's a lot, it's a lot. And you know, as you continue through the ride, there onto the latter stages of this ride here, it's where your mind can start to wander, you can start to drift, and that's when accidents or mistakes start to happen. So Josh needs to just keep focused, he needs to keep his wits about him, and just make sure that he takes no risks as he starts passing more of the middle distance and long distance athletes that are on their first lap.
Especially the further behind you are, the more traffic there can be, maybe, with also overtaking athletes in your race, so to say, and then the age groupers too. We heard from the track that Michelle Westerby is a bit well, frustrated now. She is overtaking middle distance athletes, being overtaken by faster
age group athletes, from male athletes in the middle distance race.
In this moment, it's pretty good for Joshua Lewis because he's not being overtaken, so he's just the guy who is overtaking. I think that makes life a little easier for him.
But this is part and parcel of racing. It's how we want it. And these athletes know that. They would have known. They'd been briefed. I was at the briefing and they were briefed about the traffic that would be on this course. And really, still, 2-lap bike course. You couldn't ask for better. And for the most part, there is ample room on this course for all athletes and for passes to be made. It's just about being sensible and not taking any unnecessary risks. But right now, Josh Lewis, he is in the box seat.
And we can see that it's a 3-minute and 9-second gap between Joshua Lewis and Jesper Svensson from Sweden. So nothing has changed too much on the last kilometers. That is still a great lead for Joshua Lewis.
It really is, and he's only going to grow in confidence as he hears what that lead is. It'll be interesting to see what that final split is coming into transition. We know on paper that Jesper Svensson is the faster of the two. But we also, I don't think, have seen Joshua Lewis give his best marathon yet. Still fairly new to this distance, for sure. And I think coming into transition, knowing that he has got that sort of buffer, it's only going to work to his advantage and give him the confidence needed for this marathon.
And that's the nice thing, again, about triathlon, long distance. Looking at the run split of Jesper Svensson in Challenge Gunsan, he had to 2:51. In Roth, Joshua Lewis had a 2:54. That's exactly 3 minutes apart. Of course, different races, different situation, different conditions. However, that shows us the race is not over until now, and it can be a really interesting run still out there, because you never know how such a race will evolve. Well, we can see that it's a bit narrow here, while Joshua Lewis is perfectly overtaking age group athletes. As now, Pim van Diemen in third position, has passed kilometer 125.
And only 1 minute. How far behind we've got him?
1 minute 9
seconds.
1
minute and 9 seconds behind Jesper Svensson. Wow. So excellent riding from Pim. He's really turned the screws this second lap of the bike ride. And now only finding himself 1 minute and 9 seconds down from our second placed male on course, Jesper Svensson. Of course, behind Pim, we've got Florian Angert, Lucas Voigt, and Onion Stojanovic, along with Andrew Horsfeld-Turner. They are all still riding together. Milan Bronze just teetering off the back of that group now, so it looks like there's around a 27-second gap. So Milan Bronze, I know he'd desperately like to stay in that chase group, but looking likely that he will probably continue to lose a little bit of time on those pursuers.
Yeah, he grew also a lot, I must say. Like in the last years, we often said he risked too much on the bike. He followed, for example, Christian Hugenhaug in the first year and completely exploded. Or with Andrew Starikovic 2 years ago, he completely exploded on the run. And for now, maybe that is the better position for him, to keep it slow. In Frankfurt, he had 2:45 marathon, pretty quick, also a quick track there. So it's interesting to see if maybe he can run out one or the other athlete in front of him. And Pim van Diemen had a long distance race in Lanzarote this year with a 2:53 marathon there. So also in that range of the other athletes. So can be a really interesting run later on. The question is now, for the last around about 55K, how will the men's race evolve? What will the gaps be? As we're now back with our leader Belinda. in the women's race.
And she is on her way to Lelystad, so she's almost out to Lelystad for the second time. Really has complete control of this race right now. Alana Sifford and Jana Uderstad riding together in second and third, also doing a great job. And then we have Magda Newell, Chloe Sparrow and Tina Kreisman around a minute further back in arrears on that chase group. Michelle Vesterby riding well, trying desperately to get back up there.
Our spotters told us that she was a bit angry about the min. We don't know who, but maybe age group athletes or something, or overtaking her. That was the problem there that caused the penalty. We don't know. We said she's an honest athlete, and I must say it hurts me a little bit because she in that group, that would have been really interesting because she was really strong on the bike. She was going with Jana Uderstad.
But honestly, it's a long day out there. Michelle would have been angry at first. I mean, she wears a heart on her sleeve. I used to race the same way, but she knows she has a job to do. Still a big day to go. Still got a marathon to run, so she needs to focus on what she can control now. That's done. It's dusted. You put it to bed. You put it in your back pocket. You don't think about it again, and you get on with the job. And she's got so many years of experience behind her that, yeah, you're allowed to get a little flustered at first, but you put it behind you and you move on.
How can those 5 minutes affect you? I mean, on the one side, you have, so to say, a break. So you have a break, actually, during that time, but on the other side, it kills your rhythm in somehow. So what do you think? How will that evolve?
Look, the thing is, long-distance racing, it's all about patience and control. That's the two key words I would say to get through a long-distance race. The more times you lose your cool, the more energy you're wasting, and that's going to affect you at the end of the day when you really need it, those latter stages from about that 32-kilometre mark of the marathon. So the longer that you can keep things under control, not let little things get to you, and as we always say, control the controllables and let everything else go. Because it's an absolute waste of energy, and there's nothing you can do about it. Once decisions have been made, you go with those decisions, you do what you need to do. In this case, it was serve a penalty, and you move forward. It's the same when you get a mechanical or a flat tyre. I remember my very first full distance race, I got a flat tyre at the 70-kilometre mark. Well, I hadn't anticipated that was going to happen. I hadn't prepared for it, which was so ridiculous, but I was a newbie pro. I didn't really know what I was doing, and I did not handle it well. I complained, I started crying. It was a massive performance on the side of the road, and I look back now and I shake my head and like, what was I thinking? Why didn't I just get on with business, change the damn tyre, and get on with the race? And my very first full distance race ended in a DNF because I was so impatient. I lost so much time changing that tyre. I tried to make up that lost time in the next 50K. I blew myself to smithereens. Greatest lesson I ever learnt, though, in the entire time I've been in the sport of triathlon, and I never made that same mistake again. So I think for these athletes now, it's all about staying calm, controlling what you can control and letting everything else go.
But can you regain energy in those 5 minutes? Because different to maybe a puncture or a flat tire, you're stressed, you have to change that one. When you have the 5-minute penalty, you sit down. I mean, you hate the situation, of course, but can you recover somehow?
Absolutely, depending on your mindset. I think if, as you said, if you realize and accept what's happened, and then you concentrate doing everything possible to make sure that when that time is up and you leave the penalty box, that you are ready to go. And we've seen that with quite a few of the elite athletes. Sam Long, I remember when he got a penalty and then went on to absolutely crush his race. So I think as long as you've got the right mindset and you don't let it get to you, don't let it have a negative effect, then absolutely it could be an advantage.
So back at the men's race, the next chasing group has passed kilometer 125. So it's Joshua Lewis in first position, 1 minute 10 behind. Sorry, 3 minutes 10 behind. That's Jasper Svensson. Then 1 minute behind. That's Pim van Diemen. And then there's the big chase pack. Florian Engert, Lukas Voigt, Oyen Stojanovic, Milan Bronze, and Andrew Horsfeld-Turner. They are 2 minutes behind Pim van Diemen. So Pim van Diemen in a really short time, in around about less than 10 kilometers, he was able to get away 2 minutes from that group. Huge effort by the Dutch. But on the other side, still great to see Andrew Horsfeld-Turner still in that group. Also Lukas Voigt, strong swimmer, still in that group. On the other side, I was wondering that Milan Bronze didn't go with Pim van Diemen, his Dutch colleague. I was waiting to those two guys head away together. Maybe Milan was too far behind to see Pim in front, leaving the chase group. Or he is waiting and playing the game.
Or he's just not able to go. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, for Pim to do what he did, I would hate to think of the watts he was actually pushing to do that, because we know that the group, they've actually, all the energy they would have expended to just catch that group, and then for Pim to go straight through the group and out the other side. I mean, there's some big watts being thrown down right there, and maybe Milan just didn't have that, or realised that if he did do something like that, that it was going to be a long day on the marathon. So, yeah, look, he's raced here before. I think this is his 4th time here now. He was 3rd here last year. He knows what it takes to finish on the podium, and maybe he's just racing within himself right now. But it'll be interesting to see what that deficit is coming into transition for Milan, because while he is a strong runner, he is certainly not the best runner on the course here today, and he will not want that deficit to blow out too significantly. No such problem for this man on screen right now, though. I think Josh Lewis, if you think about Kieran Linders, the other few weeks ago in Frankfurt, and then of course Tommy Bishop in Roth, it's been an incredible year for the British boys in long distance racing. They've had some superb results, and I think, you know, the camaraderie amongst these the British athletes is really high, and I think they would be feeding off that. So seeing, you know, their fellow countrymen do so well in these prestigious races. I mean, Frankfurt and Roth are two of the most prestigious races in all of Europe in long distance racing, if not the world. And so to see Kieran Linders and Tom Bishop do so incredibly well at both of these races, and I'm sure it's given Josh the inspiration that he needs to say, you know what, I want to do the damn same here in Almere, and look at him, look what he's doing. It's fantastic.
Definitely. Clever racing too. He was aiming for that bottle, didn't risk too much, because that's important to get nutrition here. Wrecked that up pretty well, and back on the arrow.
You know, I look at British triathlon, and I have to say, over both short course and long course, they are just so incredibly dominant right now, and have been for quite some time. And just think, when you think you've seen the last of it, up pops another, you know, top female and male, and they just keep producing such incredible athletes. You know, I think back to when I was first in the sport of triathlon, it was Australia that was the dominant country. We were Great Britain. But for many years now, Great Britain, whatever they're doing it right. And the rest of the federations around the world need to start taking note, because they really are producing so many world-class long and short course athletes.
PTO recently put up lists on the so far fastest swim and bike splits, and it was always the British
yep,
up there. So many. Kat Matthews was.
Think of Kat Matthews, India Lee, Lucy Charles Barclay. I mean,
Byram, all of them out there.
And then you look at short course with Georgia Taylor Brown, Beth Potter. It's mind blowing. I mean, it just keeps going, and it's really quite an exciting time for Great Britain in the sport of triathlon.
Interesting to see that other bigger nations in Europe, for example, Germany, they can hold up a little bit, but yeah, it's I don't want to say it's fading a bit, but well, from time to time, we're not as far as there as the Brits are.
We're always lurking in the background. Let's put it that way.
We
really are.
Come around the corner in the moment we need to.
And then of course we now include the Norwegians into that game. In fact, into the game, and of course last weekend in Uzbekistan at Challenge Samarkand, we had of course Christian Blumenfeld and Gustav Iden. And you know the thing I like the most? I've never seen so many comments on social media, and it wasn't just about Christian winning and Gustav coming second. It was that the two boys were back together doing what they do best. And I think Rico Bogan summed it up beautifully when he said, you know, the two boys, so good to have them both racing. There's such personalities in our sport, and we know that Gustav had a really hard time of it. So to see him come back, everyone wants him back in the sport at his best, because he is a brilliant athlete and an even more brilliant human being.
Definitely, yeah. And it's so happy to see him being out there, and you can see that from how he shows up himself on Instagram and all there in the race too, that he's getting back to the Gustav.
The pointy end of the field, as we know he should be. Back with our lead female, Marlene de Boer. Just like our male. It's interesting to see that both our male and female race very similar right now, with these two athletes dominating Marlene with a slightly larger lead. I'm sure Josh would like to have the sort of lead that Marlene's got right now coming into that marathon. But still, both athletes really dominating the race today. And not looking like they're faltering at all. We've ticked over the 4-hour mark for our women's race, 4:04:30. We're at 3 hours and 50 minutes for our men's race. Still brilliant conditions out there on course. It's probably the least amount of wind that I've ever witnessed here in Almere. Only a very slight breeze. You can see on the sides, not much movement in the trees at all. So while we've been speaking a lot about Milan Bronze being the big hope for the Dutch, we haven't been saying too much about Pim van Diemen, who right now is currently still in third place, but he can see Jesper Svensson. So while we are on our female leader, Marleen de Boer, there is a movement going on in our professional men's race. We know that Pim van Diemen is literally only 300 metres behind Jesper Svensson. So it is only a matter of time before we have Pim make his way into second place. So Marleen de Boer, her lead continues to grow. Behind her, we've got Alana Siffert and Jana Uderstad. It's around 8 minutes, so just on 8 minutes now that she has over Alana Siffert and Jana Uderstad. An extra almost 2 minutes back, we've got Magda Niewald and Tina Kreisman. They are our top 5 professional women on the course right now. Chloe Sparrow, she has dropped off the back of that group. She was riding with the likes of Magda Niewald and Tina Kreisman, but there is now a bit of a gap back to Chloe Sparrow in 6th and then Michelle Vesterby in 7th. So a few minor changes in our women's race, but there is no question about it. It is this woman on screen who continues to put time into the women behind her. At the end of the day, the winner here will be taking home €5,000 in prize money, as well as the prestigious title of European long distance champion. And if it happens to be this woman on screen that takes the title, which is looking highly likely right now, she will also take home the Dutch long distance championship title as well. So we're still at around 3 minutes and 10 seconds that Joshua Lewis has over Jesper Svensson. We know that behind him, Pim van Diemen has managed to now catch Jesper Svensson, so the two are riding together. Florian Angert, Lucas Voigt, Ojnjen Stojanovic and Milan Brons, along with Andrew Horsfall-Turner, are all riding together. But it is Pim van Diemen that is now making moves in this men's race. 32 years of age, he's only had 2 finishes over this distance. He was 5th here last year, so he's no stranger to this course. He knows this course. But right now, in 2nd position, and I know a podium here for Pim would be an absolute breakout race for this 32-year-old Dutchman. De Boer making that right-hand turn. It's going to be a very nice feeling for this young woman when she finally enters T2 with a lead upward of 8 minutes over her competition. Chloe Sparrow, who she was riding with back at the beginning, so Chloe 2nd out of the water this morning. That gap has opened up between herself and that chase group, and Chloe now around a minute down on Magda Nieuwald and Tina Kruisman. Tina Kruisman having a great debut here. Has not been a professional athlete for that long. First time racing a pro event of this caliber outside of Germany, so really great racing from Tina. Managing to stay with Magda Nieuwald. They are in 4th and 5th place. Of course, De Boer taking in some necessary hydration. They need to make sure that they get rid of that within the confines of that littering zone. So right now on course, De Boer in the lead, 8 minutes 12 back. We've got Siffert and Uderstadt. An extra 1:48 behind. We've got Nieuwald and Kruisman. And then Chloe Sparrow, an extra 1 minute and 5 back in 6th place. So our women's race starting to split just ever so slightly. Of course, the big mover, De Boer, continuing to, with every pedal stroke, to put time into Siffert and Uderstadt. Spotters out on course saying that this man, Joshua Lewis, leading the way for the men's race, still looking very much in control, very comfortable, very little movement down in that aero position for Joshua Lewis. He looks really, really good. We know that Pim van Diemen has now Kort Svensson and the two men are now riding behind. Josh Lewis at around that 3-minute 10 mark. What'll be interesting now for Svensson is he's got some firepower to join him. So will these two, Will Van Diemen and Svensson, be able to now work together to try and cut down this lead that Josh Lewis has? Just to put it all into perspective, just how well Pim Van Diemen is riding. He has managed to put 3 minutes into himself and that group that he was riding with, that group of Florian Angert, Lucas Voigt and Ojnjen Stojanovic. So 3 minutes, incredible riding from Pim. And I would imagine he is not content to stay where he is now. It'll just be a matter of whether Jesper is willing and able to go with him. But the two of them will be trying to chase down this man on screen. Pim Van Diemen, he was 10th place earlier this year, right back in April at Challenge Gran Canaria. Back in May in Lanzarote, he was 4th there. His last full distance race in Spain, he had a DNF, so a little bit of a mixed bag of results for Pim this year. He is well and truly making amends here today in Almere. He has a fastest marathon time of 2:53.26. A sneaky suspicion that he will need and want to run faster here today. This course, this run course here in Almere, 4 laps, very fast run course, but more importantly for today, the conditions. We're only expecting a high of around 18 degrees Celsius, which is perfect run conditions. I have a feeling we're going to see some very fast marathon times here. Once these athletes have made their way back into Almere and into transition.
Four hours and 4 minutes into the men's race, 4 hours 18 into the women's race. Still Belinda Boer in the lead with a huge gap of now 8 minutes. So she even was able to extend that lead throughout the last 30k. Another minute on the chase group of Ellen Siffert and Jana Uderstad, who has set 8 minutes behind. And then there's the next chase group, 2 more minutes behind those, with Magda Niewood and Tina Kreisman. Chloe Sparrow fell out of that group, it's 1 minute behind there again. And then there's Michelle Vesterby after her 5-minute penalty, still 5 minutes behind that group. So she's trying really hard to catch up. And then we have behind them Katrien Verstuyf from Belgium, Leonie Kleine-Bley from Germany, and Helen Moos from the Netherlands. That's the top 10 right now. all chasing Malin de Boer. Outstanding performance of the Dutch girl so far. And as said, with a normal marathon, an 8-minute lead. There's not much that could go wrong, but it is a long distance. You never know how things evolve. Yeah, well, we have Belinda Boer out on the course with a great performance. We have Jamie here from Mover, a rewards platform, and you have a new connection with Challenge Family. Jamie, great to have you here in studio. Can you quickly tell us about Mover? What is that?
Yeah, absolutely, and thanks for having me. So Mover is a brand new app. It's an activity app that rewards you for being active, and in partnership with Challenge Family, we're here today. We've been here since Wednesday at the Expo, and providing a new race experience for everybody that's here at the weekend.
You say for everyone. That's the great thing about Mover. How can athletes profit from you? You said you're a little startup, growing now, having that connection with Challenge Family. So when athletes join Mover, how can they profit?
Yeah, so we have a host of different in-app challenges and movements that people can earn from, but it's a pretty simple exercise really. You connect your device, you go and exercise, so you run, ride and swim. We award you points for that, and then you can spend them in the Mover marketplace. So we actually had someone that's been on Mover that paid for part of their race entry with their moves that they've earned for Almere this weekend. So yeah, it's really great to see, and we'll be giving people the opportunity to stand on the podium. So you might not come first, second or third, but if you come 567th, but you've given it your all and you've given it your best effort, with the new rewards category, you can stand at the podium, which I think is pretty cool for people to experience.
So like you said, a rewards platform, you're rewarded for your efforts. You mentioned that marketplace. Also here in Almere, you can use that for your efforts. In which other races does that happen, and how far is it, like money or?
Yeah, so we've developed an in-app currency called Moves, and then you have the ability to spend those moves in the marketplace. For example, on X-Bionic race gear, you can Garmin watches, obviously Challenge Family races, their partners as well, so Abbas helmets, and a host of other brands as well. But the really exciting part about Mover is that it gives everybody opportunity to earn. So your athletes that are going at it and are training 3-4 times a week, they're earning. But also because of our the heart rate that we use for the EXP, it gives everybody an opportunity. So your entry level runners as well. We like to provide that platform for all.
You just said the entry level for all, so it's basically also, because we talk about triathletes here, but it's also maybe for runners, bikers who are not as experienced in that sport. What range do you cover so far?
Yeah, so typically in the app at the minute, it's run, ride and swim. We're expanding, and we're trying to open up the app and be the app for all, and position ourselves as a loyalty program for sport. But yeah, I mean, I could go out for a run, and I could bet you that I could run 5k faster than you. I probably couldn't, but we can exchange moves and see who can climb the leaderboard. So there's a nice gamification side to the app as well.
Can you, within that app, also form groups maybe with your friends, for example, to see how they are doing?
Absolutely, yeah, and we launched the Challenge Team Almere within the Challenge Family World, as we've got. So everybody that is competing here today will have got an opportunity to join a pre-event challenge, which we use at EXP, which is basically the experience points from your heart rate, and we can reward people from that as well. And again, you can compete against your friends and a host of other people as well.
So how many users roundabout do you have already here, or for Almere in special?
Yeah, so in the Challenge Family World, we're pushing on 1,000, but across the board, we're north of 20,000 now. We've been going a year. We've got some big plans, some big aspirations. So I'd say, kind of watch this space. And if you do want to download Mover, you can download on the App Store, on Google Play Store, MUUVR is how you pronounce it, or how you spell it. Sorry.
You also have it on the cap. Maybe we can show that in a second too. How you spell it? Like you said, it's MW to use VR, right? That's how it works. You said you can. So the process would be now, if people are sitting here in front of the TV, you go to the App Store or the very place where you can get your apps. You look for Mover, and then you just registrate. Do you have to put in any data, any other results? Can you put them in from beforehand?
Yeah, so we all we ask is that you connect your device. So we partner with the likes of Garmin, Wahoo, Swift, Coros, Apple Fitness, Fitbit. The list goes on. And in as simple as that, you connect up and you go for a run today, and you start earning. It's really that simple.
That's simple. So it's so great to have you as a startup together with us, with the Challenge family. Mover, the rewards platform. So to all other watchers, join Mover, get to your phone now, have a look at them. And yeah, Jamie, it's really great that you support us, or we can help you out with that too. That connection will hopefully work out for a long time.
Yeah, likewise, and thank you for having me. It's really good fun to be here.
Thank you, Jamie, from Mover. Have a good time, and maybe see you around at other races of Challenge Family.
Absolutely. See you soon.
Yeah, so many sponsors, partners we have here. Mover as an example on the expo, but also working together with Challenge Family. As said, a really easy way to be rewarded for what you're doing during your trainings. So it's spelled MUUVER, Mover. Check this out. You're being rewarded, and you can use those rewards on other races. For example, for challenge races. So it's a lonely race for Belinda. She took over the lead pretty much right after the swim exit. And she's, as said, more than 8 minutes ahead of the chase pack. And so far looking really confident in leading position. Oh, really? How great. Yes.
So while I was out taking a bit of a break, Julian, I was chatting with Kieran Linders, of course, the winner here before and last year, an incredibly hard-earned second place. And I said, you know what, Kieran, we wish you were here. You could have offered some valuable insights. And he goes, oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember too much of last year's race. I said, yeah, but remember, the year before that, you won the race. You know what it takes to win here. I mean, he had an incredible race here. So he's such a wonderful athlete and human, and to see him improve like he has over the few years. I know he's put a lot of hard work in over the last few years, and it's starting to really pay dividends. But big shout out to Kieran Linders. If you were here, we would have definitely got you into the studio to talk about the course and what it takes to do well here.
Maybe, who knows, maybe we see him back next year again, because he had been many times in Almere, so yeah. Always great to see him racing, but now he has a well-deserved rest.
So word out on course, Joshua Lewis leading our men's race, but he is starting to get a little antsy, would be the word to use, wanting to know what that deficit is back to Jesper Svensson and Pim riding out of his mind right now. We know that he is really starting to pick that pace up. And it will be interesting to see in the dying stages of this bike in the last 10 to 15 kilometres whether Pim is able to claw back some of the deficit that Lewis has on the rest of the field. But what Lewis needs to do now, Julian, is not worry about what's going on behind him and concentrate on only what's in front. And right now, that means nothing. That means T2. That means coming into transition in the lead. He needs to start focusing on the marathon. He needs to start focusing on his nutrition, his hydration, making sure that he's doing everything he can so that when he hits transition, he is in the best shape for that marathon.
Keeping things together, not overpacing now, not getting nervous. Everything happens as it is right now. He has the gap, and even if it gets a little smaller, he knows Pim van Dijk had to put a lot of pressure onto the bars to get to Joshua Lewis, or closer to Joshua Lewis. So from that perspective, he is in a good position. Because Pim van Dijk, he went pretty fast.
I wonder if Josh has that feeling that, I feel something is coming. Because right now he's been in the box set, he's been putting time into his pursuers. All of a sudden now we know that there is one athlete out on course that is riding time into him, and that is Pim. And now that Pim has been able to pick up Jesper Svensson, the two of them together could be lethal. They're a lethal combination, and I wonder if Lewis is just getting that tiny feeling that I feel something's happening behind me. I don't quite know what, but...
Oh, he's cool enough to say that cost them so much energy to catch up with me. I'm totally fine. But true, yes, you're right. The closer, he just wants to get to T2, I guess, and start on the run. It looks like Pim van Dijk not only has overtaken Jesper Svensson, but he's already 20 seconds ahead. So looking like Pim is going all in on the next K on the bike.
Wow, so this is a really interesting turn of events then, and it shows you just how fast Pim is riding, because Jesper, we know, is riding very, very well and not able to hold pace with Pim. So it'll be really interesting to see just how much time Pim is able to take out of this man on screen. Joining us in studio right now, though, is another very interesting... I've actually known this man for... Oh, now I'm going to show my age. My gosh, I don't know if I want to do that. It's got to be at least 2 decades, exactly. Franco Vaderot, it's so lovely to have you here. Now, I love what you're doing. I must admit, being a little bit of old school, and what you have managed to put together with Human Go. I was almost a little scared of it at first because I couldn't understand how it could work. But now that I've actually sat down, had a good look at it, gone through it, it's truly something quite remarkable.
Yeah, thanks, Belinda. It's really nice to see you again, and thanks for having me. Yeah, Human Go is representing the latest in training technology, using tools of the future, leveraging the power of AI to give athletes and coaches an ability to get instant, real-time, adaptable data that works around your lifestyle. So it's taking advantage of any kind of tool in training, just like power meters or anything like that. We're leveraging the power of AI to work training plans around your lifestyle.
Wow. And I know that my colleague, Victoria Moriol, who is in charge of marketing and media for Challenge Family, she's about to run a half marathon pretty soon in England. And she actually got on and jumped on and got a program done for this half marathon, and she said it's working beautifully so far.
Yeah, it's really nice if you want structured training, but you want the flexibility of a plan that is if you're busy. I like to say this.
Exactly like Victoria. Yep.
And we're in a day and age where everybody's busy, right? And so to have the flexibility to have a training plan, but all of a sudden life gets in the way, and the AI will adjust around your life. That makes things feel really comfortable. You don't feel guilty if you're missing a session because you know it's going to put the session somewhere else.
Yep. What I love, though, about it is, obviously it is AI, but what happens to those athletes that want that personal touch, that want that human touch? Because I know that you've got athletes involved as well. Yeah. I mean, we're certainly not trying to replace coaches. That's not, people hear AI and they immediately think that, exactly.
So, we're never going to be able to replace the emotional or the psychological art of coaching, the human touch, but coaches can use AI to write the training plans, rewrite the training plans, give instant feedback, but still be involved with the human interaction. And you can do that inside a Human Go. You can always do it the traditional way, phone calls, Zoom, these kind of things as well, but it's simply a tool to help them scale.
How does the tool get to know you actually? Because it's AI, of course, you have to feed some data into it, but it's specific to each and every athlete. So how do you create that personality?
Yeah, so we have an AI avatar we call him Hugo. So just like Siri with Apple or Alexa with Amazon, we have Hugo. And you connect your device. So we connect with Garmin, Wahoo, Polar, all the major devices. And so it's constantly feeding data into Hugo. Hugo is looking at your past training history, your current fitness level, and your future goals, mapping out a training plan, and then we allow the user or the coach, the athlete or the coach, to add this whole layer of personal constraints on there. So time availability, sport distribution. Hey, I'm a little weak on the swim. I'm a strong runner, so give me a little bit more swim. I have to travel. I have kids. I decided I don't like training anymore. Whatever your reason is, you can enter all those things in, or just live life, and the AI will recognize when you're not training or when you overtrained, if you've had a bad night's sleep, maybe your HRV is out of whack, so it can constantly monitor and get to know you. So it's learning from you, learning your habits, and feeding up the right workouts to make sure you have enough time and zone to gain the fitness that you need and the recovery that you need and the taper that you need leading into your events.
Which disciplines are you covering at the moment? So it's for triathletes, obviously, but also runners, bikers, swimmers?
Yep. So we catered all endurance athletes. So yeah, triathlon, we're a little bit biased to triathlon. I have a history in triathlon. Our CEO is a triathlete, but we also work with trail runners, cyclists, road running. So it's all across endurance.
So for us watching now, the watchers and spectators out there, so they just download the app, register, and then they can start right away?
Yep, download the app. They get a free 30-day trial, no credit card, anything required, so they can play with it, get to know Hugo, let Hugo get to know you a little bit, and it's very, very affordable options. So for triathlon, it's $29 a month, and you can turn it on through your season, turn it off during the off season. We've just started working with Wahoo Fitness and Zwift and Indy Velo and Ruvi and all the great indoor trainers, so you can push your workouts into these and have indoor sessions over the winter, and so it's very, very flexible.
I have to ask, because obviously I've known you for a long time. Back when I knew you, you were into athlete management as well. How did it go from that to this?
Oh wow! Well,
I know we've got a big chunk of time in between, Franco, but it's quite amazing.
Yeah, I loved my time with managing athletes and being involved intimately in all the races. I got to a point, I got old, and I got to a point in my life where I was really looking to be able to do some good in the world other than just extract money from sponsors and hand them to athletes and all that. And I met the parent company of Human Go, a company called Human Powered Health. Human Powered Health is a company made up of healthcare experts, healthcare executives from the world's largest healthcare company, United Health Group. And they are opening labs across the country to give people control of their metabolic health. And so where there's traditionally been fragmented testing like VO2 max or lactate in these sort of isolated sports physiology labs or specialists, they've brought it all under one roof, brought it down to the mainstream level, and essentially you can go in and get all your testing data. And ultimately they acquired Human Go to be able to take this data, put it into Human Go, and then Human Go will write you out a health plan. So we're not quite there yet. We're still working on that. So we're still focused on athletes, but ultimately that's the goal, as you know. And we have some health challenges in America, and this is a great way to leverage the power of AI, where it's not just about completing your full distance triathlon or anything like that, your marathon. It's about maybe you just need to get a little more exercise or have a little better nutrition habit and get on the right health track. So it's ultimately about giving end users proactive control of their health journey.
And I think if we look at the world today, certainly not just privy to America, I think the entire world, this is an issue. I know even in Australia itself is just, I look at the majority of the population and it's a little depressing, it's sad because people just aren't looking after themselves, and I think this is going to give them the tool and the power that they need to start making a difference in their lives.
Certainly. I mean, and we're obviously in a bubble here. You know, we look around and everybody's super
everyone's
fit,
crazy
so
fit.
There's the rest of the world that could use a little bit of guidance, and so this is an app that's and a company that's born out of love of endurance sports that's looking to take what we know from a movement, exercise, recovery, nutrition perspective and bring it into plans that everybody can use.
I like this, especially for the so-to-say normal people too, because many people struggle to do sports because they say, oh no, I don't do sports today because I had a long day at work. Or
there's always an excuse. I think humans are the greatest beings in making an excuse. They've got an excuse for everything. So.
And for that, it's nice that your app can help that way around maybe, or to figure that out, because you can download lots of plans online, but the personality in there, I like that.
Yeah, and there's nothing better. I mean, I loved the elite side of the sport for so many years, but probably one of my favorite parts of any endurance sport is when somebody new comes in, sets a challenge that seems impossible, they finish, and then they get hooked. And then they go and they spread the drug to all their friends and get everybody doing it. And that's the magic of what we have going in endurance sports. And I think the more we can create pathways for people to enter into our world, the better.
Absolutely. I think it's incredibly exciting. And, you know, I'm not young now anymore either. And sometimes technology does scare me a bit because I just don't think I've got the tools to be able to use it. But I've looked at Human Go, and it's actually something that I know I can use and that I know moving forward, particularly in my line of work where I spend so much time on the road, traveling, and the last thing you want to do when you get off a long haul flight, and you know as well as I do, when you live in Australia, everywhere is a long way away. So to have a tool like this where I can take it with me, and then, you know, once I get to a hotel, just, all right, there's a little session for me to do today, I can manage that. And I know even from me, moving every day is so important. Not as an elite athlete anymore, but just for my own sanity, so to speak.
My colleague saw you in the gym this morning and said you were ripping it, so I think you're still pretty elite.
She is, yeah. We went on a run in Beijing, and she was worried if she can hold up with us, that she was running straight out of us.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's good. It's all about just waking up in the morning and feeling good about what you see in the mirror, I think. And
absolutely.
If a thing like this can help achieve that, then yeah, I think it's fantastic.
Yeah. It's bringing training down to a level that everybody can get into it. There's no barriers to entry with. Sometimes coaching, personal coaching, and righteously so, can be expensive. And so, you know, as technology moves in, we've seen it with, remember when power meters first came out, there was only SRM.
That's it,
and
that's right.
It was fairly expensive to have a power meter, and now you've seen the market, you know, open up, and it's the same with a lot of things. And
everyone's got a power meter, that's right.
AI is opening up a ton of doors in a lot of different areas, but certainly in endurance training where there's a proper periodization type of protocol to follow to, you know, maximize your readiness on race day, this is a perfect application.
Oh, fantastic. Well, listen, Franco, thank you so much for coming in. I think I need to have more of a conversation off air just to get the ins and outs, because it's fascinating, absolutely fascinating.
I put the name down, yeah. So we have to keep an eye on that, Human Go.
Yep, brilliant. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, guys. Pleasure to be here.
And of course, that was Franco Vaderot from Human Go. Known Franco for many, many years. I know when I first got into the sport of triathlon and I made my way out to San Diego, because that's where all the pros were headed. I got the benefit of meeting Franco then when he was the manager of some of the greatest triathletes that we've ever had. A wonderful man and doing some great things in our sport. But back to our race, Joshua Lewis on screen in the top spot. However, we do know that Pim van Diemen is coming like a freight train from behind. I do believe that lead is now down to around 2.5 minutes, not even quite 2.5 minutes, so it is certainly coming down. Pim right now the only man on course that is making inroads on our leader, Josh Lewis. Jesper Svensson pretty much smack on 3 minutes in arrears of Josh Lewis, so right where he was before, but it is Pim van Diemen that is the only man able to make time up on our leader. So it'll be interesting to see whether Pim is going to be able to continue to make time up on Josh Lewis. Will we see these two come into transition together? Behind Jesper Svensson, we have Lucas Voigt, Andrew Horsfeld-Turner, that same group. Milan Bronze, looking like he has actually made his way back up into that group. So we know that Milan was teetering off the back of that chase group at around 30 to 40 seconds down. Looks like that he has been able to gain contact with that group again. So Florian Angert, Milan Bronze, Andrew Horsfeld-Turner, Lucas Voigt, Onion Stojanovic. But Jesper Svensson, probably out on course, can still see Pim van Diemen. I think there is around 15 seconds between the two, but Pim really trying to catch this man on screen, Josh Lewis.
For some time now, Lucas Voigt is leading the chase group too, together with Andrew Horsfeld-Turner. That is interesting to see because we didn't see that actually coming. More waiting for either Milan Bronze or maybe Florian Angert to be in that position.
So Josh Lewis right now, approximately 7 kilometres left before he will leave the dike for the last time and start making his way back here to us here and into T2.
Less than 10 kilometers to go, roughly.
All up.
7, 8, roundabout. We can say in the background we are trying to find out if Pim van Diemen can maybe crash the bike course record, which was set up 1 or 2 years ago by Andrew Serkowitz with 4 hours, 2 minutes 12. It was last year, actually, yeah.
It was last year, that's correct. Both records went last year.
Starkey just retired now.
Big shout out to Andrew Starkovitz.
Yeah.
Yes, he did recently announce his retirement. He was in Roth, so raced Challenge Roth for the very last time. He also raced Challenge Quebec in Canada and then announced his retirement soon after. He's been an absolute force to be reckoned with throughout his career. Many stages where he was the fastest bike rider. His swim bike combination was brilliant, but he's definitely left a mark in the triathlon world. We wish him all the best in this next stage. Always a character though.
Absolutely, such a nice guy. And I think he has, when we see videos of him, his family and his kids, so I think
he's got a great family. His wife and kids are just, they're divine. And you know, we nicknamed Starkey in the end the race disruptor, because it didn't matter what race he went to, he was always in the mix. He always split the group. He would have been great in a race like today, because you know he was not content to just sit there, and he would come flying through, similar to what we've seen today with Pim van Diemen. It was the same sort of thing, so he aptly got nicknamed the race disruptor, but we love to have him. So Josh Lewis, not long now before he see him back here in transition. You can see he's taking every opportunity that he can to get up out of that saddle. No doubt he would be feeling it in his lower back, in his glutes, in his hamstrings. He's been down on those error bars for a mighty long time. This is when it's really important for him to focus, to not let the pain, that screaming body, get to him mentally. been a lonely old race for Josh Lewis. He broke away quite early on in the bike ride and has managed to stay away, but that's meant a long solo ride. Getting to pass a few of the age group athletes out there in the middle distance race, and also our age group athletes in the long distance race. But he's had absolutely no help.
It's a lonely ride for him.
Very
out there.
lonely, very. I mean, you know what? Sometimes it's a nice place to be because you know you've just got your own thoughts. As long as you can stay focused and stay on task, it's not a bad position to be in. You get to dictate and control the pace. I think he knows that Pim is taking time out of him. Not huge amounts of time. I still think Josh will hopefully be able to come into transition in first place. But it's going to be interesting to see just what that deficit is once we do hit T2.
Right, we're going to be there anytime soon in T2, but before we're going to jump into a short commercial break, and then we are right back here at the Challenge Almere 2024 with Joshua Lewis, probably first one to arrive in T2. Back at Challenge Almere 2024, the European Championship, with Joshua Lewis from Great Britain in leading position. So he's first with round about 2.5 minutes up to Pim van Diemen from the Netherlands. Local hero for today, probably. Right behind him, or together with him, so as far as we know, it's Jesper Svensson from Sweden. A great runner too, so we have to see how this is gonna evolve later on. And then the chase group of Lucas Voigt, Andrew Horsfall-Turner, Oyen Stojanovic and Milan Brons and Florian Angert, around about 4 minutes behind.
Great to see that Milan Brons has managed to make his way back up into the group. He's in a good, safe position now, and I don't think we'll see any changes here over the last 10K. We know that Josh Lewis on screen, less than 10 kilometres or around that 10 kilometre mark to go, so he's at about that 170 kilometre mark. So 10K or just under left for Joshua Lewis. Marlene de Boer continues to put time into the women behind her. Right now, she's around 8 minutes 42 in front of Jana Uderstadt, with Alana Siffert now an extra 57 seconds back. So that elastic band has broken between Jana Uderstadt and Alana Siffert. But the big move here, of course, Marlene de Boer, 8:42. What a beautiful position to be in coming into transition for that marathon. It just means, Julian, that, you know, she can take her time. She doesn't need to rush, which means she's not going to forget things. often when you are coming to transition with other athletes, you panic, you want to be the first one out, you want to get out of sight, out of mind, but she doesn't have to worry about that. She has the luxury of having that entire area to herself. And did you see that? Like, he tapped his backside to say, come with me. It's like, just concentrate on your own race, okay? I'm fine. I'm doing perfectly fine right here, right now. But great racing from there. I love the camaraderie amongst the athletes here. It's always been the way in triathlon. But going back to Marlene de Boer, she has that luxury of taking her time through transition, making sure that she gets everything she needs, making sure that she has her hydration, her nutrition, and then going out and being able to start at a pace that is manageable for her and really work into that marathon and then get it up to speed to where she wants to sit instead of having to panic, maybe run that first 1 or 2 kilometres at a pace that you didn't necessarily want to hold. She won't have that problem. She's going to have around 9 minutes, if not more, coming into transition. What a beautiful way to start a marathon.
That moment, even the 3-hour marathon in Sweden she had with rougher conditions than here could already be enough, because I'm not sure if Jana Uderstad or Alanis Siffert in her first race on a long distance can run a 2:50 marathon to get close to Marlene de Boer.
Would be a mighty big ask. Not impossible, because I've learnt very quickly in this sport that there is no such thing as impossible.
Especially on that course too.
Yes,
we have that here.
absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, you never know. But all things being equal, she is in the absolute box seat right now, and she doesn't need to do anything differently to what she's doing. Run the marathon that we know she is capable of. But also the confidence that she must be feeling right now, knowing that even in these dying stages of the bike ride, she is continuing to ride faster than any woman behind her. And just the confidence, the inner belief, the inner confidence that you get from that, it's almost like you've got wings. Like, there's no doubt that her body is screaming at her right now that she is tired. I mean, she's been on the bike for a long, long time. But knowing that you are riding well, knowing that there is no other woman out on course riding as well as you, it really is a great feeling, and it's one that she will take into the marathon.
Definitely. Like you said, she's not stressed. When you enter with like 30 seconds ahead, you want to get away from the pack, then you are a lot more stressed than right now, knowing even if I take 30 seconds longer for the change, that's all right.
You can see here just the speed that she's overtaking some of our age group athletes out on course. She is lightning fast. We know that the gaps, even behind Marlena, are starting to open up. So whilst Alana Siffert is currently in 3rd place, we know that behind her, Magda Nieuwhout and Tina Kruisman are now around 3 minutes in arrears. So updated on course that there is now at least 3 minutes and counting between our 3rd place Alana Siffert and then 4th and 5th with Magda Nieuwhout and Tina Kruisman. So while our lead female is riding the dike for the very last time, she will make her way down to the end. She will turn right and she will then be making her way back towards Almere. We know that our lead male, Joshua Lewis, is already off the dike. He has now left the dike. He has around 4 to 5 kilometres left to go here today. 180 kilometres, almost done and dusted for Joshua. Great to see him really putting it all together here. Great swim, solid swim. Really strong bike ride throughout. He's never really looked like he's faltered. He's got himself up and out of the saddle a few times just to give his muscles, his lower back a little bit of a rest, but straight back down into those error bars. So looking further back from our professional women now, Marlene de Boer on screen. We know that Jana Uderstadt is riding solo in second, Alana Siffert a little further back in third. We still have Magda Niewald and Tina Kreisman riding together in fourth and fifth. Chloe Sparrow riding on her own in sixth, and it is Michelle Vesterby in seventh. And then quite a sizable gap back to Katrin Verstuft in eighth. Leonie Kleiner-Blay from Germany back in ninth. And then rounding out our top 10, we've got Helene Moos from the Netherlands. So that is our top 10 professional women, our elite women out on course. Reports out on course from our spotters who have done a fabulous job relaying information back to us right now on what's happening behind. We know that Alana Siffert had to let Jana go, just riding that little bit too fast for Alana Siffert. Just remember, she's only 22 years of age. She's lining up today in her very first full distance race. So playing a very sensible game so far. And even though she did need to let Jana go, she's still saying she feels good, she feels under control, and she looks very comfortable right now, currently holding third position. So while our elite men and women are making their way to transition, not long to go now, we know Josh Lewis has got less than 2 kilometres before he makes his way into T2. And then, of course, our elite women also making their way back here to Almere. What has stunned me the most today is that it is still such incredible conditions out there on this bike course. I really thought that the wind would start to pick up steadily throughout the day, but so far, still very, very quiet, particularly up on the dikes where it is very exposed to the wind. But reports out on course is that yes, while the wind has definitely picked up from what it was this morning, it's still probably some of the best conditions we have ever seen here in this race's history.
There we see Joshua Lewis on his last kilometer on the bike. There in the background you can see T2 already on the left side in the back.
You can actually see right now where those cones are. That is part of the marathon course here. So that is the back side of the 4 laps of the marathon course. So the marathon course on the left, and of course the final kilometers of the bike here as they enter transition. But you can see the run goes off to the left and follows the blue path. But our athletes will be running along that 4 times today. And we are going to be waiting to see just what that deficit is behind Josh. We know that it is Pim. We are wondering whether Pim is going to be able to take Andrew Starkowitz's record. It's going to be mighty close.
Yeah, Pim was not in that first group leaving the water, so he swam around 52, 53 minutes. Roughly. A little more actually, because we had learned about that.
Right now, Josh Lewis, he needs to switch focus from the bike to the run. He needs to start thinking about that marathon and what it's going to take to keep him in this top spot. You can see he's already starting to get prepared, loosening the shoes. Shoes are off. Now, interesting to talk about the run here. It is obviously a marathon, 42.2 kilometers. There are 4 lots of 10.1 kilometer loops. So 4 loops that they will do. However, right at the beginning, before they actually start on that loop, they will need to run a 900 meter loop. So they do a 900 meter loop, which is separate to the 4 big loops. So 900 meter loop to start. They then will run towards here to us, right outside our window, and they will then complete, and that's another 900 meters to get them to us, and then they will complete 4 lots of 10.1 kilometer loops. Now the only reason I know this is because I sat through the entire pro briefing. Little confusing, but you'll see right now, you can see right now transition. So they don't head straight out onto the loop, on the big loop now. They will do a 900 meter small loop. They will then join the big loop, which will take them here to the finish. And from once they get here to the finish, they then complete 4 lots of 10.1 kilometer loops.
The good thing is we have something on screen later on to show you how the
We will
run
have the graphics, that's
looks
right,
like,
to show
and then
you exactly. But it's interesting because, you know, here we go, and here he is. Joshua Lewis from Great Britain coming into transition here in the top spot. What a ride this young man has had. He was brilliant. Oh, bit of a worry trouble there with the pedals. But he will now make his way to his bike rack. He'll rack his bike. He'll collect his run kit bag. And he will take it to the change tent.
And even that time was close to Starikovich's record, I must say. We're going to check on that later. So when he entered T1, he was 4 hours 51:21.
It's always funny to watch the athletes get off the bike. Those first few steps into the change tent, always a little ginger. Takes a couple of kilometers to get those running legs back into action after being on the bike for 180 kilometers. But great to see Josh Lewis into T2. Running shoes will go on, and before you know it, he will be out onto this marathon course. And here he is, the great Dutch hope. What a great ride he has had. And as Josh exits T2, Pim making his way now into the transition tent. He has had an incredible ride here today. Really good riding. He looks pretty good, I have to say, for someone that's ridden so hard. He's looking pretty good at the beginning stages of this marathon. He will go into the tent, running shoes will come on, and he will be joining Josh Lewis. There's only 2 of our men that are out now onto the marathon. But Pim van Diemen flying the flag now for the Netherlands. You can see this is that first 900 meter loop that I was talking about on screen. So this is not part of the 10.1 kilometer course. They do a short 900 meter loop before they then make their way onto the run course proper. They then make their way towards us here. And then once they get to us here, they'll see the finish line to their left, and they will know that they have 4 laps of 10.1 kilometres to run. So right now, here you go. He is now on the run course proper. He will make his way now towards the finish as Jesper Svensson from Sweden, also now into transition. 3rd place for Jesper. Good to see that that time didn't blow out too far between himself and Pim. Right now on paper, of these 3 men, you'd have to put your money on Jesper as being the fastest of the 3 over the marathon. But Josh Lewis looking really smooth early on. Looks like he's been able to put all his nutrition together, got his race belt on, sorted himself out. It always takes about a kilometre to get yourself sorted with all the hat, the glasses, the race belt. Look at that, crowd's already starting to line the streets here. You can see right over in the distance off to your left, that is where we are here in the studio. That's where everything is, the race village, the expo, the finish line. The most important location of the day is that finish line.
And Pim van Diemen has left T2 with 1.5 minutes.
1.5, 90 seconds. Oof.
Not that much.
So he certainly has made up some time in the final 5 to 10 kilometres of the bike course here. So great to see our top 3 men are already in and out of transition. It's going to be a little bit of a different case scenario once our women come in. We know that this lead of De Boers is around the 9 to 10 minute mark. So we're going to be waiting for quite some time before we see our next female into transition. So,
taking a turn here to the right now.
Pim van Diemen, 4:03.13.
Not quite enough.
So, Starkey, if you're listening, my friend, your bike record remains intact. So, Andrew Starkovitz can breathe a sigh of relief. That record will stand for yet another year. 4:02.12 for Andrew Starkovitz last year, whereas Pim van Diemen for this year, 4:03.13.
Chalou is now approaching finish line area for the very first time. Spectators are already lining up. When we look out of the window, there's already lots of going on here.
I'd have to say, Julian, I mean, this is one of my favourite studios to work in because, like we said earlier, where it's positioned, the way that we have ceiling to floor, glass windows, they position us right, so we just have to look off to our right. We can see the runners. They're literally no more than an arm's length in front of us, and we get to see them go past. And the reason that that's important is because, one, we get the feel of the crowds, which is always great when you're commentating, but secondly, we get to see those facial expressions up close and personal. And sometimes facial expressions of an athlete, they mean everything. And it's going to be interesting to see what Josh looks like as he goes past here for the first of 4 times.
There in the back, that glass building, that is us.
You waving? You can give them a wave. Give them a wave.
Yeah, hi. Lower right side. This is actually us. And now here comes Joshua Lewis, first time passing the finish line area. Below that camera spot, this is where we are headed. On the right side, you can see that's the swim start, where we headed off this morning.
I can see everyone get with their cameras ready to go outside of our studio. Here he goes. And he looks the goods. He looks nice and relaxed in the upper body. Breathing look controlled. So obviously only very, very early stages here today. Look at them giving him a rev up. Brilliant. So our first is through. He now has exactly 4 lots of 10.1 kilometres to go. This is a little bit of a rise, tiny, probably one of only 2 rises in the entire run course that he will need to do.
Rises in Netherlands.
Yeah, well, that's about as much of a rise as you're going to get.
On the right side, by the way, the dark building, wooden building, that's the hotel where we're all staying at.
Fantastic hotel, Leonardo, that's right, where all of us and the athletes get to stay. There is a great view of it right now, but Josh will be very, very happy that he is now on the first of 4 laps. He can settle into a rhythm now. It's a really great course in terms of being able to just try and hit that target time, kilometre per hour time, and just hold on for as long as you can.
The chasers will also try so. We said Pim van Dijk 1.5 minutes behind after the first K. Jesper Svensson, he is 3:20 behind. That sounds like a lot, but he can run
Not
that
for
fast.
Jesper,
And
that's
depending
right.
on Joshua, how fast he can hold up the pace when we now see the local hero, Pim van Dijk, entering the stadium. I guess it's going really loud out there from the locals. See, there's already a lot going on, a lot of spectators already out there.
And he would be getting a very loud cheer right now as the first of our Dutchies to make it through. Big thumbs up as he now runs past that finish line for the first of 4 laps.
While the chase group has entered T2, Andrew Horsford-Turner in 4th position, together with Lucas Voigt, Oyen Stojanovic and Milan Brons. Not Florian Engert, he fell out of this group. We have to see how that will now develop.
It's always interesting, you know, the dying kilometres of a 180-kilometre bike ride. It's incredible that once you just start feeling just slightly off, just being able to hold something that you were able to hold so easily only minutes before, all of a sudden, it's impossible. And Florian, you know, probably towards the last couple of kilometres just was not able to hold pace. Super impressed with Milan Brons, though, to be able to come back. He's been teetering up and back, and to actually be able to now finish with the likes of Lucas Voigt, Andrew Horsfeld-Turner and Oyen Stojanovic is really, really impressive. As you can see, Jesper Svensson not looking as comfortable as I'm used to seeing him, I'll be honest, I have to admit. But it always takes a couple of kilometres to just find your rhythm, for those muscles to loosen up, for that lower back to loosen up, particularly on this course, as he now makes his way past our studio.
On the one side, interesting to see that it's not as round as the other two looked like, but that's also maybe because he's a lot stronger and taller than the other 2 guys. His stride's a lot longer. And Belinda, who we now see on camera by our spotters, we were told that she has overtaken Florian Engert on the course, who's really sitting it up.
Tell you what,
I'm not sure about that.
Look how incredibly well this woman is riding. She is on her way into T2. Not that far behind our men. I mean, this is incredible. I know there was a 15-minute gap, but still, I just thought once the men went past that they would continue to put humongous chunks of time in, but she is right there. I cannot wait to see what sort of bike time she's going to produce here today.
Renee Keeley set that up.
Renee Kiley, that's right, from Australia. Training partner of Els Visser at the time. Set the record here last year. So great to see Marlene de Boer. She starts to get prepped, shoes come off. She is going to come into transition with a monumental lead over the rest of the elite women's field. It will be around 9 to 10 minutes over the rest of her competition. So right now, shoes are off. Must make sure that she dismounts before the dismount line. No problems there, giving herself lots of room. Again, she has the luxury of taking her time. She doesn't need to rush. She doesn't need to do anything that's going to make her end up with any sort of a penalty. And let's see what sort of bike time we're going to get here today from Marlena as she makes her way to her bike rack. But really incredible race from the Dutch woman so far. Here she comes. Starting to get a real party feel down here on the finish line now. You can hear the music outside of our studio.
The crowd was really loud already when Pim van Diemen entered the stadium, or past the stadium. They're going to be really loud later on when Belinda Boer, in leading position, will walk along here. So 5 hours 19:49, that was the time when she arrived in T2, and then now we start the counting.
Bike is racked. Now that she's racked her bike, her helmet can come off. They must make sure that they don't touch their helmet until the bike is completely racked. Again, she can take her time with this. She doesn't need to make any silly mistakes. It'll be straight into the tent. Running shoes will go on. So back with our lead male, Joshua Lewis. We know right now that Pim van Diemen is around 1:35 down. So that lead is coming down ever so slowly. But 1:35 the difference now between Joshua Lewis from Great Britain and Pim van Diemen from the Netherlands. We know in third place Jesper Svensson. And then behind Jesper, we have Andrew Horsfeld-Turner, Onion Stojanovic, Milan Bronze. And a really interesting story from Milan. Hats off to Yuri Kulin for writing into me. It's these sort of stories that we love to hear. So his grandfather unfortunately passed away only 3 days ago. And the plan was for his granddad to be here at the race. We know that Milan is a local. He was born literally meters down the road here in the local hospital. And so his granddad was coming to watch him, but unfortunately passed away. But this will be an incredibly emotional and special day for Milan, regardless of the outcome. Oh, that's a pretty hard-hitting story. So hats off to Milan. Very, very difficult to gather your thoughts, your emotions, and still come out here today and race like he is.
Another cheering zone on the course. That's a local triathlon team, I guess. They always have that spot on here. Beautiful view from here.
And we've just been given reports that indeed, Renee Kiley, if you are listening, your bike record is also still intact. So both of our bike records from last year are safe. We know that Marlene rode a time of 4 hours, 25 and 46 seconds. And we compare that to Renee Kiley's time last year of 4 hours, 23 and 07. So it shows you just how incredibly well they rode last year. If you've got on screen right now, Onion Stojanovic, Milan Bronze, the absolute local hero here. And then Andrew Horsfeld-Turner not far behind. So the three men making their way out onto the first of 4 laps.
I'm missing one. Ah, here he comes. And
Joshua Lewis on the first of 4 laps. Really lovely run course here. I've run it several times since I've been here. I absolutely love it. You know, not too far behind. Last check, it was 1 minute 35 seconds. Was Pim van Diemen. Then you've got Jesper Svensson. And as we just saw go past us here in our studio, Onion Stojanovic, Milan Bronze and Andrew Horsfeld-Turner. And Lucas Voigt now in the 7th place. I'm wondering just what might have happened to Florian Angert. So we know starting the run in 8th place was Lars Lomholt from Denmark. We're just waiting to see exactly when Florian Angert is going to make his way into transition. But Marlene de Boer, what a reception she is going to get here for this entire run course. Brilliant, brilliant racing from Marlene. We're going to have to wait quite some time before we start to call our next woman through to this marathon. We know it is going to be upwards of 9 minutes.
Florian Angert has now started the run. He had to let Lars Lomholt pass from Denmark, so Florian Angert now in 9th position. Quite a huge gap now. Whereas also Lucas Voigt has now passed the stadium here. And Melinda Boer still in a comfortable position. Last check was 9.5 minutes ahead of Jana Uderstad and Elena Siffert.
You can see right now she's not doing anything crazy. She's just ticking it along nicely, nice and relaxed in the shoulders. She'll take a left-hand turn here and make her way towards us, but she looks really, really comfortable. She'll have her coach Vonzi out on ground, who will be able to give her an accurate split of just how much time she's got. And I tell you what, if I was on a marathon and told that I had upwards of 9 minutes, it would put the biggest smile on my face, because it's a very nice position to be in. If we look right now, that building that you can see in front of us off to the right-hand side, that is the local hospital, and it was where Milan Brons was born. So they will pass that hospital on 4 occasions.
That's actually so lovely about the weather too, for the spectators, I must say, because last year we had 30, 32 degrees, it was really hot, and today it's so, yeah.
It's perfect, and you know, you think about, we've got around 800 volunteers out on course. Big high five there for Marlena. So for our volunteers and our spectators, absolutely perfect conditions here today, and of course the same can be said for our athletes. She makes her way towards us already. She's going to get so many cheers. You can see right there, that section, that is the coaches section. So every athlete was able to nominate one person, whether it be coach, family, friend, but they are allowed to give the athletes special needs. So it's a special area on the course. This person needed to be nominated ahead of time, and they are allowed to stay there and hand off anything, any sort of special needs, nutrition that their athlete would like.
And here she comes, first time through the stadium. It's going to get loud out there. It's going to be packed later on. It's already so many people here.
So right now,
disappears, yeah.
1.8 kilometres done and dusted for our lead female. Right now, Josh Lewis coming up on my favourite section of the run course here. Will make his way out onto the pier. So they run out over the water. It's a beautiful section of the course. Josh looking nice and comfortable. Right now, going by the numbers, when we compare him to Menno Koolhaas last year, who was our winner. He is now a minute 20 in front of Menno Koolhaas's time at this point. But we do know that last year Menno Koolhaas had a spectacular marathon, 2:41.39. I'm not too sure that the men on screen, so either Josh Lewis or Pim or Jesper. Jesper, well, I wouldn't put it past him, but it'll be interesting to see. 2:41 is absolutely flying. So now we have our next professional woman through, Jana Uchstadt from Germany. Whoop, a little bit of a slip there. She knows that that deficit is substantial. Jana also into transition. We know it won't be too far away before we see our youngest competitor in the field at only 22 years of age, Alana Siffert, also make her way into transition. We know that that gap was only around a minute between Jana and Alanis, so it won't be too long. And as I say it, boom, there you go. Alanis Siffert also now into transition. Less than a minute down on Jana Uchstadt. Here she goes. All of that clothing will now come off. And that is one of our professional men also. Just shows you these women have really raced very, very well here today. Just to update you though, 15 minutes was the deficit. A lot of people just joining in now. We did have our professional women start first today, and then 15 minutes later, our professional men were underway.
You
can see throughout the first 6K men's race, same distance as so far. Other side, Belinda Boer still around 10 minutes, 9.5 minutes ahead. Comfortable lead for the Dutch. Here's Louise again. He could expand the gap on Pim van Diemen.
He is definitely putting time back into Pim, so he is running faster of the two right now. So that's really interesting to see, Julian, that he's actually been able to push that lead back out. I think it's up around 2 minutes 15 now, the gap between Josh Lewis on screen and second place Pim.
So, but the distance to Jesper Svensson remained the same, so meaning that Jesper gets closer to Pim. Question is, can Joshua keep up the pace, or will Jesper at some point go faster? So, I mean, it's round about 3 minutes, 3:20, the gap between Joshua and Jesper, but interesting to see. I wouldn't say it's all over now already.
It is only just beginning, Julian, let me tell you. I mean, the marathon, really, we need to wait till at least the halfway mark. So my old coach used to always say to me, this race does not start till the 30K mark, and that's when things start to get interesting. It's that last 10 to 12 kilometers where your body is literally screaming at you to stop. Every muscle is telling you no more, and it's just, that's when it truly becomes a race of attrition, and it's mind over matter. I mean, I've done 50 of these things now, and each and every one, it didn't matter how good I was feeling, you always get to that point at some stage in that marathon where your body's saying enough already, and it's just about fighting those demons and just tricking your body. Basically, you play mind games with yourself. I used to do a lot of self-talk. I used to talk about, you know, ways around it or gifts I would buy myself. It was almost like I was a double personality. I'd say, you just keep pushing, Belinda, and I'll make sure that you can go to the shops and you can buy yourself something new. Or it didn't matter what stupidity I was making up in my head. It was anything that I could use at that particular point in time which would get me to that finish line.
It doesn't wonder me a lot because that you chose talking, to be honest.
That's my way of getting through.
Others are maybe doing measurements, something like that.
You know, my mum and dad used to tell me stories of when I was a little girl and I'd be playing on my own in the backyard, and they used to laugh so hard because sometimes there'd be 3 or 4 characters that I would play. There'd be the one of me, but 3 or 4 characters that I used to play. And when I look back at it now and I look at my life as an elite athlete and the way that I used to do things or the processes that I put in place, it doesn't surprise me at all. But Joshua Lewis really doing well. I think, you know, often when you come off the bike in first place, you do grow wings to a certain extent. You're in control. You know you're in the box seat. So you are feeling that air of confidence that you, right at that moment, you've got it under control. You can see that there are sections on this run. He is trying to look to see exactly where the men are behind him. And look, you can see looking across, just trying to get a little check because there are a couple of places on this. I know that there's one section that is coming up. He's about to enter that section fairly soon where he'll make his way up and over the bridge. And right at the end of the bridge, they do a U-turn and then come back on themselves. And that will be his one prime opportunity to see exactly where his competitors are.
That's nice about the track, yeah.
And if he doesn't see them, well, that's even better because that says he's got an even bigger lead than what he probably anticipated.
Naar de naast van Hoog. Ja, kan. Ik heb vervangers. Ja, nee, kan niet. Nee, daarna. Iets er voorbij zijn, kan ik ernaast. Ja. Ja, komt die aan?
So while Josh has extended his lead now to around that 2:15 to 2:20 mark, we know that Jesper Svensson, currently in third, is starting to really rein in Pim. As we see Magda Niewald also making her way into transition. So great to see Magda. And right behind her, newbie pro from Germany, Tina Kreisman. So these two women have ridden really, really well together here today. Coming into transition in 4th and 5th place. And this is where it's going to all begin for Magda. As we know, surgery on a broken bone in her foot. Everyone keeps slipping on that corner. But this is going to be the longest run that Magda has done in quite a long time. She's only just back racing at full speed. So this is the first race since surgery. There's definitely a little bit of the unknown on her run. As we can see, Jana Uderstadt from Germany, currently in 2nd place. And she has now made her way past us here in the studio. Big cheers for Jana as well. Great race from her. I had quite a few of my German friends when I was doing my research today put a big tick next to her name and said, you need to look out for Jana. She hasn't had the greatest year, but she is so strong and she's been really focusing on this race. And Alana Siffert, the youngest in the field. She's from Switzerland. She was the winner last weekend in a Almere XL after that stunning race that she had where she was able to outride and then hold off the great Ash Gentle. Her coach has nicknamed her the Duck because of the way that she runs. So what that tells me, Julian, is that Alanis did not lose that much time to Jana in the end, which is great. And we could see an epic battle between these two athletes here today.
Her transition was a little bit faster than the one of Jana. So for that, yeah, they are still in range when we now can see Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain entering T2, looking for her way.
A little bit confused, and of
Turn
course,
to the left and again, and then we're here.
and interesting to see that she still has her bike shoes on. So all of the other women, all of the other athletes took their bike shoes off before they got off the bike. Chloe Sparrow still with bike shoes on as she makes her way into the tent.
With her should be right behind Michelle Vesterby. We just missed her, but she also has entered T2.
Great to see. Of course, Michelle Vesterby was riding up there, and I have no doubt that she probably would have come in with Jana. Unfortunately, drafting penalty for Michelle that she had to serve out there on course, so 5 minutes in the penalty tent. But has made up a lot of time since that penalty and is able to come into transition with Chloe Sparrow in 7th position. So 7th position for Michelle Vesterby. So while I've spoken a fair bit about the run course here in Almere, it used to be 6 laps. A couple of years back, they changed it down to 4 laps. It's a beautiful run course, completely flat apart from a couple of rises. We do have a graphic to show you that will explain this course. Can be a little bit confusing to talk about, but we do have a graphic that will show you exactly what this course looks like down on ground. So this is that little 900-meter loop that they need to do right at the beginning. They then make their way towards the finish line here. And then we start. This is when we start the first of 4 10.1 identical loops. See, a little bit of that out and back. That is that bridge section I spoke about, out on along the pier. They then make their way around the back part of this course. Right here is where they join the bike course. They will run past transition. And then they do it all again. So that is the completion of 1 of 4 laps. And on that last lap is when they get to make that hard turn left and under the epic finish line that we have here right outside our studio.
And I really like the section on the island, I might call it. It looks
very
confusing, but actually it's pretty easy because there's only a one-way. They also run on those little bridges where we saw that before with Joshua Lewis, where there's no fence left or right. It's just water next to them. And that's pretty cool, I guess, from the feeling and the chance even to see your chasers behind you. Get a feeling, or at least see their faces. They look confident. Oh, they're struggling. Joshua Lewis has found his rhythm, just keeps up the pace. With that one, he was able to distance Pim van Diemen. So as said, was a little under 1 minute 30 in T2. Now it's a 2-minute lead for Joshua Lewis on Pim van Diemen. And still 3.5 to Jesper Svensson. Around kilometer 7, that is. So long way still to go. 35k, so there's lots of time, lots of things can happen. It's not as hot as last year. You can fear that one might collapse in front.
It's actually perfect conditions right now, around 16 degrees Celsius, but sun is shining, so it will be a little warmer. So current air temp 16 degrees, but probably feels more like 18, which, you know, as well as I do, that is just, that's about as perfect conditions as you could ask for. Very little wind. I ran this course the other day when it was very windy, and there are many exposed sections which make it very, very difficult. I had a headwind for a good chunk of the run only a couple of days ago, and I found it incredibly difficult. But they won't have that issue today. There's barely any wind, and it's really, you could not ask for better conditions if you tried.
This is the part where you can see the bike course on the right side, the end of the bike course. Perfectly separated.
You know, this race really is like a well-oiled machine. I mean, every year I come back here, it's been going for so long, and I think you find that with a lot of races that have such a such a vast history, they just perfect it. I mean, Challenge Roth is the most perfect example of this, where it's been in the county for so long. I think this year, actually this month, in a couple of weeks, they are celebrating 40 years of triathlon in the town of Roth. I mean, it blows my mind. My first year there was 2004, so I've been going for 20 odd years now. To think that it had been going for 20 years before I even knew about it, simply incredible. And when you go there, you can just tell. It's so steeped in history. The town and surrounding areas absolutely love it. They embrace it like it's their own. The same can be said for this race here.
Right.
Second oldest race outside of Kona, and you really can tell that the town and its surrounding areas are so proud of this event. When I've been walking through town and I've gone for coffee or gone and have a look at the shops only a few hundred metres away from where we are now, they all ask, are you here for the triathlon? Oh, it's that. Or the hotel, we knew you'd be coming back because it's that time of year, the triathlon's on. So they really love the race here, and there's nothing better as an international person coming from another country to be welcomed so wholeheartedly into a new community. Because let's face it, Julian, we are closing their streets down for an entire day. We come in as triathletes, we take over hotels, we take over restaurants, we take over coffee shops. And that's pretty tough going for locals, but the locals here, as in Roth, embrace it, and they love it, and they accept it, and they actually appreciate it, and it's just such a great feeling.
And still, well, because you said it's a well-oiled machine, still in Roth, but also in Almere, they try to make it even more perfect year by year. Try to improve the race, ask the competitors what you like, what not. They changed the run course now, like you said, from the 6-lap to a 4-lap course. So I think they're really trying, still not to say everything is fine, we'll keep it as it is, but still are able to improve.
Well, you know, as soon as you become complacent, and this can be said throughout any facet of life, as soon as you become complacent, you lose it. I think you've got to always continue striving, even if we're only talking about tweaking just minor changes. And it doesn't have to be anything crazy, but I think just continually tweaking to make it an even better experience. And I know, you know, for Challenge Family events, it's all about that experience for the athlete, all about that experience for the athlete's family, friends, anyone that comes to visit. So you can see now, it's great having a little chat there, probably asking who's behind, what's going on, where's my biggest threat coming from. But I do like that Josh has got the energy to actually have a conversation right now, early on in this marathon.
It will give him a good feeling, knowing that he has expanded the lead on Pim van Diemen and kept the distance on Jesper Svensson. It'll be interesting to see, maybe we are able to do so later on again, how Jesper is doing, because we saw him coming from the bike and he was doing okay as well. He didn't run perfectly round.
I actually look at Joshua Lewis now and I think he's picked the pace up. You know, I spoke about that first couple of kilometres after a long bike ride. Your legs are wobbly, it just takes a little bit of time for you to settle into that rhythm. And you can look at Josh now, and he really looks like he's settled into a very comfortable rhythm early on in this marathon. And all he needs to do now, and I know this is easier said than done, is he just needs to hold it for as long as he can. I mean, really, he knows he's putting time into Pim van Diemen behind him. He knows that he's holding time to Jesper Svensson. What's happening behind there? Well, you know, we've got Onion Stojanovic. I mean, Onion's never really, last year obviously didn't finish. He hasn't got the fastest of marathon times. I really don't know what to expect from Onion here today. I know he will give it his all, but right now, as it stands on paper, it is Josh Lewis that is looking the goods to try and take the win here today.
Absolutely true. He has just passed kilometer 11. While we can see the still solo running Marleen de Boer far ahead of her competitors. We just said it before many times. It's 9.5 minute lead. And she doesn't look like slowing down.
Right there, the Dutch coach. So just having a little chat to Marlena, probably telling her just keep doing what you are doing. You do not need to worry about a thing. Just keep ticking it over. So we have 9 elite athletes here from the Netherlands racing. So very strong contingent, as you'd expect. They are also vying for the Dutch long distance championship today, as well as European long distance champion. So a lot on the line here today for the Dutch athletes. So, yep, right now, Josh Lewis about to complete lap 1 of 4. So that first 10.1 kilometre loop done and dusted for Josh as he goes underneath the Pletzer Resorts archway. So Pletzer Resorts, one of our big Challenge family sponsors. Had the opportunity to stay there many times, haven't we? But you as well. When we stayed at Challenge Valsey, that's a Pletzer Resort. Did you not know this, Julian? Julian, have you not been to Valsey? Oh, what did I think you had? Oh, you're missing out. I will invite you. I'll note that down next year. Challenge Valsey, beautiful, one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to. And you can hear the crowds now. Josh Lewis about to complete lap 1, big smile on his face. A little bit of a rise now as he will make his way onto lap 2 of 4. You know, it's funny to think, Julian, as I said earlier in the program, went to dinner last night. We all stay at the Leonardo, which was just on screen. They have got an incredible restaurant attached. It's one of my favourites in Almere. It's so convenient to just walk straight downstairs into the hotel. When we went there for dinner last night and to see Josh and his partner having a beer, just a quiet beer before he went to bed. Certainly not having any ill effects from that today, that's for sure.
Maybe he's still using that.
Oh, I love it. I love it. He's just so relaxed. I love his attitude. A little bit of a difficult time getting his registration in. As I said, there's a little bit of a process when it's a championship event. A couple of hiccups along the way, but big shout out to British Triathlon. I am so glad that you have allowed Josh to race, because my gosh, isn't he having a performance and a half right here now.
I can see it's getting, oh, here on the right side we see a German flag walking towards us. It looked a bit like Florian Engert. I don't want to say it's him, but it looked a lot like him.
Yeah, and
I have to check that.
I'm looking at timing, and I certainly can't see Florian's name in the top 10, and we know that he definitely was in the top 10.
He is out, our spotters just said. Florian Engert is out of the race. Ah, such a pity. It looked quite well in the beginning of the race, also on the bike for a long time, but the longer the bike course took, the worse, I guess, Florian felt. And it was actually quite nice. Josh just gave a hand up to a really devastated Florian Engert, I guess.
Oh, you know, as I said, I had a really honest conversation with Florian yesterday, and it breaks my heart when I see athletes go through this. Peter Heinrich went through a similar situation as well. 1 minute you're on top of the world in this sport, and the next minute you're on rock bottom, and often there are times where there's no rhyme and reason for it. I've seen athletes at their absolute best and they are flying on cloud 9, and yet a couple of months later, sometimes through no fault of their own, opportunities just they don't come anymore, or there's been sickness, or there's been a mechanical, but it sends them into some sort of a spiral that's so difficult to get out of, and we're seeing that right now with Florian.
And in that sport you have to dig out yourself by yourself. It's not like in, let's say, soccer, any other sport with a team sport, we can say the team can help you out on that. Of course, Florian has great people around him.
That's where you've nailed it. It's where you need to have a team around. This is what the importance now. Triathlon may be an individual sport where you haven't got a team to play with, but there's no way that it is actually an individual sport. It's an individual sport when you're out there on the race field, as we see Jesper Svensson now in second position. So Jesper Svensson has managed to overtake Pim. He is now running in second position as he heads out on lap 2. But it really is a team effort, and I think you find the athletes, the elite athletes that are able to surround themselves with an incredible team are the ones that make it. And the best example that I like to use here is Jan Frodeno. Jan Frodeno, of course, in his own right, is incredibly talented. He has everything. He's the full package. But what I think one of the things he did better than any other athlete I've ever seen is he surrounded himself with like-minded people. He got a team together of people that worked for him, worked with him, and allowed him to focus on nothing but training and racing. And that's why we saw nothing but great results from Jan for majority of his career. It's truly remarkable, and I still today, when I'm talking to up-and-coming professional athletes, I constantly go back to using Jan Frodeno as an example of the full package.
So as said, Joshua Lewis, yes, in the lead. Jesper Svensson has overtaken Pim van Dijk. He was at kilometer 11.8. He was 9 seconds ahead. So regarding the fact we had another timing a kilometer before, so within a kilometer he got 9 seconds away from Pim van Dijk. So but it's still 3 minutes 20 to Joshua Lewis. So that distance completely remained the same during 1/4 of the run of the marathon. It will be interesting to see, can Joshua Lewis keep up that pace? How will he feel at kilometer 30 or 32? Will there be, or will he slow down? That's going to be the big question. He has it in hand.
I'm really interested to see where Milan Bronze is right now. We know in timing that they've still got him in 4th place. We are waiting for him to tick over onto that next timing mat. But wouldn't it be great after everything that Milan's been through with his granddad passing away only 3 days ago? I'm sure it would mean the world to Milan and his friends and family. Right now, Josh Lewis at the 12-kilometre mark in front, Jesper Svensson in second, Pim van Dijk in third. We'll wait to see once these next lot of athletes cross over that 11.8-kilometre timing mat. We know that Milan Bronze, Ojnjen Stojanovic, Lucas Voigt and Andrew Horsfeld-Turner. So right now we can see it already. So what is happening? Every time I say something, the next thing happens. They have just ticked over that 11-kilometre mark, so we know that Onion Stojanovic and Milan Bronze are running side by side in 4th and 5th place. So the two athletes are together. So a great race from these two men so far. This is the very far end of the run course. So Marlena de Boer will make a left-hand turn here, and she will be on her way back here to complete lap 1. Nice, slightly downhill section here of the run.
So she's still at kilometer about 9.5 minutes ahead. And Uderstad got a little away from Alana Siffert, as Potter said before. But yes, still at that time, 9.5 minutes is so much in a marathon. While Pim van Dijk is losing more and more time on Jesper Svensson. The gap is still 3:20 between Lewis and Jesper, but Pim van Dijk has lost 25 seconds in total now on Jesper. Well, he has given it all on the bike. He wanted to close that gap somehow, but maybe he's now struggling a bit.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see, Julian, because both Onion and Milan are not that far behind Pim. So it's going to be interesting to see the two of them working together. They're obviously working together quite well now early on in this marathon, whether they are able to now bridge across. Milan Bronze was 3rd here last year. I know he would love nothing more than to finish on the podium yet again and to be obviously the fastest Dutchman here today. Definitely looking a lot better out on course early on than his fellow countryman Pim van Dijk. But early days yet. We've still got a lot of kilometres left to run here. Further down our list of the athletes, we know in 10th place right now is Piotr Lewicki from Poland. Bastian Pedersen is 9th. He's from Denmark. So we've got the two Danes running, fairly closely together. In 8th, we've got Lars Lomholt from Denmark. And in 7th, we've got Andrew Horsfall Turner. And then our early swim leader from this morning in 6th place, Lucas Voigt. So that's our top 10 elite men early on here in the run.
Weather conditions still nice out there. Slightly windy, but not that much. Still for the Netherlands, as we said. Wind picked up a little bit. Outside temperature around 15 degrees. Bit sunny, which is nice. Cool breeze. So Milan Bronze and Onion Stojanovic have now also reached kilometer 11.8. Now we can see they are 6 minutes behind Pim van Dijk, Jesper Svensson. And it's 9 minutes to Joshua Lewis. 6 minutes is a long run. I mean, if Pim struggles and he's really done too much on the bike, that could be something for them. Maybe then they can still catch him up.
Yeah, it's still a significant amount of time right now, but we are still in the early days of this marathon, so it'll all depend whether Pim is continuing to slow down or whether he's able to hold the pace that he's currently at. From all reports out on course, he is starting to struggle, which to me means that we are actually going to see him slow down. And then if that's the case, we could see during the latter stages of this marathon that both Onion and Milan are able to catch and pass him. But it's going to take a few more kilometres yet for that to happen. It's still a significant amount of time.
We just saw the motorbike overtaking Joshua Lewis. That was one of our spotters on it, Tim. Tim said, when he was talking to Joshua Lewis in that section, Josh said, "No worries, I won't slow down."
I love
confident out there.
that confidence. And you know what? I always say to athletes, if you cannot back yourself, how can you expect others to? And you know, if you are feeling good and you are feeling confident, then you should be able to say it.
Absolutely.
And it always frustrates me when sometimes people are almost offended by an athlete's confidence. If you are doing this as your profession and you are training day in, day out, sacrificing parties, sacrificing other things because you are spending all of your time training to be the best you can be, you've got to believe in yourself. Well, why in hell are you doing it? You've got to believe in yourself. And I don't think there is a problem with having that inner confidence and being able to say, you know what, right now, I'm not going to slow down because I feel good and I know I can hold this pace.
It, so to say, is his job to win. I mean, it's his
Of course
desire
it is.
to.
He's not here to make up the numbers. Michelle Vesterby, at 41 years of age, last race, specifically said, Belinda, you know, my brain is not wired any other way. My brain is wired to come to a race. The first and foremost is to try and win. And then if I can't do that, my next step is to do as best I can. And that is the mind of an elite athlete. You are not here just to make it round the course or to make up numbers. You are here to be the best you can be and to get the best result that you possibly can on the day. And that's what we're seeing from Josh now. And I love this inner confidence that he's got of himself.
I think she just mentioned Michelle because she's obviously not often now on TV, but she has moved close to Chloe Sparrow, by the way, so she's just 1 minute behind her. She's in 7th place, Chloe in 6th. And Tina Kreisman and Magda Niewood are only 3 minutes in front of her, 2.5 to 3 minutes. So we'll see how Michelle can play the game on the long run.
Look, one thing I know, Julian, about Michelle Vesterby is she is an absolute fighter and she will continue to push and fight till she gets to that finish line. And this is this section of the run that I was talking about before, that out and back section, the only out and back section on the run here, where Joshua Lewis can actually gets to eyeball his competition. But if he gets this gap out to a significant amount, he will actually be off the bridge. He takes a left turn. So he is out of sight, out of mind. So he will know that. So his greatest position to be in right now is that once he gets over this bridge and takes that left-hand turn, if he can do that before his competitors are on the bridge, that is a beautiful spot for him to be in. So far, I cannot see Jesper Svensson.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Wow.
A lot.
So you can see right now, just at the bottom of this bridge, he will turn a hard left. And look at that. I have not seen Jesper. So really nice position for Joshua Lewis to be in right now. And just the confidence that he will get knowing that he has just done that outback section and he has not seen any of his competitors, even down that straight road. So great position for Josh to be in.
We were just told by our spotters that it would be his first ever pro win if he can win today.
Yes, it will be the greatest win of his career so far, which would be wonderful. But both of our leaders doing such a great job. Marlene de Boer, there is nothing but space behind her. Her closest competitor at over 9 minutes down. You know, Joshua Lewis, not with quite so much time, but with a sizable gap of around that 3-minute mark. This is that section of the run that I like the best.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
Very
about
cool.
too. No fence left or right side. I would be afraid to fall into the water maybe in that section. Here, you just turn too early.
I tell you what, last year with the temperatures the way they were, you've been wanting to fall into that water, let me tell you.
Always have to think like a Mario Kart, all that racing stuff, like you just kick the other out there. Well, that guy on the left side, he's holding up with Joshua.
He's doing a great job so far.
Screen time for him on TV. He has chosen his best hat for that moment, I must say. It's a pity that you weren't wearing those in your days, Belinda. You with that hat, that would have been amazing.
No, I wouldn't be seen dead. I was very much into my fashion on the race course, the latest and greatest, and that hat would not have made the mark. I would not
Why you
have
would for
allowed
next
that.
year?
Good sun smart hat, I have to admit.
Well, that was Tim, one of our spotters, I guess. Yes.
Tim has been everywhere today. Every time I look up, I can see pictures of Tim. He's been great. Hats off to you today for doing a great job with the spotting.
Yeah, all the times we get in, all the gaps, all the faces of the athletes. Those are our spotters out there. One is Tim from Challenge Family.
We know this lady on screen, Marlene de Boer, she has a marathon PB of 3 hours and 58 minutes. Had her coach Yvonne van Vlekken on the show earlier today, saying that she believes that for sure Marlene can go under that magical 3 hour mark. You know, it's incredible to think back when I was racing, if you were able to break 3 hours as a female professional athlete, you were one of the best in the world. There was only a handful, not even a handful, that can do it. I mean, Marinda Carfrae springs to mind straight away as being one of the greatest, but it wasn't a done deal that you would break 3 hours. It was a rarity. And you know, fast forward now, 25 odd years, and really, if you don't break 3 hours as an elite female, you are really not in the game.
Right.
So it's crazy to think how far it has come.
With technologies, but also with training opportunities, how you can look at your body, what you can do with your body. That's really huge. Well, Belinda Boer is now starting on the second lap. Passing the stadium again. A little more packed out there.
See that obviously it is warming up just slightly, just a little bit of water over the head as well.
So it's a little more cloudy than before, I must say.
Making it even more perfect for running out here today. So we are getting that slight cloud cover. You're right, that sun is not belting down on their heads anymore.
She has the time to wave. I see how many people are out there. So great.
Sorry, ik kan het bijna niet verstaan. Het woord was te laat. Oh, ja? Ja. Stondtijd? Ja. Oh, oké. Daarom moet je
Marlene de Boer, the only one of our elite females to make through the 11.8 kilometre timing mat here. We do know that Jana Uderstadt from Germany still holding second position.
There we see her coach, Yvonne van Vlekken.
Yvonne, she'll be everywhere on this run. Of course, she also has Magda Nieuwald also racing. Magda currently in fourth position, so two elite athletes for Yvonne van Vlekken on course.
Andere Nederlanders hier ook. Ik laat ze even een beetje gaan, maar ik kan één keer voorbij gaan.
So lovely, the venue here around Weirwater, as we said before. First, there was the sea, then they created the city of Almere and decided to put up a lake again. And then so they flooded Weirwater again, which is fresh water. So we had the swim inside. Belinda Boer now on the second lap, around kilometer 12 now. So more than 1/4 of the marathon is done and dusted. Still solid, comfortable lead of 9.5 minutes.
And we do now have our top 10 elite women through at least the 6.2 kilometre mark. So Marlene de Boer on screen now, leading the way. Pretty much daylight in between. And then we've got Jana Uderstadt from Germany in second. Alanis Siffert from Switzerland in third. Magda Nieuwert from South Africa in fourth. Tina Kreisman in fifth. Chloe Sparrow in sixth. Michelle Vesterby from Denmark in seventh. Leonie Kleiner-Blay from Germany in eighth. Katrien Verstoof from Belgium in ninth. And rounding out our top 10, Helene Moos from the Netherlands. So a nice mix of European countries here, all vying for that title of European long distance champion. This woman on screen right now making it increasingly difficult for any other woman to take that title from her today. In fact, it would take an absolute miracle, I dare say, if anyone is to steal it from this woman. She really does have it under control. It was interesting to hear Yvonne, when she came on, say that she lives in the area, she trains on these roads day in, day out. She's run this run course hundreds of times. She knows the bike course inside out, and more often than not, experience plays such a significant part in a race. I know whenever I was serious about doing a race in the past, a race that I truly wanted to win, I would get there weeks, sometimes a month in advance, if it meant that much to me. Or I would at least do a training camp in the area. I mean, it's like with Challenge Roth. How many athletes do we get coming during the year to train on the course? And it was so important to know every corner, every nook and cranny of a particular course, so that there were no surprises on race day. It brings to mind Jonas Dijkman, who's just
knows the course now,
he's just done 120 times through the Challenge Roth course. Even saying it out loud, I feel crazy, because to me it's just, you know, I was lucky enough to do a little bit of two of his marathons with him, and he is an extraordinary man. I mean, he's a crazy man, let's put that race, but he is an extraordinary man to do what he did. I don't know anyone else in the world. I think we'll be seeing that world record stand for a mighty long time.
Yeah, loving the sport, loving the extreme, that's what he is. The old record was 109 in a row, so yeah.
He didn't want to do just 110. That would be foolish. He wanted to do 120 to make sure that anyone in their right mind was not going to take that
Probably
record
that.
on.
I haven't asked him actually why he has chosen 120, not 130, 150, whatever, but somewhere, I guess, what can the body still do?
Yeah.
And that was also nice to see that when after 120 he didn't say, oh, come on, I still have it, let's go on. But after 120 he said, really, this is it.
Well,
and Roth was halftime, for example, that too.
Exactly. And you think about it, it's not just him that he's got to think about here, it's his entire support team. Like, this was an incredible production. I got to see it firsthand over several weeks. The team behind it, like feeding him every afternoon, making sure that his bike was right, making sure he got massage, it was unbelievable. And so, yes, it's amazing, 120, but like you said, you've got to think about the team behind it as well. They would be just as exhausted as Jonas, but yeah, it was truly an incredible feat. One we're not going to see again in a long time.
At least just here, like, he had to get a new pair of shoes almost every second week because his feet got broader and broader. It didn't fit them anymore.
And fatter.
Incredible.
Oh, it's crazy.
So we've just seen Jana Uderstadt running along kilometer 11. That was her on screen. Alain de Boer is, of course, further ahead. But Alanis Siffert will also pass kilometer 11 anytime soon, and maybe we can see then what the difference is there. And if the newbie on the long distance, Alanis Siffert, she's now here on screen, the Swiss girl, how far she is behind Jana Uderstadt. Or can even maybe Magda Nieuwert and Tina Christman again catch her up, but it was around about 8 minutes gap. That is actually only too much.
Alana's still looking really, really good. I mean, she's got that distinct running style, which her coach has decided to nickname her the Duck. But I tell you what, it is effective. He's definitely tweaked it since he's been with her. So since she's been under her coach, he's definitely tweaked her run form slightly. But, you know, I love it because I can always see her coming. She's got that little bit of a duck stride, but she's getting so much better with her running and her riding. And so far today, you've got to remember, you've got Michelle Vesterby racing here today at 41 years of age, and you've got little Alanis Siffert at 22 years of age. It's crazy, the difference.
Yeah.
Huge gap. So, very impressed with Alanis.
Speaking of gap, yeah, it's exactly 1 minute between Jana and Alanis. So that's not that much. It's on a marathon. Completely possible to catch up. To catch her, Belinda Boer, can be a really tough thing today. Sure, it's a marathon. A lot can happen here. But when she just, even if she stays on a pace for a 3-hour marathon, she will be totally fine. And we said that before. In Sweden, on the long distance there, she ran a 3-hour marathon. It was a lot warmer than today. Conditions were worse. So when she can put out a similar run today, she will be totally fine and crown herself European champion and Dutch champion too. But yes, so far, it's a long way to go. Still around 30 kilometers to go. That's always so crazy. Like, we were watching for now 6 hours, or women 6 hours 20. And always at that moment, I'm like, wow, we still need 2 more hours until we're done for tonight.
Speaking of, once the athletes are across that finish line, of course the after party begins here at the finish line. It's always a lot of fun. So many athletes come down for the final dying hours of this race. As Jort Flam said earlier when we had him on for an interview, he said, sometimes I think athletes actually slow down so that they can be one of the last across the finish line, because they just know what an incredible experience it is. And here we've got to look at Jana. So Jana, we've been told that Alanis is taking a little bit of time out of her, so we know that that is Jana Urstadt that's just gone past us here at the studio, currently in second position.
Looking solid, I would say. It's not the perfect round running setup, if I'm not wrong.
All of the women are still looking very strong, and you'd expect them to at this stage in the marathon. It's going to be interesting once we get on to lap 3 and 4. To see if anyone's run. But look at this. See, this is. I was told by one of our spotters that she was starting to catch up, and Alana Siffert definitely running faster than Jana Urstadt right now on ground. Look at that turnover, and still looks so composed. It just blows me away that she's. I know I keep saying it, but 22 years of age. Look, a little bit of a shout out. She is really enjoying herself here, and why not? It's her first one. She's got absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain.
That's what I meant. Jana didn't look so confident, so round like Alanis does. And Jana has slowed down, or Marlene has taken up speed, because the gap is now 10 minutes between Marlene and Jana. And Alanis will any second cross the 11.8K mark. And then we're going to see if within the last K that 1 minute has changed somehow between Jana and Alanis. Now we can see it is, oh yeah, it got a little smaller. It is 45 seconds, so 15 seconds in 1K.
Not bad. And you know, that's all you need to do. Remember, she's got a lot of real estate still left to run. So it might only be 15 seconds, but when the gap was only a minute and you've still got a good chunk of the marathon left to run, that's perfect pacing from Alana Siffert so far. Most important thing for Marlene right now is just to look after herself. She's got no pressure from behind. She knows that that gap is significant. So all she really needs to focus on now is making sure that she gets her hydration and nutrition right. She doesn't want to forget about fueling, about hydrating. She just needs to keep ticking it over exactly as we're seeing on screen. What a day it will be for the Netherlands if she is able to keep the title of European long distance champion within the country. We know that Els Visser was the winner of it last year. We know Sarissa de Vries has won it in the past as well. In fact, when Sarissa won, it was the World Long Distance Championship. And we also know Yvonne van Vlekken having won it here on 4 occasions. I love that, one of the age group athletes out there cheering on our lead male.
It's like Tina Christman.
Oh, actually, it might have been, might not have been. It could have been. I didn't see the.
On the back side, Christman.
I don't have my glasses.
Oh yeah, right.
So I need to put them back on.
That's why I'm sitting here.
So that's great. So Tina Christman, really interesting. So she is one of our professional athletes. She's a brand new pro, so she's not been pro for that long. So far, having a great race. Her swim bike was really, really strong. Looks to be falling back just slightly on the run, but as I mentioned earlier, this is her first true championship event outside of Germany, so really good race from her.
In kilometers 6, she was still in 5th position. We'll see how
brilliant.
Chloe and Michelle behind her, but we'll see how that evolves later on.
And again, another one of our newbies.
There's Chloe, right?
And right in front of Chloe, I can see that green suit of Magda. So Joshua Lewis coming up on some of our professional women, our elite women here.
You can see how packed it is and how narrow it is now on the course for him to overtake.
Well, Chloe Sparrow actually having a really good run, because on our timing, which is a little bit behind real time, we've got Chloe Sparrow still in 6th place, but we can see now Chloe has already overtaken Tina Kreisman, and she is hunting down Magda Newell. You can see that they are almost together right now. So hats off to Chloe Sparrow. She's running really, really well.
Got back from the bike because there she had to, well, yeah, fall apart or fall behind, and now she has recovered. She's back on again. There was a 2-minute 1:40 gap between her and Magda at kilometer 6.2.
Not anymore. That gap has been swallowed up. Again, Magda only back racing for the first time since surgery. Josh Lewis not too far before we see him make his way towards us here again. I'm so impressed with the way Josh is running right now. He really has not changed. As I said, if anything, he's actually picked it up. He's found his stride. He's in a great rhythm. He told one of our spotters that he doesn't intend on slowing down, that he feels good.
However, he's also realistic. And last time we talked to him, he said he feels strong, but it's a marathon, so a long way to go.
Well, you know, there's always a little bit of the unknown when it comes to the marathon. Sometimes there are things that are a little bit out of your control. But so far, Joshua Lewis looking the goods here today in Almere.
Kilometer 16.3. So Jesper Svensson is 3.5 minutes still behind Joshua. That is the same gap, even a little more than before. So Joshua is not slowing down, or on the other side, Jesper is not able to keep it up. On the other side, Pim van Dijk is now 1.5 minutes behind Jesper. And it's only 3.5 minutes. I'm sorry, 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes, that's right.
Still, because, but before we had more. I think it was like 6 minutes.
6 minutes. No, absolutely. That's
Milan Bros and Ojen Stojanovic are getting closer slightly to Pim van Dijk, who is 3rd.
And you can see on course now those red numbers as compared to the pink or the purple numbers. We can see the purple numbers are the middle distance race, whereas those red numbers are the full distance race. So we now have middle distance as well as our long distance athletes out on course. Pretty soon to be also joined by our aqua bike that's out there today. So quite a few different races going on at once. But the golden event, the main event for today, will be the European Long Distance Championship. Great to see our lead female surrounded by fellow countrymen. As we said, a lot of Dutch athletes racing here on the course today.
She's also keeping up the nutrition, just saw that. Gels, drinking water, still cooling down the head a little bit. Totally under control. Belinda Boer knows what she's doing. She has been second last year. Also already a fantastic race of her, finishing at a time of 8 hours 43. See if she can beat that, maybe. Last year she had a 3-hour 04 marathon.
I definitely think she will be at least around that today, if not quicker, but had a really good race against third place Katrin Grosbol Christensen. Literally only seconds separating them at the end of the day. Completely different situation she finds herself in right now, however, so I'm sure she is
on the one side, you can say last year she had a lot more pressure on the run course, so she had to run faster. On the other side, it's not that warm today, so she can really work out the pace she needs. And we said it before, there's so many people she knows along the course, and of course Yvonne van Vleck and her coach is there, telling her each and every round how she is pacing, or how she's doing.
And we've just been given a report out on course. Unfortunately, Katrien Verstoft from Belgium. While she's still up on our timing, I believe that she may have stepped off the course, so things not quite going the way that Katrien would have wanted them to. We will confirm that shortly. Josh Lewis passes us again, and now about to head out onto lap 3. Great race, still looks really, really comfortable.
As we can see Jesper Svensson here on his run. He has his rhythm. He has about the same speed as Joshua, which is actually pretty good, but the problem, so to say, for him is he needs to make up 3 minutes. And he is not looking like doing so. However, I mean, we are at kilometer 18 something. No, sorry, 22. It was the women's race, sorry. We are at kilometer 22 now for Joshua Lewis. And so halfway through, maybe Jesper is still waiting a little, because in the race with Christian Hugenhout back then, it was the last 10K where he got closer and where the race really developed in that way.
You're right, yeah.
So it might look comfortable, 3 minutes, and Joshua looks great. But yeah, as we always say, kilometer 30 on, it's going to be really interesting.
We'll start to see some fireworks, I do believe. We've had some fantastic athletes win this race over the years, including the likes of Marcus Fakbak and Jan Raphael. Joe Skipper won the race back in 2017. Jaroslav Vacic back in 2018. Matty Troutman in 2019. Of course, that crazy race you were just talking about. Christian Hugenhaug in 2021. Kieran Linders in 2022. And then last year, Menno Koolhaas taking the win. In the women's, Ellen Banjeviet, a great athlete from the Netherlands. Katrin Walter from Germany. Camille Deligny also racing again. So Yvonne van Vlecken has won it 4 times. So Yvonne van Vlecken, 2017, 2018, 2019. Sarissa de Vries back in 2021. Katharina Wolf, partner of Florian Angert in 2022 and Els Visser last year. So last year, with both Menno Koolhaas and Els Visser, the first time since it became a challenge event that we had both Dutch male and female winners, so the double Dutch victory.
Zie je de kinderen in beeld, Lee?
Also nice to see. Tedious are out there.
Such a good atmosphere, isn't it?
Why not coming out here also on this side of the lake? I like it. I mean, you can sit on a bench, cheer the athletes, sit in the sun. It's not too warm. Beautiful. We don't say autumn day. Can we say still it's a summer day, please?
No. You're not quite ready for autumn yet, Julian?
Not me. Yeah, you're going back to summer. Yeah, don't tell me.
Eventually. Eventually. No, by the time I get back home to Noosa, it'll be, well, it's glorious now, but it'll be absolutely glorious. The middle seasons on the Sunshine Coast in Noosa are always the best, so spring and autumn. Beautiful time.
The snow pictures from here.
Yeah, yes.
So again, Jesper Svensson passing the finish line, and that is around about kilometer 21.9, and then we can see how far he is behind Joshua Lewis. I feel like he is looking a little better than in the beginning of the run. He is a little quicker than before with his long strides. And Joshua, like that, Joshua looks like he's flying because he has shorter.
A lot shorter athlete than Jesper. Jesper's got such long levers, both arms and legs.
Yeah, but it's 3 minutes 40 seconds still between.
A little bit like when you see Magnus Ditlev running.
I thought about
he always looks like he's just jogging, but he's absolutely flying.
That was the first.
So deceiving.
Oh, halfway through, what do you think? I mean, it's still 3 minutes, a solid 3 minute 30, plus minus 5 seconds or something, but.
Look, I'm yet to fault Josh Lewis. He just looks so comfortable. And again, we're only at halfway mark, a half marathon. We've got a long way to go. If he can get through this next lap unscathed and come out when he comes through here again for the third time, and he can look like this, then I think he has a real shot at taking the win. Again, that last 10 kilometres can do things to you that are truly horrific. I've seen it. And I've also been in situations where I've called a race early and I've been completely wrong. So you'd think after all these years, I would learn a lesson or two, but all things being equal right now, both athletes are running fairly similar paces. We know that Jesper has more experience than Josh over this distance, so that has to play a part to a degree. But I think Josh is also in a part of his career now where he wants a win. He knows he's done the work for a win. And I think it's his time. I think he's quietly confident. And to win European long distance champion would be such a great step forward in his career as a professional athlete. And sometimes that's what it comes down into the end. Who wants it more? Jesper or Joshua? I don't know. For Jesper, I know that he also wants the win. He's not towards the end of his career, but he's a lot further into his career than what Josh is. So again, who is willing to dig as deep as they need to go to get this win?
You mentioned the routine that Jesper has raced here before. He can still wait. I mean, maybe we say, oh, it's still 3.5 minutes, still 3.5 minutes. On the other side, he says, okay, that's fine with me. In 10K, I can run that down, or in 12K, so you never know.
And, you know, in that last 10K, when you've got nothing to lose and everything to gain, it's amazing just what you can get out of yourself. And Jesper is a great marathon runner, and we have seen him have some epic battles here, so he knows how to hurt himself, and he also knows how to hold his composure under pressure, which we don't know about Josh, because I just don't think he's raced enough times over this distance for us to see how he copes with that sort of pressure. And that sort of pressure is extreme. It's intense. And yeah, I used to hate it. It was the worst sort of pressure ever. I like to be out of sight, out of mind, and never worry about it. But other athletes thrive on it, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yes, because especially when we say he has no win in the pro athlete. And you can see Pim van Duyn now passing.
Still, you know, and we've been given reports out on course that Pim was really starting to struggle. Look, he certainly doesn't look anywhere near as comfortable as Jesper and Joshua, but he's still moving forward. He's still giving it everything, but
In that moment of the race, I must say, kilometer 22, looking like that.
I know, it's not, look at me, I'm always trying to see the bright side in everything.
I'm so sorry, I'm too realistic maybe for that. That's maybe the German.
The German side in your own, mine's the Aussie side.
I'm just looking out the window and seeing it, but his face is not as happy as it should be.
You can see the skin at his shoulders. Look at his shoulders. He just doesn't look comfortable. When you look at compare it to the likes of Josh and Jesper, who look nice and relaxed in the upper body. Just that gritting his teeth here just hasn't found that rhythm, or has lost that rhythm that we still see with both Josh and Jesper.
He's now 4 minutes behind Jesper, so he has lost lots of time. The question is now, what is about Milan Brons and Ojen Stojanovic, who were 4.5 minutes behind, and we haven't seen them in a while. Maybe when they pass the stadium here, we can see how they are running, and if they in any way are close to Jesper Svensson on the way to look how they run, I'm sure they're going to catch Van Duyn anytime soon.
And it's always nice, Julian, if you can find a partner, someone out there that's running a similar pace to you, and you can almost share the pain. I know this sounds crazy, but if you can find someone, and you can see that with these two athletes, with Ojen and Milan, running side by side, it's almost like you can share the pain with each other, and that makes a huge difference.
Back to the women's race, we have news. Kilometer 16.3, Malene de Boer in first position. At 16.3 kilometers, Elena Siffert is now in first position, 15 seconds ahead of Jana Ullestad.
That is incredible. Surprising? No. But incredible nonetheless. Alana Siffert, I knew coming into this race, as I said, she had the right attitude. She was excited. She wasn't nervous in a negative way. She was nervous in an excited way. She couldn't wait to experience. First time over the distance. I know that she's in incredible shape. I know that any athlete that trains with Brett Sutton is one of the fittest, if not the fittest, on the start line at any race they line up for. And I just think the squad is in such a good frame of mind. You've got Els Visser, who's had an incredible season so far. You've got Julie Deron, who's just got the silver medal at the Olympics. So often, as athletes in the same squad, you feed off that. And you feed off that positive energy. And we know that last weekend in Gerardmer, she had an incredible race there to take the win, the best of her career so far. So again, she's got nothing to lose and everything to gain coming into this race today. And to be running in second position, it's incredible.
I was afraid a little bit because she raced last week, and if she can...
That's nothing for a Sutto athlete. That was just... You know, sometimes athletes that train with Brett Sutton and that squad, getting to go to a race is actually an easier weekend than if you had to stay home and train.
It's a free day.
It's a free day. You actually get to taper a little bit, like for one day.
Yeah, she has made up a minute to Malene de Boer within the last 1 or 2K roundabout, but still it's 9.5 minutes for her now. Yes, I mean, realistically, that is a lot. However, we have 24 kilometers left, 25. So you never know. It's a long distance. What will happen there? But so far, Malene de Boer looks totally in control. Not any signs of struggle for her. So her last race is 2 weeks ago. That was the 70.3 Poznan. And 1 month ago, the long distance in Sweden. So well recovered.
So even this year alone, Alana Siffert, she was second at Challenge Taiwan back in April, second at 70.3 Switzerland. I believe she was second to her teammate Julie Deron back then. She was second in Challenge Valsy against her teammate again, Julie Deron. And then, of course, only last weekend, first at Gerardmer XL in France. So solid season for the youngster. Affectionately nicknamed the Duck.
said it so often today. She's so young. She's just 22.
Only just 22. She turned 22 right at the end of last year, so won't be 23 to the end of this year. Still so young to be doing full distance racing, but she was adamant that she wanted to give it a go. Our run course, you can see here, more and more of our athletes making their way onto the run as they finish the middle distance race. The aqua bike also making their way onto the run course. And all of our long distance athletes also starting to make their way onto the run course. 3,200 athletes in total racing today. We've got our relay teams as well over the middle distance and the full distance.
We have 2 para athletes on the long distance.
I know that Sam Holness is out there racing today over the middle distance. Great to have Sam with us again. He raced with us in Roth. So big shout out to you, Sam. I know you're here with your family, your wonderful family, who I was lucky enough to meet in Roth.
Huge party out there already. And the great thing is it's not over in 2 hours. It's gonna be until 11:20.
11 p.m. tonight, that's right. Yeah, 11:20 I think is the official cut-off, when we'll have fireworks down here. I'm lucky I get to stay here till tomorrow. I think you're flying out tonight?
No.
Oh, tomorrow? Oh, good, of course, tomorrow.
Okay,
that's
yeah,
not too bad, good.
This time I can stay at
You can
least.
stay,
until
beautiful.
lunchtime.
Oh, that's good. That's much better.
Yes, definitely. No, I wanna celebrate. Now they want me on the red carpet too, yeah. They want me to celebrate with them in the stadium. I did that last year already, and
I remember, it was
great.
fantastic, yep.
Yeah, being
Good
welcomed
fun.
here. You just must love the Dutch. The Dutch are so cool when it comes to partying. They're just going
They
crazy.
certainly know how to party. We see that with their football teams. And that crazy song and dance that
We're gonna do that tonight.
We're
the
gonna do that.
left,
Of
right
course
thing.
we are going to do it tonight.
We did it in Roth. I love doing it in Roth, and you're gonna do that.
I have a sneaky suspicion we will be doing it tonight as well. Particularly if we are able to crown this woman on screen now, the European long distance champion and Dutch champion. She will also take home valuable points towards the world bonus. This race worth a lot of points towards our end of year world bonus. The way our world bonus works, it's the best of 6 races, of which only 1 can be over the long distance, over the full distance. So the best way to score would be 5 middle distance races along with 1 long distance race. We know right now Marlene de Boer currently in 8th spot on our world bonus, but if she's to win here today, she will be catapulted up.
We have to measure now.
I'm about to do the maths here, but I have a feeling we could even see a new leader on the world bonus by the end of the day, if things were to stay exactly as they are. Yep, indeed. So if Marlene de Boer is to win today, which is looking highly likely right now, she will move up into the top spot on our world bonus. Although we will need to take one of hers, actually, I think 3rd, if I'm to be right. I think it'll be 3rd. So I will do the maths. We've still got Els Visser and Aurelia Boulanger leading the way at 750 points. And I think Marlene de Boer, with a win, could push her up into around third place. I'd have to check that again because remember it's the best of 6, of which only 1 can be full distance. And one of her races that she's already included is from Challenge Korea, which was a full distance race. She would have to take that one out and put this one in. So, yeah.
And then it's not enough, but
it's not enough. But she will move right up.
You're right. So we can give a little update from the men's course. Ojen Stojanovic and Milan Bronze are now only 1 minute 20 short of Pim van Dijk. That was already some time ago, so maybe it's now only a minute left for Pim van Dijk in third position, being caught by Milan Bronze and Ojen Stojanovic. Also, that's going to be an interesting finish if those two guys are going to stay together for third and fourth place. While Jesper Svensson is at kilometer 26.4, still 3 minute 10 behind Joshua Lewis. So 10 seconds, 20 seconds less than before. That could be just a moment, or it is the beginning of a big hunt of Jesper Svensson. We will see anytime soon. It doesn't feel like Joshua is slowing down, maybe slightly now. But yeah, compared to 4 kilometers beforehand, it is 20 seconds less, still comfortable 3 minutes 10. As again, we can see Melinda Boer. Only little interesting thing is that like kilometer 16.3, Marlene had a lead of 9.5 minutes. A little later, next to Alana Siffert, it's 8 minutes 42. It's melting, and it's, I mean, it is 30 kilometers left almost, a little around 25 left. So
that would be truly one of the most remarkable things we've ever seen in the sport. If that was, I don't know, honestly, it's too far away to tell right now. I mean,
it could make the race more not interesting. It is interesting, of course, but more.
Oh no, we love a sprint. We love a sprint finish. I'm the first to admit it. I mean, it's fantastic. I know last week in Beijing, when both Mark Dubrick and Henry Schoeman caught Kyle Smith, you know, for me in the studio, that was the greatest case scenario. I'm sure Kyle didn't feel the same way, but for us and for everyone watching, it was perfection. That's what you want to see. You want to see close racing, and you want to see racing all the way to the finish line, and it just makes it so exhilarating. And for the winner, for the person who comes out on top, it makes that win just so much sweeter.
And Kyle was really released, next to the fact that it was his birthday, and we celebrate that. But yeah, he was really happy when he finished, because Mark was close behind.
Very close behind. Well, all three were close behind. It was a great race to watch, and we're seeing it more and more now with elite racing, because the level just continues to increase. And the number of athletes at the top of their game, right at that tier 1 level, is improving. We've got more and more athletes there, and athletes, thanks to championship events and the T100, we're seeing these athletes race over and over again, whereas in the old days we might have only seen it happen once or twice a year at best. Now we're seeing it not on a daily basis, but a lot more often, and it's just so much more exciting.
So Melinda Boer has now passed the 21.1 kilometer mark, so she's halfway through the marathon. Total time of 6 hours 53:30, roughly now in the women's race. Almost 6 hours 40 minutes race.
Well, an interesting fact, when Marlene got off the bike, she was 5 minutes ahead of Els Viz's time from last year. Now we know that Els Viz last year ran around a 3:09, give or take some change. 3:09.43. Now we know that Marlene is capable of that time, if not faster, obviously. She ran faster here last year. So we know that last year she ran a 3:04. So obviously she is on track now to go faster than last year's time. We know that the record is Sarissa de Vries. total time of 8:32.04. I was there that day, and that race from Sarissa was absolutely faultless. Beautiful race from her. But you can see Marlene still making sure she stays cool, hydrating a little bit over the head as well, just to keep her head cool. Again, temperatures out there still really good for the marathon. We know it's around 17 degrees. We definitely feel a little bit warmer in those exposed areas. We've got a little bit of cloud cover. Sun seems to be poking its head out every now and again. But you can see that now as she comes through. Lots of cheers for the Dutch woman. She now heads out for lap 3. 2 to go for Marlene de Boer. Of course, we know that her coach has a special position on this run, just around the corner from where we are now, right outside the Leonardo Hotel. It's where you will find Yvonne. There she is, right there, as expected.
The fan zone, no, there were more of them.
I love it. It's, you know, and with coaching now for Yvonne, it's just about giving her the support, telling her you're doing everything right. She doesn't need to say too much to Marlene because she knows that Marlene is executing right now to perfection. So it's just about giving her just a couple of motivating quotes to say, just keep doing what you're doing. Doesn't need to be anything too complex because right now, it's just not needed. Starting to really fill up here now. It was only about 1 deep when we first started here. Now we've got it about 3 deep along the finish line here. It's quite a long finish chute. So from when they come into the finish chute here, it's probably a good 100 meters before they then take that last left-hand turn. And of course we have 2 finish arches here today, one for the middle distance race and one for the full distance race.
While Joshua Lewis is enjoying comfortable first seat, we have some changes in the lineup in behind. Milan Bros is now third position. Sorry, he has overtaken Pim van Diemen, and he is also a minute ahead of Ojen Stojanovic. So it is now Joshua Lewis, Jesper Svensson, Milan Bros. Well, he's still 6 minutes behind Jesper, so that's going to be a long run, but he made it to the 3rd place. Ojen Stojanovic 1 minute in behind, and right behind Ojen we have Pim, but that also means Milan was able to get rid of Ojen Stojanovic and has now secured himself the 3rd place.
Well, that's going to be a very good feeling for Milan Bronze. He was 3rd here last year. I know he would love nothing more than to continue that trend this year. It was looking a little bit up and down for him during the bike ride. You know, 1 minute he was up in that group, the next he dropped back, then he was back up again. So he really looks like he had to fight for that entire 180 kilometers. But to see him come through now, fantastic news for Milan Bronze. From the Netherlands, from here in Almere, resides in Girona, the training mecca of triathlon in Europe. But great to see him having a great race, and it's like, come on, move over, buddy. You'd make a little bit more of an effort here. Our volunteers do such a great job.
Maybe a lack of communication in that moment. I can understand the volunteer in that moment because he had to step up a step towards Joshua, and you never want to get too close to the athletes there. Make them trip or something, that would have been worst. Yeah. Just to finish that up, Lars Lomholt from Denmark is now in 6th position, has overtaken Luc Voice. He's only 2 minutes behind Pim van Diemen too, so he has an eye on the 5th place. As I think this is Alana Siffert because I see a red jersey.
I
Yeah.
recognise that run style from a mile back. She, by all accounts, still looking so good. Look at that turnover. She's a little bit of knock-kneed, as you can see, gets that little bit of a flick. So she actually reminds me of an old training partner that used to train with Sutto as well, Hilary Biscay. They have a very similar sort of run form.
I'm just interested in the next split that we're gonna get, because I know it was a lot, 9.5 minutes, but in the next split, like 1.5 kilometers later or so, it was only 8:30 anymore. So if she's really catching up time, or if that was just a moment when she was trying to get away from Jana. Yeah.
Certainly on screen she looks very, very good. She's definitely running a lot faster than our leader, but it's just a matter of will she run out of real estate. Joshua Lewis still ticking it over nicely. Really hasn't broken form at all so far. And as I said, I need him to make it round this third lap. He's on the far side of the course now. This is about as far away from the finish as you can get here. In fact, if you look across, if he was to look across to his left right now, he would just make out the finish line here.
As we see the third place in the women's race, Jana Uderstad. Has looked better before, but still on a solid run for her. Great result so far for her too, I must say. Yeah, but Belinda Boer in the Netherlands doesn't look like she's slowing down. Long strides.
So I love one of the calls our spotters just made out on course about our second place, Alana Siffert. Basically, she's running so fast against the age group athletes around her. It says it's just like everyone else is standing still. We have a Swiss with a mission. A Swiss on a mission. I love it.
It's clockwork.
She's got such an incredible attitude. She loves the sport. She loves that she's been given this opportunity to excel in sport. I knew coming into this race that even as a 22-year-old that's never raced over this distance, you just knew that she had to be someone that you looked out for. That was definitely a dark horse to take this title away from some other much more experienced athletes.
I have a feeling Belinda Boer has slowed a bit down, not too much. She can do that, yes, she has the lead. I mean, of course, we have passed kilometer 23 now. And Alana Siffert will soon hit the 21.9 kilometer mark. Now we can see what the distance or the difference between those two then is. If there is still a slight chance.
You see that Alana Siffert now through 21.9, and it looks like It's kept fairly stable from our last check.
8 minutes 14 is the difference.
As our women are now onto their third of 4 laps.
Belinda on a perfect way for a win here. Maybe has slowed down for a little time, but now she looks back on track. Huge lead of more than 8 minutes. And Janne Uderstad has also now passed kilometer 21.9. And her gap to Alena Siffert is 1 minute 20. That is even a little more than the last one, so Alena Siffert is able to get away from Janne Uderstad. Still an exciting race up to come in the second half of the marathon here at Challenge Almere-Amsterdam 2024 as we head into a little commercial break.
Joshy Lewis in the top spot where he's been pretty much all day long. You can see the crowds now. There's not one part of this run course that doesn't have spectators cheering for the athletes. Josh on his way back here to complete lap 3. Once we see him pass through the stadium, it's just 1 lap to go. So 10.1 kilometres for Josh Lewis once he makes his way back to us here. Still looking really good, in control. He has around that 3.5 minute mark over Jesper Svensson, with Milan Bronze now holding 3rd position. So Onion, Stojanovic still in 4th, Pim van Diemen in 5th, but the big mover in the field, and we know from reports out on course that he really is running exceptionally well right now, is Lars Lomholt from Denmark. So currently in 6th position, but starting to really move in on both Pim van Diemen and Onion Stojanovic. So this men's race, while Joshua Lewis looking in control up front, the minor placings are certainly still up for grabs.
I must say, looking at that face, it looked happier before.
This is the pointy end of the business now, Julian. No, he's still there. He definitely doesn't look as comfortable, but you wouldn't expect him to. He knows this is where you really need to start fighting the inner demons once he gets back here.
We haven't seen Jasper in a while, so we don't know how he is doing out on the run. We have two motos out there following our leaders, and when the others run past those camera spots like we can see here, then we can also have a look, a glimpse at, for example, Jesper Svensson.
We do know that last split was around 3 minutes and 11 seconds, so it had come down just a touch between Josh Lewis and Jesper Svensson, so that has come down a little. But you can see Josh, he is starting to hurdle just a little bit. Doesn't look quite as flowing as he did the lap before. But this is where he just needs to make sure he's doing the right thing there. He's getting some nutrition in, getting some calories back in. That's what he needs to do. As we said, coming up not too far from here is the coach's corner, where coaches, friends and family are able to pass off any special needs. There we go. Oh, look at this. Oh, wow. Okay. Jesper Svensson on screen now. Definitely looking a touch faster than Joshua Lewis. Slightly faster cadence there.
As we said, it's 10 more kilometers, 10, 11 more kilometers to go. Now, it's becoming crunch time slowly. And saying that, Jesper Svensson knows the track. He has raced here, he has the routine. And Joshua Lewis, I don't want to say he's slowing down, but he has looked a lot better, ran a lot faster before, I would say.
Well, as I mentioned before, it's the last 10 to 12 kilometers where it's make or break.
Attention, kilometer 31.2. Jesper Svensson is 1 minute 10 behind.
Oh, wow, well, that's a big difference.
1 minute 8, exactly.
That's crazy. So the last split we were given, it was 3 minutes and 11 seconds to be precise.
Yes, that's 2 minutes left.
Just in that next split after that, he's managed to claw back that much time on Josh.
2 minutes in round about 5 kilometers. That is huge. So saying this, wow, Jesper Svensson is on the hunt. 10K before the finish line. Oh, poor Joshua Lewis, actually, if he didn't get that win.
You know what? You can say poor Joshua Lewis. All he needs to do is he needs to concentrate on moving forward. He's got 10 kilometres, just over 10 kilometres left to run. He can't be worried about what's happening behind him. He just needs to keep moving forward. Jesper Svensson, we knew coming in here that he was quietly confident. We knew that he has more experience over this distance, and particularly the marathon, than the likes of Joshua Lewis.
In my defense, yes. Also happy, of course, with Jesper because he was so glad this morning. And yes, it's a very intelligent racing of Jesper. He has not been on. He has been on our radar, of course, but we haven't talked much about it. It was always 3.5 minutes, and we said that before. He will keep that 3.5 as long as possible, and then when he feels like crunch time is happening,
time to move.
Here we go. And he did it perfectly, actually. And he is getting closer and closer to Joshua Lewis, and it's going to be a really interesting race until the very end. And not only there, we are talking about those two guys, probably those two who will have the, or will make out the win between those two. But then it's also going to be an interesting race between places 3 to 6.
Placings, that's right, because they're all still very, very close together.
And saying minor, I mean, it's still a chance that Lars Meinhold could at least get to 4th place, maybe to 3rd, but for that, many things have to work out pretty well. But yeah, still the podium is possible, as we can see now. Joshua Lewis passing the finish line and starting the last lap, lap number 4.
Getting so much crowd support out there. But I wonder if he knows that Jesper is coming for him. I wonder if he's already thinking the inevitable.
Legs look heavy from here. Now we have to check when...
Little look over the shoulder. I think he must know. He'd have to know that Jesper was coming. Or is coming.
So it was, what did I say, 1 minute, 8 seconds. And we're gonna have a second timing map right afterwards. We'll see how that changes.
I still haven't seen Jesper come past me here yet. Down on the finish straight, so I don't think Josh is flying the white flag just yet.
So here Jesper has passed that mark, and it is less than a minute now.
Oh my gosh, that's interesting because I've been looking. I mean, have I missed?
Yeah, you must have missed it because it is only, wait, not even 30 seconds, 28 seconds.
Oh my gosh, so he really is right behind.
He caught him a minute in 800 meters.
Well, you can see now, look at the difference with Joshua Lewis's run form. He's definitely slowed down significantly.
Jesper, I don't even say he's flying, he's just kept the speed he started with. Intelligent racing, he knew if Joshua's gonna struggle in front, he will catch him no matter what happens. And from that perspective, he worked out his plan really, really well.
You know, it's interesting. If someone asked me to sum up the most important trait to have as a full distance athlete, it's being able to play the game of patience. And it's easy for me to sit here in the studio and talk about that. It's a different thing to be out there and to have that much control, because you panic and you think at the time that you are running the right pace that everything's okay, and you don't know till it's too late that you've either gone a little bit too hard, pushed too many watts for too long. Just those first few kilometres, just that little touch, redlining it for too long. But someone like Jesper, it's been calculated. He's played the patience game and he's played it to perfection.
And also, if he is clever and he overtakes Joshua Lewis, he doesn't have to straight run away from him, doesn't have to speed up.
Oh, look at this, and as you
has
speak,
to overtake him, and
here we are for the first time in this marathon. Jesper Svensson straight past Josh Lewis. Now Josh needs to just focus. You can see that. Come on, just focus, just focus. There's nothing that Josh can do about it now. He just needs to concentrate. He's got around 9 kilometres left to run. He can't let himself fall apart. So we have a new race leader here today, Jesper Svensson from Sweden, leading with around 9 kilometres left to run. In second place, Joshua Lewis from Great Britain. Still holding third place is Milan Brons from the Netherlands. So our top 3 men on course. Come on, Josh. Such a gutsy race from him. And this is when your mind starts to play games. You saw then he's in second position, but he still looked over his shoulder because I think he's scared of others coming, but he can't think like that. He's got to back himself. This is when he's got to say, you know what? I've got this. I can hold on to second. I don't need to worry where third is. Third is not part of the equation. He just needs to keep focusing on what's in front, trying to hold Jesper in his sights for as long as possible. But it's tough. It's really tough.
The mind game again, like you said.
And again, you go through minutes of feeling, okay, I've got this, it's okay, I'm under control. Straight down to rock bottom where you're doubting whether you can even make it to the finish line, let alone hold on to a position as he looks around one more time.
And he has to reset now in this moment, because from being in the lead, now moving to being chased again.
And look at this, these two are back together. Onion has pushed his way back up to Milan Brons, so we knew that that was the case the lap before. Milan was then able to pull it out. As you can see, Michelle Vesterby, we get to see Michelle for the first time there, running behind those men. But Onion and Milan, we've got a real battle on our hands between these two for third and fourth.
Didn't see that coming because he was minute 20 ahead actually on Stojanovic. And I'm waiting for Pim van Dijk or even Lars Lumhold, because he had the fastest run in the last kilometers of all we heard from our spotters.
Wow.
So depending on how close he is, and there's still 10 kilometers left, he can run onto the podium.
And that's the important part. Every one of these men that we can see, every one of these athletes that we're seeing wants that podium position. The colour of the medal, well, you know, sometimes you don't get that choice, but they want that podium. So this man right here, he's going for nothing but gold. And I dare say right now, we aren't going to see a change in the leader. I think Jesper Svensson, once he's taken the front like he has now, there'll be no looking back for him. But those minor placings, the second and third, they are still well and truly up for grabs.
And Lars Lumhold is only a minute short of Ojen Stojanovic and Milan Brons. It had been 2 minutes, 5 kilometers before. Now it's only 1. And they have 10 kilometers to go. Gonna be a tough race for the third place. Pim van Dijk is out for that race, pretty sure. He was just looking too tired and yeah, has not surpassed kilometer 31.
Well, of course, the last time Jesper was here was back in 2021 when it was the World Long Distance Championships. He was second in that race. I knew coming into this race he wanted nothing but first place. You always want to do better than what you did in the last race.
He just has to keep the machine running. Of course, it's so easy to say, but for us, I think the feeling is that the impression of him is really well at the moment. Totally under control here. And of course, he has the momentum on his side. He has just overtaken Joshua Lewis. That gives you another kick when you feel like, now I'm in the lead, now it's me reaching to the finish line, and now every kilometer is working for him. Having this set, it's like 8 and 9 kilometers left for him. We have said it is the last lap already, so he just has to end up that round along Weirwater to the finish line. That is now really packed here.
So we do know that Milan Brons and Onion Stojanovic are running in third and fourth together. You know that Lars Lumhold is now in fifth. Literally 1 minute behind these two runners. And Pim van Dijk now in sixth place. What a race between our men and those minor positions.
Milan Brons and Ojen Stojanovic are just passing.
Past our studio now. Still running side by side.
We're now looking for Lars Lumhold, if he was able to catch up on them. Are they going to pass kilometer 32 anytime soon, Milan and Ojen? So now we have that. They are Milan Brons 8 minutes behind Joshua Lewis, so there will nothing happen anytime soon.
So really, it is just that final position on the podium that we are looking at, fighting for. I think we've got Jesper Svensson and Joshua Lewis in 1 and 2, and that's what we will see here on the finish line. But that third and final spot on the podium is certainly still anyone's.
So 48 seconds for Lars Lumhold. Only.
He is absolutely motoring.
On the roll. And it's kilometer 32, it's 10 kilometers. For him, 48 seconds. He doesn't have to rush it. He can slowly but steady work his way towards them. So this is have a look at the top 10 Jesper Svensson now in first position, Joshua Lewis second, Milan Brons and Ojen Stojanovic shoulder to shoulder in third and fourth position. Lars Lampold directly on their heels. Pim van Dijmen was third and before, now in sixth position, struggling a bit. Seventh position, Piotr Lawicki. Lukas Voigt in eighth position, first man out of the water this morning. Ninth position, Bastian Petersen from Denmark, and Benjamin Goodfellow in 10th position. As we can see, Malin de Boer still in a comfortable lead. She's first, has a lead of around 8 minutes towards Alanis Siffert. So that big hunt came to an end. We were, I don't want to say hoping, but we were thinking maybe Alanis can bring some tension into that one.
We have been told that Alanis has slowed down slightly. Still running very, very well, but not on that crazy pace that we were seeing.
And that is intelligent to do so, because at some point, I guess, Belinda, you have to be realistic and say, am I on a suicide mission right now? Right, and lose my second place maybe, then I better stay in second position, because she has still Jana Uderstedt behind her, but it's 2 minutes now between those two, so Alanis was able to get some space between her and Jana. And there's Chloe Sparrow, Tina Kreisman, Michelle Westerby in sixth position, Leonie Kleine-Bley from Germany in seventh, Magda Niewood in eighth, and Katrin Verstooft in ninth. She's still in the race, Katrin Verstooft. I guess so, because she's still on our radar. And Helen Moos in 10th position.
It's great to see Michelle Westerby currently in sixth place, but not too far behind our fifth place Tina Kreisman from Germany, just under 2 minutes behind. And it is great to see, as you said, we were given reports that Katrin may have pulled off the course, but good to know that that was incorrect. So Katrin Verstooft in ninth place, very close behind Magda Niewold, who's currently in eighth. So that was at the 21.9 kilometre mark.
Looked like a nice space here, those two guys in their seats, in their chairs. Bit of sun.
I love it when they bring their chairs and their packed lunch and they spend the day cheering on all of our athletes. And let's be honest, we'll have athletes out on this run course for hours and hours to come. So I always say, once the elite race is done and dusted, that's when the real race begins. When you see the real heroes of our sport make their way around the course.
I say it race by race. It's so great to have age groupers and pro athletes on the same course, racing next to each other. You barely have that in any other sport.
Yeah, it's quite unique. Unfortunately, we have been given reports out on course that in our women's race, Magda Niewold is out of the race. We knew it was going to be a tough call for Magda. Recently recovering from surgery on her foot. This was her first race back. She knew that she was taking a little bit of a risk in doing a full distance race. She thought she had done enough work to get through the marathon, but obviously. So that report still just coming through that Magda Niewold has decided to step off the race course.
Just wanted to say, Katrin Verstooft got really close to her in our timing at kilometer 22. And with her out, Katrin Verstuyft now moves into 8th position. And it's a little fight between Michelle Westerby and Leonie Kleine-Bley for 6th and 7th position. They are shoulder by shoulder. And then we have some gaps of 2 and 3 minutes between Tina Kreisman in 5th and Flip Sparrow 4th. And then we have the top 3, which will be the top 3 probably, most probably, Alain de Boer, Elena Siffert and Jana Uderstad.
Very intelligent race here today from Marlene de Boer. She really doesn't look any different now to what she did when she started, just ticking it over nicely. Completely changes things when you know that you have such a significant gap starting the marathon, because what you do is you force the pace of others. Marlene gets to run her pace on her terms. Alana Siffert, Jana, they all have to run harder. If they want any chance of coming first, they are the runs that have to run faster. So she is dictating the pace. They are having to either decide, do I try and catch her, or do I settle for 2nd, 3rd or 4th? And so you saw Alanis have a go, have a crack at doing it. You know, she picked it up, she got it down to, I think, down to around 7 minutes, 6.5 even at one stage, was it? 7 minutes. But now we can see that that's gone back out, I think. You know, and good on Alanis, she's had a go. I mean, she had nothing to lose. Coming in for the first one, why not give it a go? But now realise that it's probably the impossible. We still have a reasonable amount of time left for the women's race. You can see that Marlene's coming round. She's only a couple of kilometres before she completes lap 3, and then she will have 10.1 kilometres left to run.
Then again, intelligent racing by Alain, as we said before. Don't overdo it, then secure 2nd place. Which for a long distance debut is still amazing. And I think her finish time will also be pretty good, actually.
Our volunteers doing such a superb job here today. We've got over 800 volunteers all around the course. They are the absolute backbone of our sport. Triathlon would not exist, literally would not exist without our volunteers. So many incredible volunteers. Jesper Svensson on his way now towards us here at the finish line.
Expanding the lead on Joshua Lewis, now kilometers 37. He has 2 minutes to Joshua Lewis. Again, in a very short time. Just remember, like, I don't know, like how many kilometers before, 10 or so, he was 3.5 behind. Now he's 2.5 ahead, 5.5 minutes total. He is made up. So Jesper Svensson doesn't look like slowing down. He has only 5 kilometers left with a lead of 2 minutes. Normally, that should work out.
I have no doubt it's going to work out. 34 years of age. He was 2nd in Challenge Gunsan in Korea.
And you said before, he can cross out that race if he wins here for the World bonus.
That's exactly right. So very similar. They were both, actually, it's funny you should say that. So both Marlene de Boer and Jesper Svensson in identical positions right now. Both were 2nd in Gunsan. Both looking highly likely to take the win here today. But Jesper Svensson, he was 8th at the championship back in May. He was 3rd at Challenge Gdansk. I was there at both those races to see his performances. His fastest run split over the marathon was when he was here back in 2021. He ran a 2:43.20. on this course. Back then, of course, I believe it was a 6-lap course back in 2021.
Should be, yeah.
Slightly different course this year.
But he was also here last year, finishing 4th.
Fourth place, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he came back for more, and looks like we'll get more.
So he only ran a 2:58.30 last year. That's what let him down. But he said he does not fare well in the hot weather. So I think he knew very early on in the race that this was not going to be his day this time last year. The conditions today, much more suitable for Jesper Svensson.
Yeah, whereas in the beginning he already knew, he felt like he already knew that's going to be my day.
Exactly. I mean, he's a bigger athlete. He's extremely tall. He's one of the heavier athletes on the course. He's from Sweden. Admits that he doesn't like the heat and humidity. So right now showing that these conditions here today really suit his strengths.
Our spotters, by the way, are discussing about a new course record with if it's really 5K to go. That could be a new record. So we had 7 hours 13:36 with, what was those math here? 5.5 kilometers to go. Where do we have to end, Belinda? You have it in front of you. Menno Koolhaas was it last year who set up the new record in an incredible race with a lot of heat, one must say. And I was wondering if you can break that record really, but 7:36.36 it is. So exactly 13 minutes for 5.5 kilometers. Ugh, tough.
It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, to be honest, that is 13 minutes. What did I say? In 5.5 kilometers? No, that's flying.
He would have to pick it up significantly. And you know what? At the end of the day, I know what he's here for. He's here to win. Still checking his watch to make sure he's on pace. But Jesper Svensson just wanting that top spot on the podium. I always say fast times are a bit of a bonus. They're not necessary, but they're a nice bonus.
Yes, I was miscounting. I was doing wrong now. I was looking at the women's time. Right. We have to. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, it's a long day already, you know. With that said, but still then, he has, no, but still then, I was right. He has 12 more minutes to go. No, I was right, the right timing. Yeah, that's impossible.
No, not going to happen. That's okay.
Because our spotters are still discussing on it. I can barely imagine it.
Shows you what an incredible race that Menno Koolhaas had here last year.
His run was insane last year. In that weather condition. Huge.
Yes, the heat certainly did not affect Menno. Seven hours, 23 minutes and 23 seconds on the clock for our professional men.
By the way, news from the 3rd place. Lars Meinhold from Denmark has overtaken Milan Brons, is now 25 seconds ahead of him and has moved in 3rd position. Then 4th, Milan Brons, and we are waiting for Ojen Stojanovic. He has not shown up yet. Oh, on yours it has, now on mine too. He is with Milan Brons, yes, still together, but Lars Meinhold has moved into 3rd position, and that from 7th, where he was.
We only knew it was a matter of time, though. I mean, we could see the pace that he was running. Our spotters out on course telling us, love this Marlene de Boer with a Coca-Cola in hand. Whenever you start on the Coke, that's the pointy end of the business here on the marathon. So you always use Coke as the last resort. Marlene using it to get her home, so great run so far. She's only got 1 lap to go for Marlene, 10.1 kilometers to be precise.
wat zijn 25, 55 minuten om daar onder te duiken. Dat gaat lukken. In de eerste 10 kilometer.
She keeps up with the 5-minute pace. That could lead to somewhat of a course record, but I won't jinx it now. We'll see how it will end.
She's definitely running under 5-minute K pace right now. I can guarantee you that.
I want to say if she keeps it cool, plays it well. Yeah, 10K with 5 minutes. I took 5, by the way, because it's easier to count. Then we would end up with somewhat 8 hours 30, and the record is 8 hours 32. So a good chance of a new women's record. Sarissa de Vries from the Netherlands with the
That would be incredible. That would be incredible because, as I said, I was here when Sarissa de Vries set that time, and it was unbelievable racing from her all day long. So if she is able to do it here today, must be such a relieved feeling to be on the fourth and final lap here, knowing that this is the last time that you need to go around this circuit, and that she is making her way now towards the finish line. She's only at the beginning of that last lap, so she still has a good 9 and a bit kilometres left to go, but still the relief you must feel knowing that this is the final time. As we see Jesper Svensson at the far end of the course now. Interestingly enough, you mentioned Lars Lomholt from Denmark now moving up into that 3rd spot. This is only his 2nd ever full distance race. So he did race Ayman Lanzarote, where he finished 11th. Fastest marathon time of 2:55. Well, he's definitely going to well and truly break that this year in this race. So Lars Lomholt, quite possibly with the fastest run split of the day, or very close to it. He was 15th at Challenge Gran Canaria back in April.
Huge step for this guy.
It certainly will be the
podium.
Be the best race of his career thus far.
Will make big jumps probably in the world ranks for that, as we now can see. Our young gun.
Still looks great. Still, we know that she slowed down slightly. She still looks really good. I thought if there was any place that she might start to fall apart, it would be the final lap, but I should know better. Any athlete that is coached by Sato rarely falls apart. They're usually the fittest on the start line, not necessarily always the fastest, but certainly one of the fittest. Jesper Svensson making his way up and over the far end bridge. Will then make a left-hand turn. And the greatest part about this particular section of the run course is he is running for home. So you are actually running in the right direction. You know, he's looking over his shoulder. Isn't that funny? You know, he should know that he's got a significant lead.
Can somebody tell him?
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. You know, not all these athletes have support out there on course. I'm pretty sure he travelled over here by himself. So maybe he has no one out on course. And, you know, when you can almost taste it. So he would be at a point in time now, once he makes this turn, where he can literally almost taste that win. And you don't want anything. You don't want any surprises, nothing that can take that away from you. So your mind starts to play tricks. And he just wants to have one last look just to check that he has got this sewn up. But
there in the back, we can see
the finish
line. That's where he has to go, and where we will probably end up as the first. Fantastic racing. Jesper Svensson took the lead 10 kilometers before the finish, and looks like he won't give it away again. At no point in the race he went too hard. He totally knew what he was doing. I think he knew how fast he has to go for the win. As we see Anna Uderstadt, Germany in 3rd position. Also a great race for her, one must say.
absolutely, and you know, still not out of the question. Still within striking distance of Alanis.
It's getting more than less.
It
I
is.
would say. It's 220 now.
220 now. So I mean, obviously we would need something drastic to happen to Alanis, but again, unknown territory for the youngster from Switzerland.
But still for Jana too, after 2 5th place this year and the 7th place, long distance and took Victoria Gastide and 2 5th places in 7.3 races. That is a podium for her. Actually would be her first podium in pro racing. I just checked her data. She had a 4th place in 2021 in Warsaw, 70.3 race. Some 5th places, yeah, in total 4 5th places, but that would be her first podium spot.
Well, that would be very impressive.
29-year-old from Darmstadt, Germany. Interesting for her, by the way. She loves horse riding. She was totally into horse riding. She still is now, but until she was 17 years old, she spent every day for horse riding, and then later on just switched to triathlon, running and all of that.
Love it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's incredible. You know, we've got so many athletes, elite athletes, that obviously triathlon was not their first sport. That they were elite in another area and moved across. And then you've got the athletes that have been triathlon specialists since they were juniors. So it's still a really nice, particularly in long course, you find that it is that really nice mix.
Next to that, she's studying international management, so that too, amazing.
Crazy. So not too long now for this man on screen, the big Swede, Jesper Svensson. Making his way towards us. Only a few kilometres left for him to run.
Here is the bridge. Crossing that one, it's only a little time left. There
Look at this, he still doesn't trust himself. He's still looking behind. So basically, he will make his way up over this bridge. He then has a little bit more running to do on the flat. He will then make his way up and over one more bridge off to the left. He will go past the local hospital here in Almere, and he will make his way towards us. But you can see the course now getting a little bit crowded with all of our age group athletes on there as well. But they're all moving over to let him through, which is great to see. So he is making his way towards transition. Once he goes past transition, he's got one more bridge to conquer.
It's going to be his first win since Challenger Vansbro in 2022.
Incredible. And what an event to win.
So well deserved.
And he will be crowned European long distance champion. Such a buzz outside our studio right now. So many people. It is absolutely packed out there. And they're all waiting for this woman to make her way around that fourth and final lap.
Well, it's quite close, I must say, to the finish line. So fantastic racing. It shows how well she's racing today. Of course, we had those 15 minutes earlier start of the women's race, but still fantastic racing of Belinda.
Brilliant racing, and definitely still on target to break the record here. She actually looks like she's picking it up, Julian, if I'm to be honest.
Yeah.
It does. It looks like she's actually picked the pace up. Maybe
they told her.
Someone's told her, you know what, you're not only going to win this race, but if you can hold pace or pick it up ever so slightly, you are going to get the race record as well.
And it looked pretty well at 10K left. She had more than 50 minutes to go for a record, and she could easily do that. And that would be the third win in a row for the start for her. One Ironman Sweden, one 70.3 Poznan, and that would be the third win.
Wow. What a season she is having.
Yeah. Well, the second place and the fourth place. I mean, everyone would take that.
Absolutely.
And here he is, Jesper Svensson. He can see us
Oh,
at the
you can
finish line.
almost, you know, you're at this point in the run where you think, if only I could do a straight shoot straight across the water.
Where's the boat?
But no, they make you go all the way around. But, you know, he would be starting to get a sniff for the finish line. He will know. You don't like to admit that you've got it done and dusted until you actually see that finish line. And we saw last year's race as a prime example with Kieran Linders. It was around this point, I think, that things started to head south, that he started to lose control. But definitely not the case here with Jesper Svensson. He is still well and truly in control and looking the goods to take the win here today. Look at that run course, absolutely chock-a-block full of spectators. This is still on the far end. We've still got to turn the corner and make our way towards this finish, long finish shoot. Just so fantastic to see so many people out supporting the athletes. Big smiles from our age group athletes as Jesper Svensson makes his way towards us. Lucky enough only a few weeks ago to be in Townsville, which is up north of where I live in the state of Queensland in Australia. We had the World Triathlon World Long Distance Championships there, and I got to call that race. It was truly incredible, fantastic racing, a really incredibly well executed race. And now to be here in Almere in the Netherlands to call the European Long Distance Championships, it's such an honour. To see this man on screen now, Jesper Svensson, I've known him for quite a long time, to finally come here and take the win after being so close back in 2021. Like you mentioned, Julian, he was fourth here last year, just off the podium. I'm sure there's no more satisfying feeling for Jesper right now to know that he is about to enter the finish chute in first place.
Said it before, it's well deserved. Completely intelligent, routine racing by him. He was never in the first position throughout the whole race, not the first one out of the water, not the one first in T2 or being the first group on the bike. He was just slowly but steady working his way forward. He knew if Joshua will slow down, and Joshua did slow down, he just keep the pace and will overtake him. Now he knows it.
First little fist pump, which tells me that he has finally realised that the win will be his here today. I always love it when it finally clicks to the athlete. Okay, I really, truly believe that I have got this one. One last little turn now. Couple of high fives on the way. Of course, they are the Dutch coaches there. That's the coaching corner that is allowed in World Triathlon.
Now it's going to get really loud out there.
But what a race, you know, I just hats off, big smiles from Jesper Svensson.
He was so confident this morning entering the race. He said, those are my conditions. I like that. When it's colder, because it's like in Sweden, and he did it.
You know, he's a quiet sort of character, Jesper. I really, really like him. To see him now celebrating like this, big smile. Fantastic race. He will be your 2024 European long distance champion here in Almere-Amsterdam as he gets himself onto that blue carpet. Jesper Svensson, hats off to you. What a race. Well done. Oh, you can see Julian, he has given it his all, absolutely everything. This is when it truly soaks in, when you realise what you have done. He is now the European long distance champ.
Just see that smile. It's the same smile he had this morning at the interview in the start. Just carried it through the race. It has so well deserved the win here.
Oh, you can see Beck Brandling, that is Richard Belderog, one of the owners of Challenge Family, also one of the three that started Challenge Almere-Amsterdam. Big waves, yes, Jesper, it's yours, it's all yours.
Jesper, some very first few words before we will get silver and bronze in. How is it to take European gold here in Almere?
Yeah, third time the charm. I can just say I had an amazing day. Joshua was killing it out there, and I was like, yeah, I didn't gain any time the first two laps, and then I was like, oh, I just need to go all in, and then I did it, and I was like, keep on going, and I was so tired in the end.
And look at that time, 7:41. What a sub-8.
Yeah, it was pretty tough condition on the bike. It was windy, but I almost did everything by myself, so it's good.
Well done, our new European champion. Join us on the finish line and give him a big hand, Jesper Svensson!
Your winner of Challenge Almere 2024 and your European long distance champion, Jesper Svensson from Sweden. Anytime soon, we are waiting for Joshua Lewis, who was around about 3 minutes behind him for the longest time in the lead until kilometer 32, when Jesper Svensson put the hammer down, went away for the win.
I can't stop smiling. Jort Flam down on the finish line. We had him in the studio earlier today. CEO of Challenge Family. Fantastic ambassador for the sport. This has been their baby, this race, for so many years. They've helped build it to what it is today. 41 years of the race being here in Almere. 7:41.26, the final time, finish time for Jesper Svensson. We do know that this woman on screen is definitely still on target to break the long-standing record, few years now, standing record of Sarissa de Vries. De Vries. Holding that record at 8:32.04.
I'm just looking out the window, waiting for Joshua Lewis, because it was 3.5 minutes. I mean, he has slowed down, but he has surpassed kilometer 41.3, so he must be here any second.
Any second, we should be seeing Joshua Lewis, our second-placed elite male, make his way.
Lars Lomholt from Denmark won't be able to catch up on him. He was 10 minutes behind at the 41.3 mark. I hope we're not seeing a moment like last year with the second place. Came in totally worn out.
That's right, it was about this time last year with Kieran Linders when we sat in anticipation waiting for him to come. And we saw that he started to lose control. But it should only be a matter of time now before we see Josh Lewis from Great Britain. Come on, Josh.
Camera is waiting for him.
Come on, Josh. Kieran Linders, if you're out there listening right now.
Lars Lomholt has 2 minutes on the last kilometer.
Well, here he comes. All right, now I feel good.
Kieran Linders moment.
No, Kieran Linders. I'm about to say to Kieran, can you please send out a cheer for your fellow countryman, Josh Lewis? But here he comes. Hats off to this young guy. He took the bull by the horns on the bike. He broke away from that group. No easy feat within itself, because there were some excellent bike riders in that group. He held on for so long, as you said, to the 32-kilometer mark of the marathon. Jesper Svensson was able to make his way past Josh. Here he is, giving a fist pump to his lead bike rider. He will be coming in to the finish in second place. Big smiles from Josh. Still a tremendous race from this young man. Yep, here we go. Enjoying that blue carpet. So in second place today, Joshua Lewis from Great Britain.
It has a smile on his face. That's the nice thing about it.
You know what I love most is the camaraderie that you see. We see it time and time again in our sport of triathlon, and I absolutely love it. The respect that these athletes have for each other. They're fiercely competitive, there is no doubt about it, but the respect that they have for each other and what they get out of themselves because of this competitive spirit, but at the same time, still being able to be best of mates once it's all over.
And I think he's happy that it's all over, because give him 1 or 2 more kilometers, and I think
we might have a different story on it. Yes.
They've caught him, because Lars Lomholt is about to finish anytime soon. He was 2 minutes behind in the last one. Here he comes, Lars Lomholt, third place on the blue carpet already.
Here we go.
Fantastic run, a fantastic marathon of the Danish Lars Lomholt, finishing third in the European Long Distance Championship.
And certainly a race PB for him over this distance and obviously the marathon. Brilliant run. Exceptional race from this Danish man. That is by far a career best race.
Look at him, he looks pretty strong still.
He does, looks like he'd go an extra 5K or at least an extra lap. But he'll be very, very happy with this podium finish.
It was in the end, a minute 10. So, wow, yeah. Happy Joshua that this race was over now. So we have the podium of Challenge Almere 2024 in the men's race, and also for the European Championship in the long distance. Winner Jesper Svensson from Sweden in 7 hours 41:26. Second place Joshua Lewis from Great Britain and Lars Lomholt from Denmark. Fantastic racing of all 3 of them. And we are now awaiting Orjan Stojanovic, who got away from Milan Bronze. He's now in fourth position. Gonna be here anytime soon. And Milan Brons then taking the Dutch title we also have in this race today. And there he is, I guess. Yeah, here he comes.
There's Onion.
Janovic.
Nice finish by Onion. He'll be happy with that race. You know, he's had a little bit of an up and down season. Home today. A solid fourth place.
I guess he was giving it all in the end because he heard Joshua was struggling. Yeah, great result for him. He had some tough time beforehand too.
Solid time for Onion as well, 7 hours 50 and 12. Across the finish line, we are waiting.
And here comes the noise.
Oi, oi, what have we got here? So we are waiting for Milan Brons. Exactly, there we go. So Milan Brons, and what a week he's had. We heard earlier from Yuri Kuhlman about the unfortunate passing of Milan's grandfather only 3 days ago. Tough to race when you've had that sort of emotional turmoil. But he held it together and was able to bring it home in 5th place. Always looks like a little bit of a war zone at the finish line of a full distance race.
It's true. They've given it all, especially because it was so close, because of Lars Lumholt overtaking those two, and Oyen and Milan, they have been fighting the whole race next to each other, overtaking one and the other. So, yeah, there was always pressure, always tension on all of them, and I guess they're now really relaxed. Not relaxed, but released.
There's the shot. There's the shot. So great racing from all three of these men. Jesper Svensson, Joshua Lewis, and Lars Lumholt. As we go back to our professional women's race, Marlene de Boer still on target to set a new course record. Doing everything she can to stay cool. She is also on the far end of the course. Sort of the toughest spot to be on this run course here, because you know you are at the furthest point to home, which is here at the finish line. But on the other hand, you know that once you make that left-hand turn just up the road here, you are definitely on your way back to the finish.
So yeah, Marlene de Boer still in first position. Alana Siffert 8 minutes behind, securing the second place in front of Jana Uderstad. She's third. Right now 3 minutes behind Alanis. Normally Alanis is able to bring that home. We have Chloe Sparrow from Great Britain in fourth position, and two Germans next to each other. Leonie Kleine-Bley in fifth position now. She has worked her way up in the standings. And Tina Kreistmann in sixth position. And then there is Katrien Verstuyft, because she has overtaken Michelle Westerby, unfortunately for Michelle. But great effort by Katrien Verstuyft. She also profited from Magda Niebuhr's DNF, unfortunately, of course, for Magda. But that brings the Belgian closer. And Leonie Kleine-Blij, as I said, she's rowing through the field. Let me say that right. And she's only 35 seconds behind Chloe Sparrow. So there's a chance that Leonie Kleine-Blij from Germany can move into 4th position. So a lot of changes happening in the back of the field, not in the front. Here the only question is, can Marlene de Boer beat the course record of Sarissa de Vries from 2021, which was 8 hours, 32 and 4 seconds.
Right now, Marlene taking this last left-hand turn, and she will be heading for home. Such a nice feeling to know that each time you look at that finish, it's getting just a little bit closer, and certainly not getting further away. So Marlene heading for home. Heading towards us here and the blue carpet as we go to our flower ceremony for our elite men. Wonderful podium here today. Of course, in first place, Jesper Svensson from Sweden. In second place, Joshua Lewis from Great Britain. And rounding out the podium in third place, Lars Lomholt from Denmark. A little bit stiff and sore as they make their way back to their second and third place podium.
It's a tough moment to climb that podium and reach for the bottom.
It's even tougher to get back down off it again. Here we go, champagne showers all round.
I hope the guy right below from the Red Cross knows what's going to happen soon.
He's not going to know what's hit him.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, Joshy, what are you doing there, my friend? It's taking a long time. Still hasn't got it off. Here we go. Come on, Josh. Oh, we need some practice there. Oh, I love it.
Al Smith has said, because he practices a lot, you have to bump it first on the ground.
I saw that.
And it just worked out perfectly.
He was an absolute pro last week in Beijing. Brilliant racing from these three men. We've got the Swede, the Brit, and the Dane, the Great Dane. Josh negotiating how to get off that dais. It's always funny. The worst thing is they're going to be 1,000 times worse tomorrow.
Yeah, from those three, he is the one most devastated one, I must say. Of course, Jesper also, because he never knew if he will win it or not. Actually, I must still say, third place, Lars Lomholt, still looks pretty solid.
He looks the freshest out of all of them, definitely. So, brilliant race. Oh, we are so close now for Marlene de Boer.
Look at that speed.
She looks brilliant. In fact, she's one of the only athletes that looks better now than she did when she started. Lars Lomholt, of course, very similar situation. He just got faster and faster as the marathon went on. And we are seeing the same here from Marlene de Boer.
She has less than 20 minutes left for the course record. I feel like ever since we're here in the last 4 years, so that's my 4th year here now, or 4th time, we're breaking records each and every year.
Seems to be the in thing to do at the moment in our sport.
up to the swim record. We have broken, I just took a look at it, for the swim, run, bike, and in total, we have broken every record ever since 2021. Not the one for swimming in the men's race, and 2019 swim in the women's race, but else, all the others have been broken.
Pretty incredible.
She can only beat herself now anymore.
Phenomenal race. Took control of this race very early on. She had a really good swim. She really wasn't that far behind our early swim leader, Alana Siffert and Chloe Sparrow. She was able to bridge across to those two women very, very quickly on the bike. She was then able to ride away from everyone coming into transition with a significant lead. And now being able to hold that lead that she originally got. I mean, we know that it got whittled down maybe by a minute or two, but certainly not enough to be a threat. And really, honestly, her lead never looked like it was going to be taken.
It was
never under threat.
Always around 8 minutes, the highest 10 to 10:30. She played it down really well. And maybe with now knowing she can get that record, she speeded up again. Like we said, it's so great, so many spectators out there on the course. The weather for that is perfect. It's not 30 degrees if you're looking for shade, or it's not rainy. Perfect weather condition with like 17, 18 degrees out there. Little sun, slightly winds up to no winds. Amazing conditions.
Really an incredible day for here in the Netherlands, particularly here in Almere. We've had a mixed bag all week long, and I really was starting to get a little concerned for the athletes leading into today, but pleasantly surprised when we woke up very early this morning. Not a breath of wind. Definitely very cold, but great conditions for racing.
Just to mention here that in 6th position, Piotr Lewicki from Poland has finished in 7 hours 56:14, and now 6 minutes behind him, Pim van Diemen finished in 7th position and is vice Dutch champion with that one. He was in 3rd position on the bike, at some point even 2nd position. He was 2nd in T2. He tried a lot. He was not rewarded for it in the end, but still a great race.
And of course, our top 10 professional or elite males and females will take home prize money today.
Yeah, 5,000 for the winner, 4,000 for 2nd place, and then we go down 3,000, 2,000, 1,600, 1,400, 1,200, 800, 600, and 400 paying deep, plus world bonus for Challenge Fem.
And of course, these top 6 elite men today also automatically qualifying for the championship in Šamarin, Slovakia next year. One of my favorite events to attend. I absolutely love it there.
I say it's our favorite event too. I would edit because yeah.
You're allowed to say that, of course you
No, really it is, yeah. As we said, great venue, really nice place to race. Often amazing weather, not too warm, not too cold. And also Lucas Voigt. Oh, we have to go with Kieran Storch first. 8th place, Kieran Storch from Australia. He has overtaken...
It's a great race, exactly.
It was like a finish line sprint because he has 7 seconds, he's 7 seconds ahead of Lucas Voigt, who finished 9th.
Wow, great race from Kieran.
And then it might be Bastian Peitersen from Denmark anytime soon to complete the top 10. You can see we'll try to keep up with Belinda. Reminds me of Tour de France when people were running along the bikers. just don't make a trip or anything. Just let her run now because she's on a fantastic pace.
Just got to be a little bit careful when you do that because it can be considered outside assistance. So sometimes friends and family spectators get very excited, and understandably so, but they've got to be just a little bit careful. Quite strict rules here with the Federation.
It's going to be a new record because at kilometer 41.3, 900 meters before the finish line, it's 8 hours 18.
Wow.
And she has 14 minutes.
Flying.
So that will definitely work out for her. Wow.
Just incredible. And to think, you know, for a majority, a good chunk of that bike ride, she was out in front on her own. She's run this marathon out front on her own. Never even looking like faltering, just ticking it over. And as I just said before, looking even better now in these dying kilometres than she did when she started. Pretty easy to say though when you're leading by so far and you're about to be crowned European long distance champ, but you know, you've still got to do it. So yeah, incredible race from Marlene de Boer. I'm sure her coach Yvonne van Vlekken will be down there on the finish line right now.
She's going to be so proud.
Very proud coach. Bonzi, she does a terrific job. She really is such an inspiration to so many. I know these two athletes, Magda Nieuwald and also Marlena on screen, really do respect and appreciate all the help that Yvonne's given them both.
Now it's just a dream come true. She has decided not to start in Nice, but here in Almere, because she knows the race, because she feels comfortable here, and it has paid off. She's going to win the race and going to set up a new course record.
It's always an added bonus when you can take that course record with you.
We weren't sure about it this morning. We said the conditions are there, but they have to bring it home.
Big high fives from the Dutch coaches. They will be so proud.
And now she can celebrate with the crowd.
Riled up as she should. You know, the head Dutch coach said, we've got a great team here, 9 athletes. I know we're going to get a podium.
And now it's...
I wonder if he thought that they were actually going to get the win. I mean...
So well deserved, such a great race. She's going to crown herself Dutch champion, winner of Challenge Almere.
And honestly, I can't explain how it must feel. It's such a long finish straight, and look at the crowds. It's just amazing. I mean, the feeling, the sheer feeling, the exhilaration that she must feel now as she enters the blue carpet.
European champion, Almere champion, and course record beaten by 10 minutes.
10 minutes! That's not even close. That's an absolute flogging of the course record.
Marlene de Boer.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. That was as close to perfect racing as you will ever see over this distance. Wow. Unbelievable. Yes, she is going to celebrate in style, as she should. Just packed down here on the finish line. There we go. I knew it. I knew that would be the first person that she goes to. Her coach, Yvonne van Vlekken.
There are the tears.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh, look at Yvonne. You know, Yvonne, she's won here 4 times before. She held the record here for quite some time. She's had such an illustrious career herself, and now she is passing on her wisdom and her knowledge to others. And she said it best today. She wants these athletes to experience what she got to experience in the sport of triathlon. I love it. I love it.
Crazy finish stadium.
Dankjewel allemaal voor de aanmoediging en de support. Ik heb er geen woorden voor.
Hoe hard was je bezig met dat record in die laatste fase?
Niet.
Gewoon naar dat goud gaan en dan kijk naar die tijd. 8:22.
Ja, ik kan het niet geloven.
We gaan ze even op adem laten komen. Geef ze een dames applaus met your new European champion, Marlene de Boer.
She is completely speechless. That's what we've heard. She has to start to realize what she has just done. And I think that will sink in slowly. When she wakes up tomorrow morning, she even more will see what a fantastic race that was of her.
That it actually happened. So amazing, partner.
And also looking at like the fastest times out there ever, 8 hours 22:30 is pretty much on the upper side.
You know, it's just incredible. And I know I've been talking about this just with the women's, and obviously the men's are very similar, but to see the gains, the jumps that the women have made in the sport over this distance in the past few years has been extraordinary. And I just love that women in our sport are not placing limiters on themselves. They're just, the sky's the limit. That's what I love the most. And it's almost like each and every race they're feeding off each other, saying, well, you know what, if you can do it, I can do it. And I just love that about our sport, I really do. It's just striving for excellence and just not willing to sit and be content. So, seeing what Marlene did today, I know there are going to be other women out there watching this race today, and they are going to have the confidence to go out there sometime in the future and do exactly the same. Brilliant to see. So while Marlene de Boer is now across the finish line and she is your new European long distance champion, we wait now. We know that Alana Siffert is next. Jana Uderstad is still in third. And then it is quite a gap back to Leonie Kleine-Blay. Looks like Leonie Kleine-Blay obviously overtaking Chloe Sparrow. So Chloe Sparrow now in 5th position out on course. Here she comes. That distinct run style of hers. And look at the fight in her face. Look at the determination. I tell you what, this young woman has an enormous future ahead of her. 22 years of age, about to become second in only her first ever long distance event. Alex Bock down on the finish line from Coup Cycles, obviously one of the sponsors of Marlene.
It was interesting to see, like you said, that the duck type of running comes out more and more the more tired she gets.
The longer the run goes on.
Yeah, the more she's fighting.
But you know, that's what I love about her coach. He wouldn't be trying to change it significantly. This is the greatest thing that he does. He just will teach her, he'll adapt and tweak it so that it works to her advantage.
Absolutely.
Because this is the way he runs. It's not about completely changing things. It's just about tweaking things and adapting things to suit what she already has. And he's just a master at it. I see him do it time and time again. And he emailed me not long ago and he told me that she was lining up here for the first time, and we knew that she was going to do well. Second place here today. She will finish in second. Any time now we will see her make her way up to the red carpet and then on to the blue carpet.
Yeah, she has passed kilometer 41.3 now. Well, less than a kilometer to go for Alana Siffert on her very first long distance race. Directly on the podium in second position. And I hope that, like the others too, at some point she can really enjoy it, because so far she didn't look like enjoying it, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, you know one thing, Julian, you always remember your very first time over this distance, because you never get that back again. So I had a talk to her after the interviews yesterday and just said, whatever happens, good, bad or otherwise, just embrace this journey. It's your first time, and you never get that first time back again.
Stay with you forever.
You know, as I said, my first time, I didn't get to finish, and it's something I've had to hold on to for the remainder of my career. So for her now to come home in second place in a championship event, she should be incredibly proud of her performance here today. Here she comes. Yes, and look at that. Now she's happy, Julian. Now she celebrates.
Still speeding up.
I know.
She's not letting it
To be
go.
honest, Julian, she doesn't know any other way. I think she's one of those athletes that she thrives on this finish line atmosphere. She thrives on the audience. She thrives on the spectators, and they just push her to run as fast as she can. Look at it. She just loves it. I saw her when she was winning last week in Almere, and she's doing the same right now. She feeds off the energy that the crowds give her.
And there she is, second at Challenge Almere in her very first long distance, second at the European Championship. Alana Siffert from Switzerland.
Oh, look at that. She's a beautiful human being. As we see third place, Jana Udstadt from Germany. Another solid performance. Really great racing from Jana. Look at it, she's such a little cutie pie. Such a great attitude for someone of 22 years of age. As I said, huge things ahead for this youngster.
And her time, 8 hours 30:16, so slightly, almost sub 8:30.
You're doing that for your very first time. I mean, where do you go from there? Where do you go?
I mean, it's a fast course, one must say. Weather conditions had been perfect, of course.
You've still got to do it, Julian. You've still got to get out there and execute, and that's what she did today. Really, really well. You would not think, looking at this young woman and what she did today, that this was her first time ever over the distance. Well, we have first and second place across the finish line. Marlene de Boer from the Netherlands. Alana Siffert from Switzerland. We now wait for Jana Udstadt from Germany.
She was around about 8th or 9th place after the swim, so she also, on the bike, worked her way up front, up to second position, had to give away one spot to Alanis Siffert. That was second in T2. And a fantastic race of her. I called her a bit of a dark horse too, because she was able to play some role in this race. She did so. In the end, Alanis was the stronger runner of those two. Here she comes. With this result, she can secure her first podium spot on the Pros Tour. A very well done race of her. the smile on the last meters and the celebrations for her. Yes, get rid of the glasses, and then here comes the joy. Third place at Challenge Almere-Amsterdam. Third place at the European Championship long distance for Jana Uderstad from Germany.
Fantastic effort from Jana. Always putting herself within striking distance on that marathon, just in case Alanis should falter. She didn't, of course, but the final spot on the podium for Jana Uderstad. Great race, big smiles.
Those 8 hours 34:36 should be a personal best for her. She had 8 hours 49 this year at Vitoria Gasteiz. Now 8 hours 34:36, also personal best for Jana Uderstad.
So while we talk about Marlene de Boer breaking the record, Alana Siffert also broke the record, the former record. So brilliant racing. It just puts it into perspective how fast these two women were here today.
Right.
Madness. Do you know, I remember back in the day when 8:30 was a good time for the professional men. Now it's times that the professional women are doing. It's just, it's crazy. Top three elite women today. Marlene de Boer from the Netherlands, home in a new record time of 8:22:30. Alana Siffert from Switzerland, also going under the former record, coming in at 8 hours 30 minutes and 16 seconds. And rounding out the podium here today, Jana Uderstad from Germany in 8 hours 34 minutes and 36 seconds. We've had such stunning conditions all day long. Started a little on the chilly side at around 9 to 10 degrees Celsius, but warmed up, currently sitting at around 17 to 18 degrees. We had very little wind all day. You can see the flags right there now starting to blow. So the wind finally at 3:48 in the afternoon starting to pick up just a little bit. But truly wonderful conditions for some lightning fast times here in Almere. And while our elite athletes, our elite men, and now we are waiting for the rest of our elite women, it is our age group athletes that will be out there now all the way until around 11 tonight. Fantastic podium here. Beautiful smiles from all three of these women. Look at that. Picture perfect. Just all three so happy and so proud of their performances, as they should be. Wonderful, wonderful racing. So I believe now we are getting ready for the flower ceremony. We know behind these three women, Leonie Kleiner-Blay is still in 4th place, Chloe Sparrow in 5th, Tina Kreisman in 6th, Katrin Verstuft in 7th, Michelle Vesterby still in 8th place, and in 9th place, Helene Moos from the Netherlands. Wertja Bax, also from the Netherlands, rounding out that top 10.
said it, we're going to celebrate until the very end of the day. So many more athletes to come. 800 on the long distance. More than around about 2,300 on the aqua bike and the middle distance. And here we see Jan Understad, third place for her. And I think it makes you proud again when you're wearing your national colors on that podium. And here comes the young gun in her very first long distance race ever at the age of 22.
All I can say is remember that name, Julian, because I have a feeling, a sneaky suspicion, you will be saying it quite a lot moving forward.
And now, beautiful people of Almere, a new course record, a new Dutch record, your Dutch national champion, and your new European champion, the massive triathlon, representing the Netherlands, Belinda de Boer.
And here she is, new Dutch champion, winner of Challenge Almere 2024, European long distance champion, and new course record holder. That's a lot that you can put in your resume now.
It's a mouthful. Oh my gosh.
One race, she ticked it all off.
Oh, I love it.
10 minutes. A bit under. Below or under the course record, the old course record. That is a lot. And here comes the champagne. You see, Marlene's clever. She puts on her glasses again.
Oh yeah, there's nothing worse than getting champagne in the eye. Oh, it's a race to see who can do it. Alanis, you need some work, my friend. Woo! There we go. Finally, success. Love it.
What a great podium.
Wonderful podium. Wonderful racing from both our elite men and our elite women here today.
Wow, look at this, look at this.
Marlene de Boer, Alena Siffert, and Jana Uderstad. Podium in the women's race. It was a fantastic day out here. It still is, as we can see, many age groupers and still, of course, pro athletes out there on the course at Challenge Almere 2024. The spectators were there, the weather was amazing, and we're going to celebrate until the very end of this day, until tonight at 11:20 with the great fireworks show and a lot of Dutch party that we're going to love. And all the emotions for triathlon. Belinda, every year it's so great coming here.
It is.
Because Almere never disappoints. We always know we're going to have a fantastic race, a fast race, great fans and spectators out there in a really well-organized event.
It is. It's like a well-oiled machine, as I said earlier today. 43 years that the race has been going in the Netherlands. 41 years since it's moved here to Almere. So it's been around for a very long time, and you can just tell that the community and the surrounding areas just get behind this race 100%. That is why it works so incredibly well. The elite racing today, well, you know, I demand a high standard, and I got that plus some today. It was brilliant racing from both our men and women. New world record time, new course record times set for our women's race. Super fast times for the men. I'm so happy for Jesper Svensson from Sweden. This has been a long time coming for him, and definitely deserving of the win.
Well-deserved winners, as you say. Marlene de Boer and Jesper Svensson are winners of today's race. We will be back next year too.
Absolutely.
We will be back on September 13th next year, 2025. We're going to celebrate a lot more now tonight until the very end, until the very last finisher. Always a pleasure being here at Challenge Almere. Belinda, it was a pleasure being here again.
Same with you, but for all our listeners, thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. Amazing racing, and we look forward to seeing you all next year.
Take care. See you then. That was Challenge Almere.
Triathlon. Met op de derde plaats. En de bronzen medaille. En dan was hij super blij met de Granger. Geef hem een applaus mee. Robert de Koning! Alweer ik zeg een applaus. De eerste met de bronzen medal. In de Dutch Championships voor Robert de Koning! Tweede positie, een hele mooie zilveren medaille. Nederlands kampioen de meerdistance en nu vice-Nederlands kampioen op de 100ste spin van Julian. En Almere, je kent hem. Hij is ondertussen een beetje uitgeweken naar Girona. Maar Almere stroomt dus een goede maat van wat hij gaat doen. En wat hij gaat doen. Nederlands kampioen van de triathlon, Julian. En die gaan we verder staan. Ik wil hier even bij staan, want dat nog lukt niet praktisch. Dat wordt een paar dagen. Wat was nu van straks dat weer beter dan ze hier bij de finishlijn van die triathlons. Vertel eens, hoe was het om hier Nederlands kampioen te worden voor jouw publiek? Je werd gedragen door het volk natuurlijk. Ja, zeker. Hetzelfde als afgelopen jaren was het dat weer met zoveel Nederlanders zit wel een leuke koer met die overal. Ja, daar was dat goed in de mix. Dat was niet allemaal aangekomen. Dus niet bijna 20 Nederlanders samen met een miljoen uit Servië. Dus dat is weer en dan voelen we ons ook op het moment af. Het werd zo spannend in de zwart. Je hebt alles gegeven. Zeker. Ik denk dat er een andere mededeling is. Ik denk dat het loop heel erg zwemmen en fietsen ik denk dat het een hele sterke en goede race is, maar ik kan niet goed op. En goed, je hebt goud in het EK, dat is een hele grootste en fantastisch seizoen achter de rug. Eindelijk hier ook weer voor jouw eigen publiek. Heb je nog gehoord van de mensen van Almere? Maar we willen dus straks op Julian nog even twee stemmen. En hier de finish van Brian van Lutten, onze tweede instrument. En heel veel kampioen met zijn racegroep. Dat is aan mij ook gezien. Heel die kleine blijft. De 4 jaar voor de en die hebben al die top tot de racegroep. En de vierde plaats voor de Leonie. Gratuleren Leonie. slaan gewoon nog een rondje. Waarom ga je niet stoppen? Oké, Drew. Drew Davy, ladies and gentlemen. Ja, het is klaar, ga maar. En wanneer hier aan de finish, hoeveel België is gesproken voor jullie? Wat hoeveel België? Het is hard. Want wij gaan deze land de allerlaatste finish krijgen in haar prof-triathlon carrière. Ze zitten in de laatste 500 meter. Katrien Broussard is onderweg naar een zesde plaats. Ze gaan afsluiten op een hoogtepunt in het Europees kampioenschap. En ondertussen in de Stelen Rooyen, Marloes Rooyen, Aurélie Cabanel, Jeroen Storm, Frans Kramer. En iemand in de dag, Ulrike Bosman. Here on the finish line, for the very last time, Belinda is saying goodbye. So you don't say goodbye. And I'm Friday, you are. The well-known triathlon leader, you are at theater mass right now. What a career. What a great, great athlete. And what a great person. Wow. I'm not crying, you are. What a way to say goodbye. How was it, your last dance? And you finished it in English, you did a great. Just finish it, it's amazing. Die pakt de tweede plaats in de WK. Zilver voor hen. Koers. But how is it to say goodbye here in Almere-Amsterdam? I would suggest bring back the kids next year. Oh, yeah, maybe batteries. That's a good idea. Yeah. I think he's agreeing. All right. Do your victory lap and say one last time goodbye. Almere, kom aan, 12 times. Dit was de allerlaatste keer in Almere. Dit is de wedstrijd. I was crying, you are. I was crying, you are. Oké, dan. Ja, alle toppers zijn binnengekomen. De laatste waren met de ander. Tegen de take-off. Genoeg mensen. Hier komt Marie. En Veronica. En de free kick komt weer hebben. Ja. Een laatste rondje. De 2x3. Kom aan. daar komt ze weer. Grondstad 125. En David Hamilton. European champion man, 35 January. En dan hadden we nog Patrick en de Broeders. En de vier mensenmakers. Flying over the finish. Ali get kleur naar het land door Kessel. En daar komt Michelle. Ja, daar komt weer de finish aan. En er komt er nog één. En nog één. Ja, 3 lopen vlak achter elkaar voor Kika en Swing. Mordion, Martijn Kuitel. Voor de vrouw. Wim maar. Albert Kolla, Jan Nels, Trina Dunster, Tom Breivels. Iedereen, kom maar, en we houden het er ook in. Looking past the cover. Yes, Simon, Brad Janssen. Our European champion and boys category, Federer Sweetly, Federer in the upper finish line. The favorites go back and do it properly on the blue carpet. It's a Belinda. And here it comes. Julian is up there. Right now, Robinson. Give it a step. On the way. Don't keep moving. En dan Belinda. En Christel Wijs. Die heeft er uit de dag. En Leo Maarten. Ja, Frederik. Wat is daar aan finish? Ik hoor alles niet. Ziet er mooi uit, hè? Tot straks, jongen. En alweer straks op nummer 3 van het Nederlands kampioenschap. We gaan de Zweden finish in de European Championships van Belinda. Wordt erbij. En de landen Hendriksfish. Peter Fenwick, silver medal in the men's 40 category. En Mark de Wane, Tom de Broeke, Marloes Krol, allemaal over de finish. Hier nog meer. Christopher, welcome back at the finish line. Christopher Belinda from Norway, en op naar Finland. En wat een avond de finish in Almere, ik ken het! Ja, daar was het veel voorbij. En dat is het zo. En die was met specialiteit. Opzwaai. En Lorenz Hoogmeister. Ah, exactly within 6 hours. Great job, Lorenz. En hey! Nog meer mooie finishes. Met Christel